Hey y'all, welcome to another fanfic. This one is called Someone to Protect, a Sashomerus x Kagome love story. And this was written by Heaven of Nirvana. I will leave the fanfic in the description below so you guys can read along with me. With that said, let's start. Inuyasha tries to kill Kagome in order for Kikyo's soul to be whole again, but she was rescued by the Lord Demon Dog, Sashomerus. He has someone to protect. Chapter 1. The New Protector. Kagome groaned in pain. She felt her arm was bleeding out. She has a terrible wound. She slowly opened her brown honey eyes and saw someone was attacking the demons. Her eyes have gone blurry as she stared at the very long white hair like Inuyasha's. She recognized the white and red kimono dress with armor around his right shoulder. Kagome knew it was Lord Sashomerus. She didn't know he was protecting her from demons. She thought, he doesn't protect someone else. Kagome wondered why. Kagome stood straight up as she watched him. Sashomerus? She blinked in surprise. You've been driving away the demons for me? Why are you protecting me? I thought you didn't protect anybody. Sashomerus ignored her as he continued to slaughter the demons with his claws. Those wounds were Inuyasha's doing. Am I not right? He questioned her. Kagome looked at her wounded left arm. She remembered how Inuyasha had slashed her in the left arm and tried to kill her. Inuyasha tried to kill her, then take the rest of her soul. She knew Kikyo has told him to kill her. It all started when Kagome was all alone in the forest. Flashback. She walked slowly as she remembered when Inuyasha was pressing his lips against Kikyo's. She doesn't know why Inuyasha is acting that way, as he kept sneaking off to see Kikyo without telling them. Kagome had fallen in love with Inuyasha ever since they went on a journey together to find the Shikon jewel shards. But he didn't return her feelings. He only loved Kikyo more than poor Kagome. She was his shard detector, and that made Kagome feel angry about this. He only saw Kikyo, his precious undead lover. Kagome got annoyed by hearing Inuyasha saying Kikyo was great at everything. She was tired and sick of it. Right now, Kagome was on her own in the dark forest. She bought her sacred arrows and the shards with her, just in case if she needed everything. She heard footsteps behind that made her jump and scared. She quickly readied her arrow. When she narrowed her eyes, turning toward the noise, all she saw was Inuyasha. Oh, hi Inuyasha, Kagome greeted him, sounding surprised. What are you doing here? I thought you were with Kikyo. Kagome, can we talk for a moment? Inuyasha asked her with a smile. There's something I want to tell you. Kagome nodded. Sure, Inuyasha. She followed him in different directions, as she noticed something is going on with Inuyasha. Right now, they headed to the big hills where they stood on the edge of the cliff. Kagome stood in the path as she stared at him. So, Inuyasha, what is it you... Kagome was interrupted when she felt the sharp pain was inflicting into her left arm. She screamed in pain as she holds onto her arm. Inuyasha, what are you doing? Give her back her soul, wench, Inuyasha growled. Kagome was confused. What? Don't play dumb with me, wench, Inuyasha growled again. I said give her back her soul, wench. No, never, Kagome yelled as she began to run for her life. She ran as fast as she could. Kagome headed to the mountains. She climbed up the big rock so Inuyasha won't hunt her down. The next thing she knew, she was at the dead end. She stopped at the edge of the cliff where she stared at the big ocean. She felt Inuyasha's aura is getting closer and closer to her. She couldn't decide whether to jump or not. If she jumped in the big river, she'll drown herself to death. But if she gets captured by Inuyasha, she would also die as well. Right now, she saw Inuyasha was approaching her. "You got nowhere to run, wench," Inuyasha smirked at her evilly. "Just hand over your soul back to Kikyo, or else I'll kill you." She gulped in fear. She grew frightened of the Inuyasha that stood in front of her. Kagome looked back at the river. She felt she was pushed by Inuyasha with his hand. Kagome felt her tears flowing down her face as she watched Inuyasha's evil face. She couldn't believe he had betrayed her. She closed her eyes and felt her whole body was splashed. Flashback ends. After she was attacked by Inuyasha, Sashomerus has found her in the river, then rescued her. Kagome felt her tears flowing down her face. She doesn't understand why Inuyasha tried to kill her to bring Kikyo's soul to be whole again. She squeezed her arm tightly as it was bleeding out more. She doesn't care if it's bleeding from her wounds. "Inuyasha, why?" Kagome glanced down her eyes sadly. She looked back and saw Sashomerus was walking away from her. She began to follow him as she brought out her sacred bow and arrows. "Wait, where are you going?" Kagome shouted as she followed him. Sashomerus didn't reply to her. He was just walking away from her as he headed toward the path. Kagome didn't know why Sashomerus didn't say anything back. Maybe he doesn't want to talk to her. "Why are you following me, priestess?" Sashomerus questioned as he glanced his amber eyes at her. "Well, I thought maybe I could go with you," Kagome said as she followed him. "Shouldn't you be back with Inuyasha and the others?" Sashomerus asked her. Kagome stopped for a second. She glanced down and felt sad a bit. She didn't say anything to him. She just stands there and looks down at the ground. Sashomerus began to spin his head around and looked at how Kagome was sad and lonely because of what Inuyasha put her through. "If that's the case, then follow me if you want to." "Follow you?" Kagome blinked. "But what if—" "I'll protect you," Sashomerus interrupted. She blinked again. "Protect me?" "If that's the case, I'll protect you from Inuyasha or other demons," Sashomerus murmured. He looked away, then walked away again. Kagome began to nod her head. "Okay." After they both talked, Kagome walks beside him while following him around in the forest. She wondered why Sashomerus decided to protect her from Inuyasha. She thought he doesn't protect anyone, except for Rin that he protects. She wondered about Rin and Jockin. She couldn't wait to meet them again. She began to speak to him. "Sashomerus?" Sashomerus turned his head at Kagome. "Thank you for protecting me," Kagome said. Sashomerus nodded with the eyes closed. Kagome thought he would say a word to her. She had never expected that Sashomerus would save her from demons. She couldn't help but follow him by his side. Chapter 2. Keeping You Safe. A few minutes later, Sashomerus had given Kagome a bandage to heal her left arm. When he decided to protect Kagome from Inuyasha, he felt wrong by bringing her with him. "What am I thinking?" Sashomerus questioned himself in his thoughts as he sounded a bit worried. "She'll be in danger if we go any further in the demon country." Sashomerus was worried if Kagome will get hurt again, just like Inuyasha had inflicted on her left arm. He couldn't believe Inuyasha would do that, betraying Kagome by taking all her souls to give it back to Kikyo. Sashomerus was furious about this. Sashomerus had protected Rin and Jockin from demons. Now he was protecting Kagome from his younger brother Inuyasha. He vowed to keep her safe. "Lord Sashomerus!" A voice called out his name as Kagome saw the familiar little girl was running toward him. "Oh, it's Rin!" Kagome exclaimed excitedly. "Lord Sashomerus!" The green creature was flying in the air with those two-headed creatures. Kagome knew it was Jockin all along. The two-headed creature landed on the ground as Jockin got off its back. He looked up and saw Kagome was with Sashomerus. "Lord Sashomerus, you brought Kagome with you. Isn't she with Inuyasha all along?" "Well, Jockin, Inuyasha tried to kill me. Kagome told him, sounding a bit sad. Because Kikyo wanted Inuyasha to kill me, then her soul will be whole again.
Inuyasha tried to kill you?
Jokin shouted in surprise. Kagome, why would Inuyasha do that? Rin asked her curiously, sounding worried. Kagome sighed as she smiled at her. You don't need to worry about me, Rin, she said. I was rescued by Sashomerus. Sashomerus nodded.
Well, Inuyasha is such a disrespectful half-breed,
Jokin complained as he was glaring around.
I can't believe he would do that to you.
It's okay. Kagome calmed him down as her sweat formed her forehead. Inuyasha won't get me now. I'm safer with Sashomerus. Suddenly, Sashomerus looked up and stared at the sky. He knew the storm is coming as he began to warn the others. It looks like a storm is coming, he murmured. We should go find shelter. The three of them nodded their heads. They stood beside each other as they followed Sashomerus in the field. Kagome stood beside Sashomerus as well. Soon, the moon's light will be hidden, Rin said.
Foolish girl,
Jokin snapped.
There won't be the full moon tonight when the storm comes. Plus, Lord Sashomerus can guide us through the darkness.
Rin yawned as she felt exhausted by traveling with the others. Kagome knew she looked tired as she stood beside her. Here, hop on my back, Rin, Kagome said.
Okay,
Rin nodded. She climbed onto her back, then wrapped her arms around her shoulders and neck as she buckled up. Rin leaned her head on her shoulder, then began to fall asleep. Sashomerus glanced his amber eyes at the two girls. He saw Rin was hiding on Kagome's back while sleeping. He thought Kagome was like a mother to her, but she was only 15 years old. He looked back and continued to walk toward the path. Kagome must be kind and helpful toward Rin, Sashomerus murmured in his thoughts. I should have brought her with us when I found her in the river, but if she's in danger, I'll have to keep her safe. He glanced at her eyes and saw that Kagome looked a bit exhausted by carrying Rin and traveling with the others. Sashomerus knew she was about to pass out. What was I thinking? Sashomerus questioned in his thoughts. She can't stay near Demon Country. There is nowhere we can safely stay together. I need to solve this. Finally, Sashomerus found a place with pine trees where they could get some rest. He thought Kagome and Rin would be safer in there. Suddenly, Kagome collapsed as she fell to her knees, then her stomach. But Sashomerus held them up. Kagome groaned tiredly as she looked at his face. Sashomerus? You two should get some rest, Sashomerus told them. There's the pine trees that cover us from the rain. Kagome nodded as Sashomerus held her up. They put Rin down first, then Sashomerus picked her up and put her in the soft grass. Kagome laid beside Rin as she glanced her honey-brown eyes at Sashomerus. Sashomerus, thank you, she murmured with a smile on her face, resting her whole body up, then falling asleep. Sashomerus nodded. He looked at the sky and sighed softly. Even though the world isn't safe, it's at least safer in here. Hey, Inuyasha, where's Kagome? It was Moroku who questioned him. Moroku and the others, Sango, Kirara, and Shippo, stood in front of the half-demon dog with a curious look on their faces. Everyone was worried about Kagome, who went missing, except for Inuyasha, who wasn't. He was a traitor who tried to kill Kagome to bring the soul to Kikyo. Everyone doesn't know what happened, but Inuyasha was keeping a secret from them. Right now, Inuyasha gave them a confused look on his face. Huh? He asked them. I said, where's Kagome? Moroku repeated. She left. He lied, sounding like an innocent man, but a liar. What? Kagome left, Inuyasha repeated. She went back home. What? But Kagome would never leave us, Sango said with a worried look on her face. It didn't make sense to her. She realized that Inuyasha was hiding something from them. Sango thought that wasn't good. So, Inuyasha snapped with a glaring look on his face. We don't need her anymore, because Kagome is nothing but a useless brat. She always keeps being so nice to that stupid mutt wolf Koga, despite that he's so mean to me and promised to marry Ayame. I mean, come on. Why do we need her anyway? Because she's abusive, manipulative, bratty, and even sluttish. Inuyasha, Kagome would never do that to you, Moroku declared, arguing with him. Kagome has the right choice to do. Kagome has a pure and kind-hearted heart because she's always by your side and always helps people out. But now you are being too cruel and disrespectful towards Kagome because you never helped her or anyone else. All you do is go to Kikyo and not help us out. Inuyasha scoffed, rolling his amber eyes. Says who? We still don't need her anymore. I decided to replace Kagome, then let Kikyo join our group. Besides, she's way stronger than Kagome anyway. Sango began to interrupt. You know what, Inuyasha? She argued. You're such a jerk. You have no respect towards us or Kagome. Yeah, and you always stole my food away while I was hungry, Shippo snapped, pointing at him. You drove Kagome away. I would do no such thing, you little runt, Inuyasha snarled at Shippo. Yes, you are, Moroku declared again. Some friend you are, Inuyasha. We can't believe that you are replacing Kagome. After the argument, they began to have a journey with Inuyasha and Kikyo. Kikyo, of course, appeared from the shadows of the tree. They saw her smiling at them, but the others knew it wasn't an innocent smile. They knew Kikyo was an evil priestess who always wanted to get rid of Kagome once and for all. Kirara gave her a low growl toward her. Sango had a very uncomfortable feeling coming from Kikyo. They all never trusted her. Nobody trusts Kikyo. They prayed for Kagome to be okay. They wanted to know what has happened between Kagome and Inuyasha. Chapter 3. A New Journey. Kagome slowly opened her honey brown eyes. She glanced and saw that Sashomerus was sitting beside her. She knew he was watching over her. She groaned softly and tiredly as she rubbed her forehead to make the headaches go away. Sashomerus? He glanced his amber eyes at the young girl. So you're finally awake, he murmured. You passed out while you picked Rin up. I couldn't leave you both behind. Kagome began to smile. Sashomerus, I'm sorry I just passed out, she said. I was trying my best to keep an eye on Rin. You don't need to apologize, priestess, Sashomerus murmured. You did your best to keep Rin safe. Thank you for watching over her, priestess. Kagome smiled lightly. No problem. Suddenly, her stomach growled and she felt hungry. She blushed in a bit of embarrassment. Sorry, I was hungry. Sashomerus nodded. He said. Don't worry. We'll find you some food for you and Rin. Okay, she said. Thank you. She watched him go off while searching for the food. Kagome wondered why he was very kind and gentle after he helped her from exhaustion. She noticed he was being nice to her, but she thought he was being rude to her like he did to his younger half-brother Inuyasha. Why is Sashomerus being so nice and gentle all of a sudden? She wondered in her thoughts. I've never seen him that way before. He acted as he cares so much. But why?
Lord Sashomerus, Kagome went to the big lake and is giving herself a bath, Jockin told the Lord Demon Dog.
I see, Sashomerus murmured. So Kagome went to the big lake. Jockin nodded.
Yes, my lord.
He pointed it out.
She wanted me to tell you where she went.
It's been half an hour since Sashomerus fed Kagome and Rin some meals. She went to the big lake and gave herself a bath. Kagome swam in the lake as she headed to the bank. She sat on the rock, then washed her black hair. She sighed. What's wrong with me? She wondered in her thoughts. I can't stop thinking about Sashomerus. Plus, he became my protector. And I thought he would never protect anyone. But why is he so nice to me? When she kept talking to herself in her thoughts, she spun her head around and saw it was Sashomerus who was watching over her. Kagome blinked her eyes and began to scream. She covered her breasts and hid behind the big rock. Sashomerus? What are you doing here and why are you here? Kagome questioned him loudly. Don't tell me you're here to see me naked. What's to be embarrassed about, priestess? Sashomaru asked her, sounding a bit curious.
You saw me naked, that's what.
Kagome shouted at him with a blush and an angry look on her face. She ran into the bushes and dressed up as she kept shouting at him.
A lot, you peeping Tom.
Even though you're a human, Sashomaru gave her a smirk. You're kinda cute. Kagome blushed heavily in embarrassment.
Cute? Don't tell me he likes me.
Hurry along, priestess, Sashomaru commanded, walking away from her. We don't want to waste our time here. We have a journey to do. Kagome nodded. Okay. Wow. I can't believe Sashomaru just saw me naked. He's even worse than Inuyasha when he first saw me naked. After Kagome took a bath, she and the others walked together on the long road. Kagome walked beside Rin as she was holding her hand. Kagome always being too kind to the little girl Rin. As a matter of fact, she missed Shippo. She was always being nice to him, and always took care of him after his father was killed by the Thunder Demon brothers. She thought maybe one day Rin and Shippo would be good siblings, and Kagome will be a good mother to them. So where should we start? Sashomaru asked as the four of them walked through the path. Kagome looked at the Lord Demon Dog. How about we find the shards? She asked him curiously. It'll be great if we can find the shards together as the team. I see, Sashomaru murmured. Well, we should head towards the next village to see if they have any demon troubles, Kagome pointed out. There is a slight chance that the demon might have the shards.
Good point, Kagome,
Jockin replied, sounding happier. Kagome, why do we need to find the shards? Rin asked her curiously. Because, Rin, it's the only way to restore the Shikon jewel, then we need to get rid of it, Kagome explained to the little girl. When the jewel was completed, we needed to make a wish for the jewel to disappear. Then things will get back to normal. That's what we can do, Rin. So, does it mean we'll find the shards together? Rin asked her again. Kagome nodded with a smile. Yes.
It looks like we're heading to the village,
Jockin pointed at the place. Well, it looks like we're here, Kagome smiled. And it looks like the villagers need our help. Well, there were times that Inuyasha didn't want to help a village that had a demon problem, even if the demon didn't have the jewel shard. Quite the jerk, I see, Sashomaru murmured.
I agree with you, Sashomaru.
Jockin nodded his head with agreement. Well, Inuyasha has no manners to the villagers, Kagome sighed in frustration. All we have to do is help the villagers. Yeah, we should help them get rid of the demons, Rin exclaimed excitedly. Kagome smiled at her as she chuckled. Priestess. Yes, Sashomaru? Kagome looked at him. I should tell you that every villager will be afraid of me, Sashomaru told her, because I'm the dog demon, and they won't allow having demons in their village. Kagome began to smile calmly as she held onto his hand. Don't worry, Sashomaru, she said. I won't let anyone harm you. I'll help you find a way to let you stay in the village for a bit. Sashomaru nodded and told her, Thank you, priestess. You can call me Kagome instead of calling me priestess, Sashomaru, she told him with a smile. He sighed, then smiled back a bit. All right, Kagome, he murmured. All four of them were heading to the village and decided to help them. Kagome wanted to make sure no other villagers will harm Sashomaru. She'll tell the villagers that Sashomaru was helping them find the shards, which will work. Chapter 4. Have been taken. It's been a few hours since Kagome and the others stayed in the village. She told the villagers that he was just a friend who traveled along with them. Kagome made the idea of how Sashomaru disguised himself as a human so they won't notice him as a demon. Sashomaru slept on the big white puffy around him that made himself comfortable. Right now, they were in the hut and lighting up some fire to cook some meals. Kagome was cooking something for Rin as she was taking care of her. Sashomaru thought she's been a good mother to Rin, but is only 15 years old. But one day, she could be a good mother to her. Jockin laid beside the two-headed creature while falling asleep. Rin looked at Kagome and began to talk to her. Kagome? Yes, Rin? She asked. Has Inuyasha ever loved you? It was a sad question. Kagome looked away with a sad look on her face. She began to shake her head and tell her, "Well, Inuyasha never loved me, Rin," she murmured. "He just treated me like a slave, or even his shard detector. I just hate the way Inuyasha was being disrespectful to me. I thought he loved me when we both traveled together to find the jewel shard." "I understand," Rin murmured back. "Does he love somebody, Kagome?" She sighed, glancing down her honey-brown eyes as she remembered her past. Flashback. She went to follow the soul collectors and went to go hide in the bushes. She saw the familiar man with long white hair, white ears, and amber eyes. She knew it was Inuyasha, who went to go sneaking around to see Kikyo, the dead Miko, and the soul collector. Inuyasha? Why is he sneaking away for? Is it because he still loves her more than me? "Inuyasha, do you love someone else more than me?" Kikyo questioned him, giving him a beautiful smile on her face that made Kagome feel a bit depressed. Does she mean me? Kagome heard him chuckle. "Kikyo, I never loved that wench like Kagome," he told her. "I love you more than ever." When he told her everything about his confessions, they then pressed their lips against each other's, which made Kagome cry. "Inuyasha, how could you?" Kagome then ran away from those two lovebirds. How could Inuyasha say that to me? And how could he say that he loves her more than me? Flashback ends. Kagome sighed sadly. "I don't want to talk about it, Rin," she murmured, giving her a smile on her face. "The past is the past. We have to move on. We can't worry about everything." "Okay, Kagome," Rin said. "We should get some rest," Kagome told her. "Tomorrow will be the day." Rin smiled. "Okay." After the conversation, the two of them were getting some rest as they cuddled up with each other. Kagome wrapped her right arm around Rin's shoulders, then they began to fall asleep. Kagome wondered how her friends were doing after she has gone away from the group for almost 2 days. The next day. It was morning. Kagome and Rin went to the forest to pick some berries and herbs for medicine. Kagome thought Rin was a good helper while picking some blueberries together. Kagome had told Sashomerus and Jokin that they wanted to make blueberries in Japanese food for breakfast, which means Sashomerus was fine with it. Kagome brought her sacred arrow just in case if she and Rin were in danger. All of a sudden, she heard a noise from the bush. Kagome spun around slowly as she sensed something. "I can sense the shards, but I wonder what the demon looks like," she thought as she stared at the bushes. Rin noticed there was something wrong with Kagome. She stood beside her, then tipped her green skirt. "Kagome, what's wrong?" she asked as she sounded a bit nervous. "I don't know, Rin," she murmured, "but something isn't right here." When Kagome got closer to the bush, she saw something was approaching them from the bushes. They knew it was the bear. "Bear!" Rin screamed in horror. The bear roared as it approached them. Kagome had sensed the shards were inside of its forehead. She noticed it was the demon bear. "Run, Rin!" Kagome shouted, pushing her away, then running away from the bear. They ran as fast as they could. They headed to the bramble bushes where it was safe, but they headed to the big cave where Rin will be safer. Well, some bears live in the cave when the child wasn't here in the cave. Kagome had no choice but to put Rin in the cave. Kagome had a plan for how to distract the bear. She grabbed the rock, then threw it at the bear. She watched the bear turn its head and noticed it was her who threw the rock. "Hey over there!" Kagome shouted at the bear. "Come and get me!" The bear roared, then began to chase her down. Kagome ran as fast as she could when she headed to the cliff. She stood at the edge of the cliff as she glanced down at the river. It reminded her of the past when Inuyasha tried to kill her. He pushed her off the cliff, then fell into the big river. She snapped out of her thoughts and saw the bear was approaching her. Suddenly, she glanced at the small bridge where she can cross it. She headed to the bridge, then ran for her life as the bear is still chasing her. But she stopped. She needed to get the shard from the bear's forehead. She pulled out the sacred arrow slowly, then pointed at the bear's head. She tried to take a deep breath while focusing on herself. As she was ready to take a shot, she let go of the string, and then the arrow hit the bear in the forehead that made it scream in pain. When the bear died, the small bridge ended up falling apart and the bear fell into the big river. She watched the bear's body flooding in the river. It ended up landing on the riverbank. She was glad she didn't lose the shard. Kagome jumped in the river and headed toward the bear's body. She picked the shard and then purified it with her bare hands. Now that wasn't so bad, was it? After this, she headed back to the cave where Rin was safe. When she checked out to see if Rin was okay, she noticed there is something wrong. There was a silent treatment inside the cave. She went inside the cave and realized Rin was gone. Chapter 5. Rescuing Rin. If you all want to know what happened to Rin, well, here's a flashback before Kagome left her in the cave. Rin sat alone in the cold cave by herself while waiting for Kagome to return right before defeating the bear. Rin saw the monk coming through the cave and saw her sitting alone. The old monk noticed Rin was an orphan, which means he could bring her to safety. "Little girl, come with us," the old monk said, approaching her. Rin looked at the monk, then looked away. "I'll be fine by myself," she told the monk, glancing down at the rocky ground. Without a warning, she was being carried by the monk and brought to the other monks. Rin struggled to break free, but there was no use. He won't let her go, and Rin wanted to scream for Kagome. "Let me go!" Rin begged. "Put me down! I want Kagome! I want Kagome and Lord Sashomerus!" "Why do you struggle from your saviors?" the old monk asked, glancing down at the little girl. "Because I'll be fine by myself," Rin said with an angered look on her face. "I only want Kagome and Lord Sashomerus." "I've heard enough from you, stubborn little girl," the old monk snapped, walking towards the other monks who were standing in the line. "Sashomerus!" Kagome yelled out his name, running towards the demon dog and the green light creature Jockin. When she stopped running, she was panting heavily in front of them. "Kagome?" Sashomerus blinked in surprise. "Kagome, what's wrong?" Jockin asked worryingly. "And where's Rin?" Kagome felt her tears falling down from her eyes. Sashomerus knew she was crying because she blamed herself for leaving Rin behind. "Rin's been taken," Kagome cried as she covered her face. "I'm so sorry. I didn't protect Rin. When I sent Rin to the cave, I noticed she was taken. This is all my fault and I didn't protect her." Sashomerus walked towards her, then embraced her to stop making her cry. She blinked her honey brown eyes, glancing up at his face in surprise. "Don't blame yourself, Kagome," he said with a soft voice. "It's not your fault. We'll find Rin no matter what." "I bet the monks from the village have taken Rin. I know it," Jockin pointed out. Kagome gleamed her eyes. "You sure?" "Yes, I'm positive," Jockin said. "Right before we stayed in the village, I saw the monks were looking right at us and noticed we're demons. But you and Rin were not demons." Sashomerus started to walk away and told them, "Then let's go save Rin," he said. "We don't have much time." Kagome watched him leaving in confusion. "Right now?" He glanced his eyes at her, then nodded his head. "Yes, now." Back with Rin. "You'll be sorry when Lord Sashomerus and Kagome show up," Rin shouted, still struggling to break free from the old monk's left arm. But he was still holding her. "Be quiet, child," the old monk commanded her with a frown look on his face. Rin then began to yell out their names, calling out for help. "Lord Sashomerus! Kagome!" She called out their names in echo. "Please help me!" "Lord Sashomerus and Kagome, huh?" he murmured. Suddenly, the monk then heard a noise from the bushes. He began to throw the Japanese word tags at the bushes, then there was an explosion. When it exploded in the trees, they noticed Sashomerus has finally arrived to save Rin. All the monks were in shock to see Sashomerus survive the explosion. "Lord Sashomerus, you came," Rin said happily. Sashomerus glared at the monk as the smoke disappeared. All the monks were in shock while staring at the demon dog. Rin was so happy for being rescued by Sashomerus. Rin began the struggle more. "Now let me go," she said as she kept struggling and kicking him back. "What have you done, demon?" the monk said, keeping Rin away from him. "Have you bewitched this young girl?" Sashomerus walked towards the monks as they stood still. The old monk was glaring at him while protecting this young girl from a demon like him. Suddenly, the other girl appeared from the bushes with the sacred arrow as she pointed at the monks. "Who are you, child?" the monk questioned the black-haired girl with brown honey eyes. "I'm Kagome, and we're here to bring Rin back," Kagome said, pointing at them with the sacred arrow. Sashomerus doesn't brainwash Rin. It was his job to protect Rin from danger. "So you're being bewitched by the demon too?" the monk asked as his eyes were widened. "Sashomerus would never bewitch us," Kagome said with a glaring look on her face. "Are you both her parents?" "We are, of course. She was like our daughter and younger sister to us." The monk began to glare at them. "Very well. If you two want her back," he muttered, "then perhaps we'll take very good care of you." All the monks were circling as Kagome and Sashomerus were being surrounded. Sashomerus frowned at this while the monks kept circling them as they were about to fight with them. Kagome calmed herself down as she lowered down her arrow. All of a sudden, the monks kept circling as Kagome felt dizzy by watching them. Sashomerus was glancing around at them and didn't feel dizzy. He was still standing still and waiting for the end. "Look out, Lord Sashomerus and Kagome!" Rin cried out. Without a warning, they saw them pulling out the red bane of necklace towards them and began to throw tags at Sashomerus. They didn't throw it at Kagome because she's a human. When they kept throwing the tags at him, Kagome was being held hostage. "Hey, let me go!" Kagome yelled, struggling to break free as she was hitting him with the sacred bow. "We won't let you come near the demon, child," the young monk said as he was guarding her against Sashomerus. "I will purify you with my own hands," Kagome warned them with a glaring look on her face. "If I purify you, you'll be turned into dust." "Be quiet, girl! Be gone, demon!" the old monk demanded as he brought out the glowing staff to banish Sashomerus away. There were many lightning bolts that struck him, then there were other explosions. "Sashomerus!" Kagome yelled out his name. "Lord Sashomerus!" Rin cried out his name as well before Kagome called out. Suddenly, before calling out his name, they knew it's never gonna happen until Sashomerus has survived the explosions. "Master, he's alive!" the other monks said. Sashomerus walked towards them as his amber eyes began to turn red. He pulled out the Tokijin sword and began to growl at them. "Let them go, or else you'll all die," he commanded, threatening them. Sashomerus began to transform himself, but almost turning himself into the giant demon dog like when he fought Inuyasha back at his father's grave. The old monk was in shock. "What is he?" Sashomerus growled loudly when he was glaring at the old monk. He raised his hand, and his nails began to grow with those sharp claws. His teeth became very sharp. He swings his sword and began to attack all of them. All the monks fell to the ground. The two monks finally released Rin and Kagome from taking them hostage. Sashomerus threatened the old monk more. "If you take them again, I'll kill you," he said in a growling voice. "Got it?" He nodded in terror and then ran off, leaving the two girls alone. Kagome and Rin were finally free, but finally saved Rin from being taken away from them. "Lord Sashomerus, thank you for saving us," Rin said with a smile. He glanced down at the girl. "Rin," he said to make Rin look up into his face. "Follow me if you so choose." "Yes," Rin exclaimed, following him. Kagome smiled at this as she watched them walking together. Suddenly, she sensed something. She glanced at the pink glow from the monk's pocket. She pulled it out from the pocket and saw that they had 7 shards. They have the shards. But why would they want the shards? Only demons want the shards. "Kagome, are you coming?" It was Sashomerus who called out and interrupted Kagome's thoughts. She nodded her head and ran towards him. "Yes, I'm coming." Meanwhile, back in Inuyasha's group, it's been 2 days since Kagome was gone from the group, which means Sango, Moroku, Shippo, and Kirara were worried about her. They didn't know why Kagome left after Inuyasha has told them, but they noticed this isn't right about Inuyasha's secrets. They probably knew Kagome went missing for 2 days. They never got along with Inuyasha's undead lover Kikyo because they never trusted her, and they didn't trust Inuyasha either. They knew Kikyo had planned this all along after what happened to Kagome. Sango knew she was the evil priestess that she couldn't trust. Inuyasha kept trying to make them get along with Kikyo, but they refused. They just left another village that was rumored that it had a demon problem. But there was a demon bear who was killed by a certain person. "It looks like someone has killed the bear and the monks," Inuyasha muttered as he crossed his hands inside of the long red sleeves. "How come we haven't found the shards?" "I don't know, Inuyasha," Kikyo murmured, glaring at the dead bodies. "But the only thing I do know was that there was a demon bear, and the shards were taken by a certain someone." "I think maybe it's because you're losing powers, Kikyo," Sango pointed it out. "No, she's not!" Inuyasha narrowed his amber eyes at Sango. "Then how come she hasn't sensed any shards?" Sango asked with a narrow look into her eyes at Inuyasha as Kirara mewed with the agreement. Moroku and Shippo also nodded their heads with the agreement. Inuyasha scowled at her, rolling his eyes. "If you have anyone to blame on, then blame on Kagome," he said with a growl. "Because Kagome is a brat, useless, abusive, and even a slut who always liked Koga and Hojo from her present home. You guys have always teamed up against me with Kagome, who has already been more of a pain than I can manage. With the pain I have already. Now shut up and stop blaming this on Kikyo." After Inuyasha argued with Sango, he began to walk with Kikyo, who was always there by his side. Sango doesn't like that. Sango saw the evil look on Kikyo's face while smirking at them. They didn't like that. Kirara growled at Kikyo, glaring at her. Well, if Kikyo doesn't have a sense of the shards, then that means she is losing her power. Although Kagome does have the other half of her powers. Chapter 6. Sashomeru's Unknown Feelings. "It's been 3 months, hasn't it?" Kagome asked as she stepped into the cold river and walked forward. "Yeah, it's been 3 months since you've joined us, Kagome," Rin exclaimed happily, taking Kagome by the hand as they were crossing through the river. It's been 3 months since Kagome went on a journey with Sashomeru and the others. All 4 of them were on their way to the next village that was rumored of having a demon problem. So far, they have collected 5 shards, as Kagome knew that she was ahead of Inuyasha and Kikyo. But the thing is that Kagome missed her friends. Except for Inuyasha, who betrayed her and tried to kill her, they'd take her half of the soul to get Kikyo to become alive again. But so far, Kagome still has her half of her soul and will never die. It's a good thing that Sashomeru had rescued her from the injuries and vowed to protect her. After they made it, Kagome decided to help Sashomeru to hide his demon form so nobody will recognize his demonic look. She gave him a black cloak and a hoodie to make sure he wasn't cut by the guards or the monks, just like the last time when Rin got kidnapped by the monks. Kagome vowed to keep them safe from trouble. When they made it to the hut, Sashomeru took off the cloak and sat on the big blanket and pillow. Kagome put her bag down and her sacred bow and arrows. Rin began to get some rest as she sat beside Jokin. "How about we stop in the next village and get some rest?" Kagome said with a soft smile. "Sounds like a plan, Kagome," Jokin exclaimed, pointing it out. "But first, we should get some fish and some blueberries for dinner tonight," Kagome said as she sat beside Rin and Jokin. Sashomeru nodded with agreement. "We would love to, Kagome." "Yeah, I want a fish. I want to try it because I've never eaten fish before," Rin said with a happy look on her face. "Well, perhaps I'll let you try it and see how you like it," Kagome replied, chuckling a bit. "Kagome." Sashomeru called her name to make her head turn around. "Make sure to keep Rin healthy. I do not want her to have sickness from the poisoned fish." "No problem, Sashomeru." Kagome smiled, giving him a thumbs up. "I'll make sure the fish looks healthy and clean." Sashomeru smiled back softly. "Thank you, Kagome." When she and Rin headed to the riverbank, she put on her tabi and zori, then stood up after adjusting the fish. When Kagome turned around and placed her foot on the stone, she started to fall forward. She closed her honey-brown eyes and ready for the impact. But she didn't feel the wet ground until she was wrapped in the arms around her. Kagome opened her eyes slowly. She turned around and saw that it was Sashomeru. Kagome was in shock to see his actions. Thank you, Sashomeru." "You're welcome. But be careful next time, Kagome," Sashomeru said with a smirk. Kagome had never seen him so happy before. But the question is, was Sashomeru having feelings for Kagome? Kagome didn't notice his expression, but she knew what he feels. After this, Sashomerus helped her get her feet up, and Kagome grabbed onto his kimono chest. "Well, we should start gathering some fish for dinner," Kagome said with a soft blush on her face as she smiled and glanced at his eyes. "Of course," Sashomerus replied as he stared into her beautiful honey brown eyes. He began to blush back softly when he kept staring at the young priestess. He thought she was beautiful because of her midnight black hair and autumn honey brown eyes. But he doesn't want to be fallen in love with a human just like his father did in the past. Flashback. Sashomerus went to go find his father, Lord Inu no Taisho. He's been searching for him in the forest. He can smell the scent coming from the other side of the woods, so he went to see and find out who it is. But apparently, he found his father was standing in front of a human girl, Princess Izayoi. This human girl looks like she's 15 or 19 years old when she looked younger. He noticed when Princess Izayoi had dropped the apple, she was stopped by Inu Taisho, who stood in front of her as he stared at the red apple. Izayoi thought he wanted an apple, so she passes it to him. But she was smacked in the hand to make her drop an apple by Sashomerus' father. Sashomerus just saw it when he noticed Inu Taisho wasn't interested. "Oh, I'm very sorry, sir," Izayoi stuttered nervously. "I didn't know you hated apples. I'll just leave you alone, and—" "Why should I hate apples, young one?" Inu Taisho asked her. His voice sounded too kind towards the princess. "I thought they were poison or something." "Oh, no, sir," Izayoi said. "They're not poison. It tastes like juice. Apples are good for you. I promise you it's not poison." "You don't have to call me sir, human," Inu Taisho said with a soft smile. "You can call me Inu no Taisho, but call me Inu Taisho or Toga, whatever you'd like to call me." "I'm Princess Izayoi, by the way," she replied with her beautiful red lips. "Call me Izayoi if you like." Inu Taisho began to smirk at her. "Izayoi is such a beautiful name for a young woman like you." Izayoi chuckled as she blushed softly. "Thank you, Inu Taisho. That was nice of you. But I wanted to apologize for the offerings. I merely thought you'd like them." "You don't need to apologize, Izayoi," Inu Taisho smiled kindly. "I thought apples tasted sweeter because I've tasted a lot." Izayoi smiled back as she was about to say something to him. They heard a voice was calling out the name that made her turn around. "Lady Izayoi, where are you? It's time to come back home!" A servant called out her name loudly. Izayoi bowed down to the great dog demon with a lovely smile. "It was nice to meet you, Inu Taisho," she said as she headed back to the castle where she lives. Sashomerus knew what was going on. His father has fallen for the human-like princess. He watched his father pick up an apple, then tasted it. Sashomerus doesn't understand why he has fallen in love with Princess Izayoi. He began to feel furious when he realized he never loved his mother, Inukimi. Flashback ends. After she and his father had Inuyasha, Inu Taisho had died during the battle with the dragon, and then the warrior named Takamaru, who had fallen in love with Izayoi and was jealous of him. Sashomerus started to grow hatred towards Inuyasha and his human mother because of Inu Taisho's death. First of all, he couldn't understand why Inu Taisho left his mother with that human woman like Izayoi, then bore him a son. Second of all, he couldn't understand why his foolish half-brother Inuyasha would choose a dead priestess like Kikyo over poor Kagome. He soon realized that Kagome was indeed a beautiful young girl. Sashomerus knew she was kind towards Rin and Jockin and helped them out on their journey. He saw the way Kagome treated Rin kindly and how she was taking care of her. Although Kagome helped everyone out, while healing the sick people and injured people. She was powerful as well, like a priestess. He noticed that when he saw the way she defeated demons on her own with the sacred arrows. "What's this feeling?" Sashomerus questioned himself in his thoughts. "I'm not falling for a human like Kagome. I'm not gonna be just like my father back then. Even though I couldn't believe my foolish little brother would abandon her for the dead priestess." Later that night, after they were done fishing, they headed back to the hut and set the fire to heat the fishes. They heard the crickets singing from outside in the field loudly. It was just nighttime. It was always like this whenever they camped out in the woods. but they were still inside of the hut and cooking some fish. After they were done cooking it, they began to eat. Rin began to taste it, and when she took a bite, she tasted it, and it was amazing. Kagome was happy to see that Rin was loving it. "Sashomaru?" Kagome called, breaking the silence. Sashomaru turned his head at her. Do you ever miss your father before what happened during the battle?" Kagome asked him, as she didn't want him to feel stress. Sashomaru sighed deeply and softly. "Yes," he told her. "Every time I kept visiting my father's grave, I asked myself why my father had given Inuyasha the Tetsaiga sword. My father wanted me to have the Tenseiga. Sword. All I ever wanted was the Tetsaiga sword, but my father refused for me to have the sword. This is why I've grown hatred towards Inuyasha for having the Tetsaiga sword." "Sashomaru, you don't have to hate Inuyasha," Kagome said as she placed her hands onto his. "But I know why Inuyasha betrayed me by taking the half of my soul, then bringing it back to Kikyo to live again. Sashomaru, you don't just blame Inuyasha and his mother for causing your father's death. Blame it on the dragon who wounded your father." She heard Sashomaru chuckle. "Why should I?" "Well, because I want you to blame the Ryokotse dragon who caused his death," Kagome said as she glanced at his eyes. "Not Inuyasha and his mother. They would never do that." "I agree with you, Kagome," Rin said with an agreement look on her face.
"Rin, don't take Kagome's side. Inuyasha is the one who caused his father's death. And even though Inuyasha tried to kill Kagome,"
Jokin yelled at Rin, pointing at the staff. "That's not true, Jokin," Rin argued. "Inuyasha and his mother would never cause him his death. It was the dragon who did it." Sashomaru glanced his amber eyes calmly at Jokin, who argued back.
"You stupid girl, you don't get it. Inuyasha is such a jerk, and a brutal one who has picked the dead priestess over Kagome and then tried to kill her."
Suddenly, Jokin was hit in the back of his head by Sashomaru, who interrupted their argument about the Ryokotse and Inuyasha who caused his father's death. Although Sashomaru gets annoyed by their argument, he does still care for Rin and Kagome. "Jokin, shut up and never speak of the past again," Sashomaru demanded him sharply, which made Jokin scared.
Yes, my lord,"
Jokin stuttered nervously, then he stopped talking about the past. Sashomaru turned his head at her. "Kagome." "Yes?" "Do you ever miss your group? Even Inuyasha?" Sashomaru questioned her curiously. Kagome sighed sadly and nodded her head. "Yes, I do," she murmured. "I miss my friends, except Inuyasha and Kikyo, who tried to kill me." "I see," Sashomaru murmured back, softening his eyes. "Kagome, how many shards do we have?" Kagome looked at them with the bare hand she was carrying. "There is only 5 of them," she said, glancing at it. "But, first of all, Sashomaru, I plan to defeat Naraku and then take the Shikon jewel that he has stolen from us. But Kikyo did it. She's the one who took the Shikon jewel and then gave it to Naraku. That's why I plan to defeat Naraku on my own before Inuyasha drove me into the cliff and I almost died." Sashomaru blinked his eyes a bit. "Are you saying that Inuyasha won't let you go along by yourself because he thought you were weak?" Kagome nodded. "Sometimes, but all I ever wanted to be was stronger than Naraku, so I'll be finally taking the jewel then restoring it." "We can help you defeat Naraku, Kagome," Rin said, sitting next to her. "Lord Sashomaru fought bravely, and maybe he can protect you from Naraku." She smiled at the little girl kindly. "Thank you, Rin." "Let's get some rest, everyone," Sashomaru murmured, standing up straight. "We have a long journey tomorrow." They nodded in agreement. After they were done eating the fish, they put the fire down, then getting some rest. Jokin sat beside the wall and began to fall asleep. Kagome laid beside Rin. Sashomaru laid on the big white fluffy tail as he wrapped it around him. He glanced at the girls who were sleeping together. He smirked at this, then closed his eyes softly and he began to fall asleep. Sashomaru thought it wasn't a bad job for protecting Kagome and Rin from danger. Disclaimer. Some of the content in this fanfic may be a little bit too excessive for the younger viewer. You have been warned. Chapter 7. Kiss Under the Moon. Kagome and Sashomaru were fighting against the demon snake that was threatening the villagers. The two thought the jewel shard might be involved. Just when they found the snake's stomach, Kagome had sensed the jewel shard with her very own eyes. So right now, they were fighting the last demon snake inside the hut. However, Sashomaru used his long claws, then swiped towards it and killed it. Kagome decided to aim her arrow at the demon snake, then released the arrow. When the two demon snakes are dead, Kagome sensed another shard inside of its forehead. She used the sacred arrow, then stabbed it through its forehead. She pulled the shard out, then purified it with her bare hands. Sashomaru had cut the demon snake's guts out of its stomach, then took the shard to give it to Kagome, who can purify it. "Thanks, Sashomaru," Kagome said with a smile. Sashomaru nodded. He spun around and called out to Jockin and Rin to come out. However, the two of them were hiding in the tree to be away from the demon snakes. "Sashomaru fought bravely!" Rin exclaimed happily, running towards them. "We have 7 shards to go," Kagome said as she finished purifying the jewel shards. "Now, there's only one way to find a way to defeat Naraku. And we can get the jewel back from the mean old Naraku," Rin pointed out. Kagome nodded. "You're right, but all we need to do is bring Kohaku back to his sister Sango. It's the only way to save him from Naraku and the tainted jewel shard." "But what will happen to Kohaku when you pull out the shard? Will he die?" Rin asked her, sounding more worried. She smiled at her and told her, "Don't worry, Rin. Kohaku won't die. I'll find a way to save his life from Naraku's control." Rin exclaimed, circling excitedly. "Kagome." "Huh?" Kagome spun her head around and saw Sashomaru approached her. "We should get some rest after we had fought 2 demon snakes. Then we'll continue to have a long journey," Sashomaru said. Kagome nodded with a smile. "Sure, Sashomaru." When she looked at the shards, they only have 7 shards since they had found at least 7 of them. Kagome had to admit that Sashomaru was a helper and always took care of her and Rin. After informing the village leader that the 2 demon snakes were destroyed, they began to celebrate their new heroes who both saved the village. The 2 warriors, Sashomaru and Kagome, got rewards from the villager's leader. Although they brought them some gifts, with clothing and 2 seashells, Kagome knew she had loved the seashell necklace with her own life, even though the villagers were from the beach village and the forest village. Sashomaru and Kagome knew their home of the village was so big. They also gave Rin and Jockin gifts with necklaces and clothing. The leaders explained to Sashomaru and the others about the clothing that was made by the villagers. The villagers also collected the seashells from the beach and made them as necklaces. When all 4 of them had their gifts, the villagers' leader invited them to stay the night in the treehouse. During that time, when Kagome puts Rin to sleep, she started to have feelings for the demon dog Sashomaru. But she wasn't sure that she should pursue it. After all, her first love tried to kill her to take half of her soul for Kikyo. However, she could tell Sashomaru wouldn't kill her for anything. "Sashomaru?" Kagome checked him and found him sitting outside on the roof staring at the stars. "Sashomaru, do you want something to eat? I'll make something for you." "No thanks," Sashomaru replied. "Although, I don't eat humans' food." "Right. Sorry," Kagome said as she glanced down her eyes at the floor where she stood near the window. "I thought maybe you would want some ramen noodles." "You don't have to apologize, Kagome. There's nothing to be afraid of. Would you like to sit next to me?" Sashomaru said with his amber eyes gone softened. She blushed a bit, then nodded her head. She sat next to Sashomaru and looked above at the bright stars. "Wow," she exclaimed quietly as she stared at the nightfall. She also stared at the beautiful blue moon filled with bright light and starlights. Sashomaru glanced his eyes at her. "So, Kagome, shouldn't you be in bed? You look tired." She sighed sadly, looking down at the roof as it was filled with leaves. "I can't sleep. When I put Rin to sleep, I don't want to have another nightmare again." "Something on your mind?" Sashomaru asked her curiously, coming to her side. Kagome nodded, running her arms softly. "Yeah, I was just thinking of my friends. Except for Inuyasha. I wish I can see them again, because I've missed them." Sashomaru gave her a soft smile. "I'm sure you'll see them again, and I'm sure they'll miss you as well." "Yes, but what if we run into them and Inuyasha tries to kill me again like he did last time?" What if you're not here to protect me? Kagome asked him nervously. He began to touch her head to make her calm. Don't worry, Kagome, he said with a soft smile. I'll protect you from my foolish little brother. He won't get in your way. Kagome smiled softly at his words. Sashomaru was right. He will always be there for her to be overprotective. Thank you, Sashomaru, Kagome said as she gave him a kiss on his left cheek that made his eyes gone widened and he blushed heavily. When Kagome left him alone outside on the roof, he glanced his eyes at her and touched his cheek softly. He didn't understand why he has feelings for the human. But he never is like his father, who fell in love with the human princess Izayue. But he couldn't help to fall in love with the young priestess, Kagome Higurashi. Chapter 8. The Dream and the Vision. After Kagome left Sashomaru alone outside on the tree roof, she decided to lay down on the bed and get herself rest. She hoped she doesn't have a nightmare. But Sashomaru was there to protect her from Inuyasha. She couldn't stop but remember how she kissed Sashomaru on the cheek. Kagome sighed tiredly. Come on, Kagome, she scolded herself in her thoughts. Stop thinking about him. It's been 3 months since I kept on thinking of Sashomaru, but it's never going to happen. She sighed at this, resting upon the pillow with the back of the head. Kagome closed her eyes slowly and began to dream. Kagome's dream. She slowly opened her eyes. Kagome wore something. She wore her brown coat, dark blue jeans, and black boots with long white socks. She has a red scarf around her neck. She looked at the flowing snowflake and looked above. She knew it was snowing outside. Kagome didn't understand why it was snowing outside. She didn't feel cold, although she knew it was just a dream. Kagome realized she was in the town. Was she home? Was she back in Tokyo? Her era? Kagome. She heard a smooth voice called out her name. She spun around and saw it was Sashomaru. Sashomaru? Why are you here, and why are you waiting for me? Kagome asked him in shock. Sashomaru took a step forward towards her and gave her a soft smile. I needed to see you again. Again? What do you mean again? And how did he get out of the sacred well? Kagome wondered in thoughts, staring at his beautiful golden eyes. She walked towards him closely and gazed into his face. You needed to see me? Of course I did, Sashomaru said kindly. Kagome began to smile as she felt her eye stalks are filling up with wet tears. Sashomaru, I think I'm in love with you. Sashomaru widened his eyes in shock. Kagome knew she said something wrong. She felt being grabbed in the wrist by Sashomaru, then pulled her into an embrace. Kagome was in shock by his actions. What took you so long to figure that out? Sashomaru asked quietly as he wrapped his arms around her tightly. When he stopped embracing her, he looked into her beautiful honey brown eyes and leaned into her face. I knew I loved you before I even saved your life. Kagome felt his lips pressed against hers softly. She closed her eyes slowly and began to feel relaxed with passion. Kagome saw Sashomaru was standing outside in the field. She knew she was sent back to the feudal era. She noticed they were at Kaede's village. Did they return to the village? Did her friends miss her? Except for Inuyasha and even Kikyo? She began to call out his name. Sashomaru! She knew Sashomaru could hear her voice. She ran towards her, then took him by a hand. Kagome stood beside him and looked into his face. They felt the breeze blowing their clothing and their hair. He wrapped his fingers around hers as they both smiled at each other. During the night, Kagome took her Miko dress slowly, then dropped it on the floor. She smiled at Sashomaru softly. She felt a bit nervous about doing this. She blushed heavily, covering her breasts with her arms. She looked down and felt way too nervous. Are you sure you want to do this? Is this what you want? I could hurt you, Sashomaru said as he undresses with his kimono and armors. Kagome smiled at him. I'm sure, but I can handle the pain. She walked towards him. Kagome pressed her lips against his, closing her eyes. Sashomaru felt relaxed, but closed his eyes softly. 5 hours later, Kagome laid beside Sashomaru as she laid on his strong chest. She couldn't believe this is happening to her. Kagome had her virginity taken by Sashomaru. She couldn't help but smile. She always felt relaxed when Sashomaru was always here for her. Kagome? Sashomaru approached her as Kagome found herself picking the herbs with Reinin Kaede. She wore her same red and white miko. Kagome didn't wear her ponytail as Kikyo does, just a beautiful, long, black-blue silky hair. She turned her head at him. "Oh, hi, Sashomaru," she greeted him kindly. "Kagome, may I speak to you for a moment?" Sashomaru asked her. "Sure," Kagome said. She went to follow him in the field as she wanted to make sure he doesn't do something bad to her. When they both stopped, they began to have their conversation. Kagome knew he wanted to speak. "So, Sashomaru, what is it you wanted to talk about?" "Kagome, I want to ask you something. Something very important," Sashomaru said nervously. She took a step close and looked into his eyes. "What is it?" "Kagome, will you be my mate?" Kagome gasped in surprise. She couldn't help but smile excitedly, although she thought he hated humans and didn't protect them. But turned out he was in love with her and decided to protect her from Inuyasha. She nodded her head. "Yes, of course I will." Sashomaru was happy to hear her saying this. He pressed his lips against hers as they held on to each other's hands. Kagome was so glad she became his human mate. Kagome screamed in pain. She laid on the bed feeling anxious. She found herself laying on the bed in pain and giving birth to Sashomaru's child. She knew it's going to be a half-demon like Inuyasha. As she kept screaming, Kagome moved her hand and grabbed someone's hand. She looked up and knew it was Sashomaru who was there for her. "Sashomaru," she cried out in pain. "It's okay, Kagome. I'm here for you," Sashomaru answered, holding her hand tightly. Kagome began to scream more when she could feel her core was badly ripping her apart in pain. When she stopped screaming, she felt the pain was fading away slowly as she and Sashomaru can hear the infant was crying. Kagome rolled her head and stared at the baby with black hair and dog ears. "Congratulations, Kagome. It's a beautiful baby girl," Kaede cheered as she cleaned off her blood from the baby. Kagome felt happy when she and Sashomaru had a daughter and finally had a family together. She wrapped the warm, clean blanket around the baby, then passed it to her. Kagome looked at the baby girl, who finally stopped crying. She couldn't help but smile at her daughter. She wrapped her arms around her. "She's beautiful. She doesn't look much like you, Sashomaru," Kagome said as she kept staring at her. Sashomaru chuckled softly as he smiled. "What should we name her?" Her name? Her name is going to be Ayane," Kagome said as she named her daughter Ayane. Her name was the meaning of color sound. "Ayane is a perfect name," Sashomaru said. Kagome giggled happily. "Ayane will, when she's older, her hair will grow beautiful like mine, and she'll have your eyes." He kissed her on the forehead and smiled at her. "I love you, Kagome." Kagome smiled back. "I love you too, Sashomaru." Kagome's dream ends. She gasped as she opened up her eyes. Kagome didn't believe it. She had a dream of Sashomaru who fell in love with her and ended up having a family. She barely remembers she had a daughter and named her Ayane. She thought having a baby girl and naming it Ayane was something she liked and wanted. What was that for? Was it all just a dream? Kagome thought as she got off the bed and saw the sun was rising. It was very bright outside. "I don't understand. What is happening to me? I mean, I still can't stop thinking about Sashomaru. Was it a vision? Or was it a dream?" Chapter 9. A Real Kiss. It's been 3 weeks since they stayed in the village, but Kagome had a strange dream of having a family with Sashomaru. Kagome doesn't understand, but she couldn't stand how she has those feelings for him. She thought she first fell in love with the traitor Inuyasha, who was her first crush. But turned out, Her feelings were mixed up, and she liked Sashomaru. Although she thought maybe she and the others would be able to defeat Naraku, then take the jewel and save Kohaku from his control. Sashomaru would be stronger than Naraku. Except for Inuyasha. He's not. Inuyasha always wanted to defeat or kill Naraku to complete the jewel. But that's not going to happen. And do you all know why? Inuyasha is a complete idiot because he always interrupts their battle when she overheard Sashomaru fought against Naraku to rescue Rin. Inuyasha always hated his older brother when he's around all the time. Kagome knew he was a jerk. She doesn't mind Sashomaru at all when he's around with Jokin and Rin. Right now, the four of them are heading in the middle of the forest. They stopped for a second and began to unpack their stuff. Rin was hungry. Kagome has to cook for her. Sashomaru sat beside the tree and watched over them while Kagome was cooking vegetable soup. He still thinks Kagome was such a good person who always takes care of Rin. Jokin was standing around and holding his long staff. Sashomaru knew Kagome always settled in with Rin and Jokin.
Kagome, what are we having?
Jokin questioned her curiously. Kagome smiled. I'm cooking vegetable soup. It's a human food, which means me and Rin are humans.
Oh, right. Although Lord Sashomaru doesn't eat human food at all. He only eats demon food,
Jokin pointed it out. Well, Sashomaru doesn't eat at all. Plus, he uses his energy to keep his strength up, Kagome said. Yeah, Lord Sashomaru is the strongest of them all, and he fought bravely, Rin said with an excited smile. Jokin sighed at this.
Well, you girls may be right, but I don't want Lord Sashomaru to starve to death.
Don't worry, Jokin. Sashomaru is fine, and he won't be starving to death, Kagome said with a giggle. Sashomaru always kept watching them talk. He didn't understand the feelings. He liked Kagome first of all, but all he ever hated was all humans. But he still doesn't understand. It's been almost 4 months since he vowed to protect Kagome from Inuyasha, who betrayed her. Inuyasha wasn't her protector anymore. Sashomaru was. It was the first time protecting Kagome and Rin. He sighed at this as he remembered something. Flashback. Sashomaru went outside in the garden and saw his mother Inukimi watch his father Inu Taisho flying off to the sky. He noticed he went to go see the human girl Princess Izayoi that he met from before. Was his father having an affair with Izayoi without his mother's knowledge? Does his mother know what was with him? Sashomaru walked towards his mother and began to question her as he stared at the sky where Inu Taisho flew off to with his giant demon dog form. Mother, where is father going? Sashomaru asked. Oh, your father has went to go visit the human, the one like all humans. Sashomaru blinked his golden eyes in shock. He began to frown angrily as he knew his father was having an affair with the human girl. Inukimi interrupted his thoughts. It won't do you any good to follow him, my son. You're too young to understand such weaknesses, Sashomaru. Sashomaru glared at this. He turned away with a hateful look on his face. I can't believe he would do this to Mother. How could he just have an affair with that human princess? This is ridiculous. Me? Too young to understand? No, I don't think so. I'm not a little boy anymore, Mother. I don't understand why Father left you with that stupid human. One day, Father, I'll get rid of that human bitch. This Princess Izayoi. Sashomaru. Inukimi interrupted him again. Sashomaru stopped glaring. He spun around and looked into his mother's face. Mother? My son, you don't have to feel angry towards Inu Taisho. He is your father after all, and he loves you. He would never hate you because he cares a lot about you. You won't feel the hatred towards your father. You're still his son, and he still loves you. Don't forget that, Inukimi said with a soft smile. What if I don't, Mother? He asked Inukimi. Then you'll have to get used to it. One day you'll understand the feelings, and one day you'll find someone to protect as your father does. Sashomaru, that is in your heart, and you will understand someday, Inukimi said. He softened his eyes, glancing down, then closing them softly. Why would I be the reason to protect someone else? I don't have someone to protect, Mother. I'm sorry, but I don't feel the same way like Father does. Flashback ends. Too young? No. Not young, Mother. Too wise. Too strong to even begin to. And yet, Sashomaru thought, glancing down at his claws. He began to squeeze his fist and began to tremble a bit. And yet, the warmth of her still lingers. It has been almost 4 months, and I can feel it on my cheeks still. Kissing me beneath my cheeks makes me feel for the human priestess Kagome. I don't understand everything, Mother. What does it mean? Sashomaru? When his thought was interrupted, he spun his head around and saw Kagome was standing beside him. Huh? He asked. Do you want something? I'll make you some demon food, Kagome said. Sashomaru shook his head. No, thank you. I'll be fine. She smiled at him kindly. Okay, but if you want anything, let me know. When Kagome was about to walk away, he glanced at his eyes and began to call out her name. Kagome. He called her name to give her attention. Yeah? Why are you being so kind to me? I don't understand the feelings, Sashomaru said curiously. What do you mean, Sashomaru? What I mean is, after you kissed me on the cheek, I began to have feelings for you. But I can't understand this. I first hated humans, but I began to feel soft on you both. But I still don't understand. I'm supposed to hate humans, Sashomaru muttered, blushing softly a bit. Kagome began to smile. It's because you care about us, Sashomaru. You don't have to feel hatred towards Inuyasha, his human mother Izayoi, and even your father. All you care about is protecting the people who were around you like us. Besides, I care a lot about you and the others. You're the one who's here to protect me from Inuyasha. You promised to protect me. That is the feeling that you wanted, to protect someone like me and Rin, and even care about us. Is that so, Kagome? She nodded. Of course. You don't have hatred in you. You have a pure heart in you. You have me and Rin to protect. That's the reason, Sashomaru. You have the true feelings within you. I see. Thank you for telling me this, Kagome, Sashomaru said with a smile. No problem, but I'm happy you'd understand the feelings, Kagome said. Although, Sashomaru, I have feelings for you too. I kissed you because you deserved it. He began to chuckle softly. Thank you. After a long journey, they began to have a campfire in the dark forest. Rin looked exhausted, so Kagome has to put her to sleep. Kagome was exhausted too. She spun around and saw Sashomaru was sitting behind the tree and staring at the bright stars from the sky. Kagome kept thinking about what led her to stay with Sashomaru and the others. It was true in many ways that he wasn't his younger half-brother Inuyasha at all. She sighed at the thought and got up from the bed and went outside. Sashomaru? Yes, Kagome? Sashomaru asked as he spun his head around. Is it alright if I can sleep with you for tonight? Kagome asked him curiously. He nodded. Of course. Kagome smiled. Thanks. Kagome and Sashomaru were laying down in his long, big, fluffy tail. She looked up at the moon as well. She then felt Sashomaru touch her left cheek. She turned to see him and saw his beautiful golden eyes glaze over with an emotion that Kagome had longed to see in one who held a certain type of feeling towards her. Sashomaru reached out and placed his hand on his left cheek with his thumb caressing her cheek. Kagome felt her cheeks turn red at Sashomaru's touch. It was consoling as he brushed his thumb back and forth on her blushed cheek. Then, he placed his other hand on her right cheek. Then he leaned forward and pressed his lip against hers. Kagome knew it wasn't a dream. It was real. She was kissed by Sashomerus on her lips. Kagome closed her eyes softly as his lips consumed hers under the night of the blue moon. Kagome? What is it? She asked him curiously as her face blushed. What do you think of a kiss? Sashomerus asked her with a smirk. Kagome smiled at him softly. It was amazing. Can I kiss you again? She chuckled, nodding her head. Yes. Kagome then leaned forward and kissed his lips softly as Sashomerus kissed back. After they kissed, Sashomerus touched her beautiful silk black blue hair with his fingers, then pressed it on his lips. Will you be mine now, Kagome? Kagome blushed heavily, watching him pressing his lips against her hair. She glanced her eyes away and smiled happily. Of course, Sashomerus, she whispered as she began to embrace him softly. They both pressed their lips at each other in return. Kagome couldn't believe it was real. This wasn't a dream. It was real. Kagome was in love with her demon dog protector, Lord Sashomerus of the Western Land. That was so fucking cute. Chapter 10. The Curse and the Truth Revealed. Kagome rolled her head, feeling something painful in her headache. She woke up and found herself alone in the darkness. She didn't know what was going on, but there was a certain figure standing behind her. Kagome turned around and saw the unfamiliar woman with silver hair with blue eyes and red lips. Tsubaki, Kagome growled as she glared at her furiously. She remembered how the woman had cursed her with the tainted shards to kill Inuyasha, but Tsubaki has returned. Although Kagome didn't know what happened from the last time she heard she disappeared. What are you doing here? I thought you were dead. Tsubaki giggled evilly. Well. The young priestess who ends up falling in love with the demon dog Sashomerus, she smirked. That's a shame for leaving Inuyasha and the group behind. Says who? My heart will never belong to Inuyasha. My heart belongs to Sashomerus. Now wipe that smirk off your face, Tsubaki, Kagome shouted, still glaring at the dark priestess. Tsubaki walked towards her slowly as Kagome backed away. You may fall in love with Sashomerus instead of Inuyasha, but I'm here to warn you, Kagome. You are bound to whoever and whatever saves your life, but you must lose your heart to them, or darkness will befall you. Remember, Kagome, if you ever fall in love with Sashomerus, you will surely die in the hands of someone who betrayed you. When Tsubaki spoke to the young priestess, she began to walk into the darkness with an evil smirk on her lips. Wait, what do you mean? Come back! Kagome shouted, running towards her, but she ended up fading away. Kagome? She heard a voice say her name. Kagome felt warmth wrapped around her as the sun began to rise in the sky and peek through the leaves of the tree that she and Sashomerus had slept together under. She only opened her eyes and held her breath when she saw Sashomerus was staring at her. Her face turned cherry red as she noticed Sashomerus was holding her close to his chest. He was staring at Kagome in her sleep for a little longer. She had to admit that he looked quite handsome when he was watching her. Good morning, Sashomerus, Kagome greeted with a soft smile. Good morning, Sashomerus greeted back. He held her closer and placed his lips against hers. Kagome felt like she was on fire as Sashomerus held her close while kissing her softly. He was such a gentleman. His lips are gentle. Even though, when she was with Inuyasha, he would be a gentleman instead of treating her like his slave and even his shard detector. Sashomerus let go of her lips and started to stare at her beautiful icy blue eyes, which, by the way, author's note, instead of golden amber brown eyes, we're gonna go with blue eyes from now on. How was your first night outside? Sashomerus smirked. Beautiful, Kagome said with a smile. Later on that day, the four decided to go on the next journey to see if they could find any clues in regards to the next shard. From Kagome's point of view, she remembered in her dreams when she saw Tsubaki standing in the darkness and warned her about the visions. She doesn't understand. Who will kill Kagome? Will it be Inuyasha who betrayed her for leading her to death? Or will it be Sashomerus? But Sashomerus had never hurt nor betrayed her. He was her protector. When they all left the forest, Sashomerus noticed there was something wrong with Kagome. He began to walk beside her and held her hand softly. Kagome, what's the matter with you? Is something wrong? Sashomerus asked her, sounding a bit worried. Kagome gave him a soft smile. Nothing's wrong, Sashomerus. It's probably just a weird dream. That's all. Sashomerus sighed deeply. He smiled back at her softly. All right, Kagome. I thought there was something that has happened to you. They arrived at a fork in the road. One leads to a nearby village, while the other would lead to an even longer road. You don't need to worry. I'm still fine. But speaking of which way should we go? Kagome asked, pointing at the roads. Sashomerus spun his head and stared at the fork in the road. We can go to the nearby village because I caught their scent. But if we go down the other, we'll be able to stop and rest for a while once again. Do you sense any shards, Kagome? Rin asked her. Kagome shook her head. No, I don't, Rin. Then let's go to the nearby village, Sashomerus said as the two girls followed him. Except for Jockin. He doesn't like humans all the time. Okay, Kagome answered. Jockin sighed in disbelief. Why do we always have to go to the human village? He asked himself as he followed them to the nearby village. There was a young girl here earlier who went after the jewel shard. Meanwhile, with Inuyasha's group, the village leader informed them as Moroku and Sango, along with Shippo and Kirara, went to the village beach alone, while Inuyasha and Kikyo were waiting for them near the edge of the village. They wanted to ask the leader if there had been any rumors of the jewel shard or a demon prowling around. A young girl? Moroku asked in a bit of shock. Yes, quite a beautiful one too, the villager led said with a smile. What does a young girl look like? Sango asked him curiously. Long black silky hair with a tint of blue. Her eyes are icy blue like a crystal. She wore her strange green and white clothes. She was with someone else as well, he explained to them. Someone else? With who? Sango asked. Yeah, we want to know who this person looks like, Moroku pointed out. It was a young man with long silver hair with golden eyes. He looked older than a young girl. He has red marks on his cheeks, and he wore his kimono armor. I believe he's a demon, the village leader said. All four of them froze in shock. They looked at each other and knew exactly who it was. It was Sashomerus. But why was Kagome with him? It's been almost 4 months since Kagome left the group. But now she has another group. They knew Inuyasha had lied to them. It was later that afternoon after Kikyo took off walking into the forest to do something. Perfect timing to interrogate Inuyasha. When his group arrived back, they walked towards him and gave them a look with expressions. Inuyasha's ears went down when there was something wrong. Hey guys, why the faces? Did something happen out there? Inuyasha asked curiously. Inuyasha, we need to talk. The village leader told us that he saw a young girl with long black hair with icy blue eyes that purified the shard. There's only one person who fits that description. The question is, Inuyasha, why did you lie to us? Moroku said, narrowing his violet eyes at him. What? What are you talking about, Moroku? She probably decided to come back. Inuyasha lied with a nervous smile. Don't lie to us, Inuyasha. Sango threatened as she pointed the tip of the blade at Inuyasha's nose. There is something you were hiding from us, Inuyasha. Tell us the truth, or else I'll have to end you here and now. Okay, fine. You want to know why? I drove Kagome off a cliff to bring the other half of her soul back to Kikyo, Inuyasha admitted. You did what? They exclaimed in shock. Inuyasha! How could you do such a thing? Sango yelled in anger. I don't know, Inuyasha stuttered. You don't know? You don't know why you drove Kagome off a cliff to take the other half of her soul for Kikyo to be whole again? Moroku glared at him. I only remember a few pieces of the memory, I swear, Inuyasha yelped, acting like an innocent man. They all glared at him for a few seconds, and they started to pack their things. What the hell are you all doing? We're leaving, Inuyasha. You're on your own, Moroku declared. But we're in the team. We need each other. No leaving anyone behind, Inuyasha shouted. You don't need us. All you need is Kikyo, Sango added in anger. You'll be fine without us, Shippo shouted as Kirara nodded with agreement. But you can't. We're in the group. Not anymore, Inuyasha, Moroku declared as he and the others were done packing their stuff and ready to leave the group behind. Goodbye, Inuyasha. With all three of them gone, Inuyasha was now left alone and didn't say anything. He knew he was left behind and became broken. He wished to bring the group back and find the shards, but it was too late for that. Chapter 11. Kidnapped.
Sashomerus, wait up!
Kagome shouted in the hill of the mountains while running towards him. Rin was running after her as well. Jockin walked beside Sashomerus. It was now 4 months. It's been 2 weeks for now. After they stayed in the nearby village and there was no sign of the shards, they continued to move on. Kagome carried the bow and arrows with her bare hands while she and Rin kept running towards them. Rin suddenly tripped over the rock that caused her to fall into the ground. Kagome stopped for a second. She spun around and ran towards the little girl.
Rin, are you okay?
Kagome asked, helping her stand up.
I'm alright,
Rin said with a smile. Kagome gasped as she saw something. She had sensed the jewel shard. The girl saw the giant demon climb the mountains as he reached out his large hand towards them. But they both backed away from the monster as Kagome protected Rin from it. She pulled out the sacred arrow, then pointed at its forehead where the jewel was hidden inside. Kagome aimed at the monster's forehead, then shot it through its forehead, making it cause an explosion. Okay, I'm just gonna say something real quick. I love these, but the grammar is shit. They screamed as they both landed on the rocky ground. Kagome saw the shard was landing into the ground. Suddenly, there was another monster who tried to get them. Kagome! Rin! Sashomerus yelled out their names as he unleashed his sword, then slaughtered the monster. When the monster turned in the dust, he spun around and found Kagome's injury. He noticed her left arm was wounded by an explosion. Kagome groaned in pain and she began to stand up weakly. Rin helped her stand up straight. Kagome, are you okay? Sashomerus asked her. His voice sounded worried. She nodded. I'm sorry. It's okay, but be careful next time, Sashomerus said as he began to walk away.
Lord Sashomerus, can we stop for a moment? Kagome needs to heal her wounds,
Rin said. Don't worry, Rin. We'll stop in the nearby forest until we're safe, he told her. Rin nodded. Okay. After Kagome's left arm was bandaged up, she went to go see Sashomerus who sat on the tree. She noticed he looked worried. Sashomerus glanced down at the sword, squeezing it with his bare hand.
Sashomerus, are you worried? I'm sorry about this. I did my best to protect Rin,
Kagome said, sounding a bit disappointed. Sashomerus sighed deeply, glancing his eyes at her. You're fine, Kagome. But I almost lost you because the explosions nearly killed you. Kagome looked away. I know. Kagome? Sashomerus stared at her with his softened gold eyes. Do you feel safe with me? Do you feel happy with me after Inuyasha drove you off a cliff? Kagome looked away and glanced her eyes down at the ground. She held on to her left arm tightly to feel the pain a bit. Her eyes softened. Flashback. Wait, where are you going? Kagome shouted out as she followed him. Sashomerus didn't reply to her. He was just walking away from her as he headed toward the path. Kagome didn't know why Sashomerus didn't say anything back. Maybe he doesn't want to talk to her. Why are you following me, priestess? Sashomerus questioned as he glanced his amber eyes at her.
Well, I thought maybe I could go with you,
Kagome said as she followed him. Shouldn't you be back with Inuyasha and the others? Sashomerus asked her. Kagome stopped for a second. She glanced down and felt a bit sad. She didn't say anything to him. She just stands there and looks at the ground. Sashomerus began to spin his head around and looked at how Kagome was sad and lonely because of what Inuyasha had put her through. If that's the case, then follow me if you want to.
Follow you?
Kagome blinked.
But what if...
I'll protect you, Sashomerus interrupted. She blinked again.
Protect me?
If that's the case, I'll protect you from Inuyasha or other demons, Sashomerus murmured, looking away and walking away again. Kagome began to nod her head. Okay. After they both talked, Kagome walks beside him while following him around the forest. She wondered why Sashomerus decided to protect her from Inuyasha. She thought he doesn't protect anyone, except for Rin. She wondered about Rin and Jockin. She couldn't wait to meet them again. She began to speak to him.
Sashomerus?
Sashomaru turned his head at Kagome. "Thank you for protecting me," Kagome said. Sashomaru nodded with his eyes closed. Kagome thought he would say a word to her. She had never expected that Sashomaru would be the one to help her from the demons. She couldn't help but follow him by his side. Flashback ends. Kagome looked back into his eyes and began to speak to him. "Sashomaru? Sashomaru, I love you," she confessed with a smile. "You'll always be my protector, but I know you won't hurt me as Inuyasha did. I'm fine with this, honestly." Sashomaru felt her being leaned into his big fluffy tail by Kagome. He glanced his eyes at her and saw her sitting beside him. He began to touch her in the hand with his fingers. He began to hold on to it. "Kagome, I can tell by your body posture and voice that you're forcing yourself to stay by my side. But that is not an answer I'm willing to accept." Kagome blinked. "Shomaru?" He sighed, leaning close to her face. That made Kagome blush. He pressed his lips against hers softly as she began to close her eyes. He then let go of the lips. "It's all right, Kagome, but I want you to understand this. It's not like I don't love you. Are you still safe with me?" Kagome nodded slowly. "Yes, I'm safer with you guys. I just thought you loved me." "I do love you, Kagome," Sashomaru said. She blinked in shock. "Just remember this. I will always be there to protect you." Sashomaru smiled as he wrapped his arms around her shoulders. "There is no need to fear anything." "I'm not afraid. I will always love you, Sashomaru. You're the first full-fledged demon I ever cared about. I still want to thank you for protecting me from Inuyasha," Kagome said, leaning her face into his, then kissed his lips. Sashomaru felt relaxed as he kissed back and closed his eyes softly. During the night, Sashomaru stood outside on the edge of the cliff while watching over the stars from the sky. He couldn't believe he didn't protect Kagome from the explosion. To his point of view, he purposely left Kagome and Rin alone without his knowledge. Sashomaru always knew Kagome was there to protect Rin, but he blamed himself for not protecting them from demons. He was confused. He didn't sense their human aura, she and Rin's. Sashomaru knew the demon country wasn't safe. The human country was safer out there in the village. He felt his sword was trembling a bit. He held on to his sword, then squeezed it tightly. He closed his eyes and gritted his sharp teeth. "Kagome, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you." "Kagome, is Lord Sashomaru all right?" Rin asked as she sat beside her at the fire. She glanced her eyes at the young priestess. "He's been standing there for a few moments. I'm beginning to feel worried." Kagome felt the same. She was worried about Sashomaru as well. She glanced down her icy blue eyes and stared at the fire. She began to spin her head around and looked at Rin's face with a smile. "Don't worry, Rin. I'm sure he'll be fine." "That's good. But I thought you two may have had a fight, and he was upset because Lord Sashomaru has forgotten about us," Rin said. "If that's true, he must be losing his presence aura because I was cursed by the Dark Priestess Tsubaki," Kagome thought as she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. "Is it really real? Is it a dream? Oh, Sashomaru, please be okay. I don't want you to get upset." It was midnight. Kagome was half asleep as she laid beside Sashomaru and Rin to keep themselves warm with his big fluffy tail. Rin softly opened her eyes and saw the sword was trembling. It was far away from them. Sashomaru must leave his sword all by itself. Rin began to get up and walk towards it. "Sashomaru's sword," Rin whispered as she stared at the sword. Suddenly, she saw a figure was stealing the sword. She narrowed her eyes and saw a strange demon was stealing the sword. She began to follow the thief. "The demon is stealing Lord Sashomaru's sword," Rin thought as she followed it. Suddenly, Kagome woke up and found Rin was after a figure demon. She noticed Sashomaru's sword has been stolen. "Oh no, Sashomaru's sword must be stolen. I'll have to help Rin stop that thief." Kagome thought as she carefully gets up from Sashomaru's warm spot. She took her bow and arrows, then followed Rin. "Thief, stop!" Rin shouted as she ran towards the figure demon. She saw the demon drop the sword, and Rin finally grabbed it with her wide arms. She looked up and saw the strange demon was about to attack her, but she saw a light pink explosion. The demon has been shot through its head by Kagome. Kagome ran towards her and confronted her. "Rin, are you alright?" "Yes, I'm fine." But without a warning, Rin was grabbed in the waist by the giant demon bird that made her scream loudly. Kagome gasped as she aimed at the demon's forehead, but she was grabbed in the back of her shirt by the demon bird too. Kagome screamed as well. "My master wishes to see you two alone," a figure demon man with elf ears said with a smirk, who is riding on the demon bird. While the demon bird is flying towards the castle, Kagome and Rin screamed out his name. "Lord Sashomaru, help us!" Chapter 12. Sashomaru to the rescue and the end of relationships. Sashomaru woke up in the dawn. He noticed Kagome and Rin weren't with them. Their bedding spots had gone cold, as he remembers their bodies were warm, but turned out they disappeared. He began to panic. He stood up and looked around. "Kagome! Rin! Where are you?" Sashomaru shouted that made Jockin wake up.
"Lord Sashomaru, what's happening? Is something wrong?"
Jockin asked worryingly. "Kagome and Rin are gone. I can't smell their scents." "Jockin, when's the last time you've seen them?" Sashomaru asked him. Jockin looked away nervously.
"Well, I remember seeing the girl sleeping beside you, my lord."
Sashomaru gritted his teeth sharply. "Jockin, I want you to stay in the camp. I'll have to go save Kagome and Rin." Jockin nodded.
Yes, my lord."
When he headed to the tent, Sashomaru began to fly in the sky. He went searching for them to find their scents. He couldn't believe it. Kagome and Rin got kidnapped. Sashomaru floated in the air and found their scents. He can smell the scent of the demon bird and the strange demon. He noticed it was the scent of a dragon demon. He began to follow the scents. Meanwhile, with Kagome and Rin, they were both being dragged into the throne room by the demon guard. He threw them both towards the demon dragon kind that made them exclaim in pain. "Lord Drago, as requested, here are Sashomaru's women," the demon guard said with a frown. The demon dragon named Drago wore his samurai lord armor and a distinct crimson sheen. He has blue marks on his face and 2 horns on his forehead, along with his red shaggy hair. His eyes are yellow and pupils red. He has Sashomaru's sword that the demon had stolen from Sashomaru and the others. The whole room is filled with bright candles glowing with small flames. He just sat on his throne as the ruler of his kind. "We present you, Lord Drago of the Eastern Land," the servant announced to the 2 girls. They both blinked their eyes in shock. Suddenly, Kagome saw the familiar silver-haired woman with blue eyes walk towards them with an evil smirk on her face. Kagome knew it was Tsubaki, the dark priestess from her dreams. Her silver ebby snake appeared crawling all over her shoulders. "Tsubaki," Kagome growled as she protected Rin from the dark priestess and the Lord Demon Dragon. "Tsubaki, are they the ones you've been speaking of?" Drago questioned the priestess. Tsubaki nodded. "Yes, my lord. They are the ones we've been looking for, Kagome and Rin." "I see now." Drago muttered as he walked towards them. Kagome and Rin backed away from the demon dragon, and they both leaned against the wall. "Stay away from us," Kagome warned with a glare. Rin hid behind her with a fearful look on her face. Kagome saw the sword that Drago had stolen from Sashomaru. She can sense his energy power was filling up with darkness. Sashomaru's swords are now filled with evil. Kagome knew this was bad. "So you are Sashomaru's woman, correct?" Drago questioned as he pointed at her with the sword. Kagome nodded with a frown. "Yes, I am. He is my protector." "I told you not to be falling in love with Sashomaru, because you will certainly die, Kagome. Too bad you won't be alive forever, and you'll never see Sashomaru again," Tsubaki said as her eyes now glow with red. "Is that why you brought this demon dragon to kill me?" Kagome declared. "Not quite yet, Kagome. Sashomaru is losing his energy power because he's falling in love with you. When he loses his presence and his energy, he will be weakened by your love," Tsubaki told the young priestess. He'll never be too weak. Lord Sashomerus is stronger than you both, Rin snapped with a frown. Drago interrupted as he laughed out. That sensitive mutt, falling in love with a priestess like you. Too bad you now have to die without him. Kagome felt being knocked out by his so-called powerful sword. She fell to the ground and gritted her teeth to feel the pain. Kagome! Rin yelled out her name, running towards her quickly. She spun around and glared at him. How dare you! A real man would never hit a girl like that. Kagome groaned in pain, glancing up to her eyes at the little girl. Rin, get away from here. Run away. Now. Rin raised her arms towards Drago as she protected Kagome. No, I won't leave you. Wait until Lord Sashomerus will come and rescue us. She closes her eyes and waited for Drago to end her life. She can hear the sword swing towards this poor little girl and about to slay her to death. But suddenly, someone finally came here to rescue them. Rin opened her eyes and saw Drago's sword was stopped by the Tensega's sword. They knew it was Sashomerus. Lord Sashomerus! Rin exclaimed happily. Sashomerus, you came to rescue us! Kagome exclaimed too. Sashomerus clashed into his Tokijin sword, then kicked Drago into the stomach. Drago jumped in the air, then landed on the floor. Tsubaki watched as she smirked. He glared at the demon dragon. How dare you attack them like this? He growled as they both clashed their swords and glared at each other. Their swords are glaring with the thunders. Sashomerus glanced his golden eyes at them and shouted at them. Kagome, take care of Rin. I'll be there soon. Kagome nodded as she took Rin with her. They both headed to the hallway. Suddenly, Tsubaki unleashed her Ebi snake to chase after them. She smirked evilly, then faded away. Drago ran towards them and clashed his sword into the Tensega. He pushed harder with his strengths, but Sashomerus pushed back. Sashomerus felt his strength became weakened. He doesn't know what was going on. He gritted his teeth sharply. He used his powerful strength to become stronger again. Drago backed away from the demon dog. That young woman of yours, Sashomerus. We can see right through her heart. Although, I can sense you weakening. You can sure pick them. Drago said with an evil smirk. Sashomerus blinked his eyes. What do you mean? What I mean, Sashomerus, is when you ever fall in love with a young priestess, your strength and your abilities will become weaker because of this young woman's tragic. Drago said, walking towards him. Tragic? You mean Kagome will die? Drago nodded. Correct. She will die, and you will be weakened by her desires. Sashomerus growled as he gritted his teeth sharply. He ran towards him, then slashed him into his chest that made Drago grunt in pain. The blood spilled all over him. Sashomerus kicked him so hard, then pinned him against the wall. He pointed the shard at the tip of his nose. Any last words? Drago smiled at him weakly. I'll see you in hell. Sashomerus swung his sword, then stabbed him through his chest. When he stabbed his heart, Drago turned in the dust, and the Tokijin sword dropped into the ground. He walked towards it, then picked it up. But he felt his head was burning him. He dropped it and saw his hand was burnt up. Sashomerus panted heavily as he frowned at the sword. Back with Kagome and Rin, they were running in the dark hallway. They both had been searching for the exit. Kagome can sense the demonic aura. They stopped for a few seconds. They spun around and saw the silver Ebi snake was running faster. They gasped as they noticed the snake was about to attack them. But the snake had been slaughtered. Its head was chopped off. They glanced at their eyes and saw Sashomerus had slaughtered the snake. Sashomerus! They exclaimed excitedly. He stared at them with a frown. Rin knew he was frowning at Kagome. They didn't know what was going on. He began to pass them without a word, but he's just speaking to Kagome. Let's go back to the camp. Kagome looked worried. She knew Sashomerus had found out why his ability and strength had been weakening due to her tragic love. She also knew Sashomerus had found out that Kagome will die if she ever falls in love with him. They began to follow him. When they returned to the forest, it was morning time. Kagome didn't say a word. She looked down at the ground and felt disappointed. She glanced up to her eyes and saw Sashomerus was standing beside Jockin and didn't say a word. Did he hate her? Was he really angry at her? Kagome walked towards Sashomerus. She knew Rin and Jockin took off and went searching for the herbs for her injuries. She saw him spinning around and seeing his face with a frown. Why didn't you tell me? Sashomaru questioned her sharply. Kagome blinked in shock. About what? Don't make the mistake of thinking I'm an idiot. I was told by Drago that your tragedy has weakened my energy, strength, and ability. Is this true? Sashomaru said. Kagome sighed sadly, nodding her head. Yes, it's true. I had a dream of Tsubaki, the Dark Priestess. She told me if I ever fell in love with you, I will die, and your strength and your presence will be weakened. Sashomaru, do you remember when I and Rin were being attacked by the monsters and ended up getting hurt with explosions? I could sense your demonic aura was becoming weaker, and you were losing your powerful strength and ability. I bond to whoever saves my life. If I ever fall in love with you, I will die by the hands of the traitor. Sashomaru narrowed his eyes. So you've been using me? All this time you've been using me to remain my weakness? She blinked in shock. Kagome shook her head and tried to confront him. Nope, Sashomaru, it's not, Get out. She blinked again. What? Hit the road and never come back. Go find Inuyasha and your friends. I hope you'll miss them dearly. Sashomaru declared as he clutched his left fist tightly. What? No, you can't do that. You're my protector. You promised to protect me from Inuyasha. Kagome cried out as her eyes were filled with tears. I said get out! Sashomaru yelled at her, unleashing his Tokijin and pointing at her neck. There's no way I would protect a human like you. You're the one who's been using me to remain my weakness by your desires. Leave before I make you. When Sashomaru swings his sword, he didn't kill her. She almost got herself killed by Sashomaru. Kagome began to cry as she started to glare at him, with tears flowing down her face. Fine. You know what? You broke your promise because you didn't protect me in the first place. You never even cared about me. I hate you, Sashomaru. Sashomaru was in shock as he watched her run off, sobbing in the middle of the forest. He couldn't believe the words he was hearing. Kagome hated him because he hurt her feelings and even tried to kill her. What have I done? Sashomaru thought as he felt his tears flowing down his face. Meanwhile, with Tsubaki, she has been watching over them after Sashomaru had driven Kagome away. She smirked at this evilly, as she couldn't believe their relationship was over. She spun around and chuckled. Did I hear a declaration of love for Sashomaru? Tsubaki questioned herself. Very well. The tragedy now begins. She then saw a figure of male dresses in dark purple kimono with long wavy black hair and dark scarlet eyes appear in the shadows at the corner of the room. He had a calm yet dark smile on his pale light face. Naraku? Tsubaki, Naraku first said. I think this time will end this. Kagome's heart has been tainted by hatred. She is yours from now on. Sashomaru's strength and ability has been weakened because of Kagome's tragic love, Tsubaki said. Naraku chuckled as he smirked a bit. She'll do. Chapter 13. Reunion. Kagome walked alone in the woods by herself. Tears flowed down her pale skin. She couldn't believe Sashomaru had driven her away after he found out her secret visions. He's even worse than Inuyasha, who betrayed her and even tried to kill her for Kikyo's soul to be whole again. Kagome also couldn't believe he told them she hates him. What was she thinking? The truth is, she doesn't trust any other men anymore and no longer loves somebody. She walked slowly in the dark paths. She felt weak because of her heart. Her heart was completely shattered. She thought Sashomaru loved her, but she didn't want to remain his weakness. Kagome doesn't have anyone. But she was scared if she bumped into Inuyasha. He'll try to kill her again. Although Koga would come by and he tells her that he belongs to her. But Kagome refused to be his woman, which means she'll never be his property. They are still friends after all. She probably wanted to go see Koga and the others and wanted to ask them to stay the night with them. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. She quickly readied her arrow. When she turned towards the faces, she saw her old group approaching her. It was Sango, Moroku, and Shippo. Kagome gasped in surprise. Guys? Kagome! They exclaimed as they ran towards her and embraced her tightly as a group hug. Mama! Shippo exclaimed as he leaped at her neck, then wrapped his arms around her. Kagome embraced Shippo. Kirara was here too. She leaped at her shoulders, then licked her left cheek. Guys, I'm so happy to see you all again. But where's Inuyasha and Kikyo? Kagome said. Well, we found out that Inuyasha drove you off a cliff, so we decided to leave the group and come to find you, Moroku said with a smile. Kagome, who is this person you were with? Sango asked her curiously. She softened her icy blue eyes and looked down sadly. It was Sashomerus. Sashomerus? They asked. Kagome nodded. Yeah, I've been with him for 4 months, but turned out I was cursed by Tsubaki for the tragic death. Tsubaki? Moroku blinked his eyes. But wasn't she supposed to be dead? Sango asked. Yes, but she's still alive and wanted me to die. I was cursed by Tsubaki because if I ever fall in love with Sashomerus, I will die at the hands of the traitor. Sashomerus' strength and abilities become weaker because of my tragedy. But turned out, Sashomerus drove me away, and he wanted his strength back, Kagome said. Oh, we're sorry to hear that. But do you love Sashomerus, Lady Kagome? Moroku replied. Kagome nodded slowly as she added tears flowing down her face. She remembered how she told him she hated him, which means it was a mistake. She hurt Sashomerus' feelings, just like he did to Kagome. She would never hate Sashomerus. She still loves him with all her heart. Yes, but I don't want him to become weak. I'm scared if I ever remain his weakness. We understand, Lady Kagome, but we'll find a way to defeat Tsubaki. Perhaps, probably Naraku is planning something, Moroku said. Kagome turned her head at him. Naraku? Moroku nodded. Yes, Kagome. I noticed Tsubaki was still working with Naraku. We knew they wanted the jewel shards to restore it. Well, we won't let that happen, Kagome snapped, pulling the 8 shards out of her pocket, showing them to her friends. How many shards do you have, Kagome? Shippo asked. It's 8. 8 shards? They blinked. Well, you must be quicker, Lady Kagome. Although, we'll take you back to Kaede's village. We promise Inuyasha won't be around in this village any longer, Moroku said with a smile. Kagome smiled back. Thank you, but I want to go home to see my family again. It's been 4 months since I haven't seen them. We'll take you back, Sango said as she nods her head. Okay, thank you, Sango. I'm glad you guys found me. She and her friends walked in the forest, but they finally returned to Kaede's village. Kagome was glad she finally made it. But all she ever wanted was to go back to her modern era. Her real home. She couldn't wait any longer. Although she'll miss Sashomerus with all her heart. Kagome would never hate everything. She would never be like Kikyo, the undead priestess, who was filled with hatred and evil. She doesn't want it. When she entered the hut and confronted Kaede with a reunion, she began to explain everything about what happened. Kaede was in shock to hear this. She couldn't believe that Inuyasha would do such a thing. Kagome also told her that she was with someone else like Sashomerus, Jakin, and Rin. She tells him that she was in love with Sashomerus, but turned out she is no longer a part of his group due to the curse she has. The last thing she told the old priestess was about Tsubaki being alive and still working with Naraku. Tsubaki had cursed her. Kagome told her if she falls in love with Sashomerus, she'll die at the hands of the traitors. They wondered if it could be Sashomerus or Inuyasha. But which one is the traitor? Kaede decided to make some vegetable soup for Kagome to cheer her up. Her friends joined her and had some soup as well. After staying at Kaede's village, she was ready to head back to her era and see her family again. She wanted to cry so bad, but she scolded herself, saying big girls would never cry. Although she's only 15 years old. At the well, everyone was hugging her goodbye. Kagome looked at each of the faces of her beloved friends. Goodbye, guys. I'll see you next month, Kagome said, waving at them goodbye before jumping into the Bone Eater's well. When she reached through her era, she finally made it back home to see her family. Meanwhile, with Sashomerus, he was standing outside staring at the stars. He couldn't stop thinking about Kagome. but her tragic will weakens him with his strengths. If Kagome was gone forever, his strength will remain intact, becoming stronger once again. He blamed himself for hurting Kagome and still couldn't believe she hates him for what he did. She doesn't deserve to be dragged away or even getting killed. He damned himself for what he did. Suddenly, he can sense something. He can smell the scent of the clay and soil. He glanced his golden eyes as he saw an undead priestess was standing behind him. She frowned as she stood in the middle of the forest without seeing his face. "So you're Inuyasha's older brother Sashomerus," Kikyo said with a frown as she ignored him. "And you must be the priestess named Kikyo who sealed Inuyasha on the sacred tree for 50 years. Sashomerus said with a frown as Kikyo does. "Naraku is plotting to take your demonic power. Once you weaken your power by Kagome's tragedy, he will absorb your demonic power. Naraku must not be allowed to absorb you. You also must not be allowed to be with my reincarnation Kagome. If you two did, your demonic power will be weakened and Kagome will die. Stay away from them both," Kikyo warned. "I see. Tell me, priestess, did you spell my younger brother Inuyasha into a spell, or did you order him to kill Kagome because you loathe her?" Sashomerus questioned her with a glare. Kikyo ignored him, staring at the skull as she did before. "I loathe all things. I despise every living creature who is bond to time." Sashomerus narrowed his eyes a bit. "Do what you see fit. But I'm warning you. Stay away from Kagome. If you and Inuyasha ever try to hurt her again, I'll destroy you both, and I hope you'll be back to the dead." He then walked away from the undead priestess who didn't reply to him. She was just glaring around the world with hatred. Sashomerus doesn't care at all. He doesn't care what Kikyo was hating about. He noticed Kikyo had hated Kagome since she was a copy of her. Sashomerus headed back to see Rin and Jokin, who were having a campfire. Rin looked sad. She missed Kagome and didn't know what happened to her. She didn't say a word to Sashomerus. He knew she wanted Kagome back. He sighed deeply as he felt a bit guilty by driving Kagome away. He wished to bring Kagome back, but it was risky for Sashomerus due to her tragic weakening his demonic power. Chapter 14. 3 months later, a love reunion. Kagome. It's been 3 months since it happened. Inuyasha was all alone in the forest with no friends or anything, except for Kikyo. She's been with him all the time. Well, sometimes Inuyasha was running around and heading back to the forest. He wishes to bring Kagome and the others back, but they never trust him because he has betrayed his own best friend. Everything is his fault. He blamed himself for everything. He lost his friends, his shards, and even Kagome. When Inuyasha kept running around the woods, he was pinned in the tree by those sacred arrows. He was in shock to see these actions. He looked up to see it was Kikyo who bounded him on the tree. Kikyo, is she going to... Suddenly, Kikyo walked away as she put the arrows away. Inuyasha was just glaring at her in confusion. He began to shout at her. "Hey, what's going on? Talk to me, Kikyo!" Inuyasha yelled. Kikyo spun around with a frown. "Inuyasha, stop thinking about Kagome and the others. They don't care about you anymore." "What?" When Inuyasha got out of the tree, he sat beside Kikyo in the grass field just like from 50 years ago. He couldn't understand why she would do that. He was just glaring at her with frustration and confusion. Now, Inuyasha, calm down. I'm not going to hurt you," Kikyo said with a soft smile, acting as the most beautiful woman in the whole wide world. "Then why did you bound me to the tree? You know you almost killed me," Inuyasha snapped. Kikyo spun her head at Inuyasha. "Inuyasha, I found out Kagome has left you with another man." He blinked in shock. "Who?" "Your brother Sashomerus. Do you know Kagome had left his place for 3 months? She's not coming back for you because she doesn't love you as I do," Kikyo said. "Sashomerus? How long has this been going on between her and Sashomerus?" "They've been together about 4 months, but turned out I overheard Sashomerus saying that Kagome hates him because he drove her away to keep his strength intact. That's why Kagome doesn't want to come back, Kikyo explained to him. Inuyasha blinked his eyes again. So you've been spying on them, haven't you, Kikyo? She shook her head. Of course, Inuyasha. I just talked to Sashomerus for a bit. That's why. However, Sashomerus threatened me. If we ever hurt Kagome, he'll kill us both. He scowled with a smirk. Don't worry, Kikyo. I can finish him off myself. After all, you're still mine, and I won't let you get killed again. Kikyo chuckled happily. I love you, Inuyasha. You mean so much to me. When she pressed her lips against his, Inuyasha wrapped his arms around her shoulders as he kissed her lips softly. He let go of her lips and told her, I love you too, Kikyo. Oh man, it's been 3 months since I've been gone forever. Kagome mumbled herself as she headed back to the shrine well. Yep, it's been 3 months since Kagome returned to see her family. She explained what happened to her over 4 months. Kagome said she was in love with Inuyasha's older half-brother Sashomerus. Her family was happy to hear that, but she also told them that she was cursed by Tsubaki. She explained when she falls in love with him, she will have her tragic time, which means she will die at the hands of the traitor. They were in shock by the times. Right now, Kagome has to go back to the feudal era along with the big yellow bag that has a lot of supplies. She no longer wore her school uniform anymore. She wore her dark green and white long-sleeve shirt and dark blue jeans. Kagome is even more beautiful than other women with icy blue eyes and her long, silky black-blue hair. She was surrounded by the blue lights until she landed on the ground. Finally, she climbed the roots to reach out to the sun's light. 1, 2, 3, and heave! Kagome said as she heaved her yellow bag over the rim of the Bone Eater's well. It landed safely on the outside. Then she climbed out of the well. She stretched onto her tippy toes. Kagome stared up at the sky, taking in the view of a clear blue sky. It's been 3 months since I saw Sashomerus again, and I couldn't believe I've told him that I hate him because of him hurting my feelings and even trying to kill me, Kagome thought sadly. I've stayed with him for 4 months, but I was cursed by the mistress snake-bit Tsubaki. Thanks to her. Kagome walked in the middle of the forest while staring at the sky. She took a deep breath, then let it out. She wanted to forget about everything from the past. I wish I could get killed by Inuyasha so Kikyo can have my soul. And I also wish I was never with Sashomerus for the first time, Kagome thought. I guess I was stupid after all. I was so stupid to go on a journey with Sashomerus and the others. Kagome! She blinked as she heard a familiar voice was calling out her name. No, it can't be. When Kagome listened to the voice, she began to continue walking. No, you're imagining it, Kagome. It was just someone else. Kagome scolded herself in her thoughts. When she kept walking, she heard a voice again. Kagome, is that you? A figure voice yelled from far away in the middle of the forest from her. She spun around and began to yell back. Who's there? She then saw a familiar, handsome, tall, and slender young man with fair skin and pointed ears, along with slanted gold eyes with slit pupils, knee-length silver hair, short bangs, and a purple crescent moon on his forehead. Kagome couldn't believe what she saw. She thought this isn't real, but it is. It's Sashomerus. Sashomerus, why are you here? Kagome asked him nervously. I have finally found you, Kagome. I came here to say sorry for everything, Sashomerus said. She was in shock at that. This isn't real. It's a dream. When Kagome began to run away from Sashomerus, she felt being grabbed in the wrist by him. It was still Sashomerus. He pulled her close, then embraced her tightly. Kagome, please don't go. Sashomerus begged as Kagome struggled to break free, but he was too strong to hold her. Let me go! I'm in danger of you! Kagome cried as she hit him in the strong chest. You sent me away and tried to kill me as Inuyasha did before. Your words and actions don't match. I don't care how dangerous you are. I won't let you go. It's because I love you. Sashomerus confessed his feelings for her. Kagome was completely in shock even more. She stopped struggling. She wrapped her arms around his back, and she started to embrace him softly. Sashomerus, I'm sorry for everything. Don't be. I don't want you to leave my side. I was wrong about you. I don't care how my power becomes weakened by your tragedy. I want you to stay with us, as our family. Promise me you'll never leave me again. Sashomerus said, adding his tears flowing down his face. Kagome began to smile as her icy blue eyes are also filled with tears. Sashomerus, I'm sorry I've told you that I hate you. I forgive you. Sashomerus lifted her chin to make her look into his beautiful golden eyes. I should have done this from the start before you left. Kagome was confused. What do you mean? Like this. Sashomerus said, pressing his lips against hers. Kagome widened her eyes and blushed heavily, but she began to close them slowly and softly. Kagome smiled softly. I love you, Sashomerus. Sashomerus smiled back, touching her blushed face. I love you too, Kagome. We're going to skip chapter 15 because it gets pretty graphic. You can read it for yourself if you choose to. So we're just going to move on to chapter 16. And don't worry, chapter 15 has nothing to do with the main story. Read it at your own risk. Chapter 16. Tragic Times of Betrayal. It was morning time. Good morning, Sashomerus. Kagome greeted with a smile, holding his hand around her waist. Good morning, Kagome. Sashomerus greeted back. Kagome shifted her body and turned to face him. They shined vividly in the sunrise, his tan skin flawless and porcelain-like. Sashomerus' face is laced with a peaceful expression, his strong chest rising and falling as he breathed out. What are we doing today, Sashomerus? Kagome asked. Anything that you want to do, Kagome. I'll be happy to spend time with you, Sashomerus said with a smile. But all we need to do is defeat Tsubaki and Naraku, Kagome said as she remembered something. Of course she wouldn't forget anything. All she has to do is hunt the shards and defeat Naraku. Are you sure? I don't want you to go alone to defeat them both. Although, Kagome, I still want to spend time with you, and we can see Rin and Jokin again, Sashomerus replied. She looked at his face and smiled at him. Well, let's just say we'll take a break of finding the shards, and then we'll spend time together. I don't care what they want me to die for. Sashomerus began to smile and took her hand. Then let's spend time together, but let's get ourselves a bath. Kagome nodded with an agreement as they both headed outside and went to go to the hot spring together. They wanted to keep themselves clean from last night. I wonder what happened. A few minutes later, after they took a hot spring together, Kagome came out of the big cave where she changed her new outfits and her tippy toes. She was dressed in a red and white kimono. This is what Sashomerus wore with it. Sashomerus wore his white kimono pants without his kimono shirt. Sorry I have to wear your kimono shirt because my clothes are dirty. Although, I need to wash my clothes. I forgot to do laundry, Kagome said as she walked towards him. Sashomerus smiled kindly. You're fine, Kagome. You can wear it anytime you want, he said. He leaned down and planted a kiss on her forehead. Kagome folds her clothes one by one, then readied to carry them with her bare hands. When they arrived at Kaede's village, Kagome headed out into the openness of the blue sky and green grass. She goes around the veranda. The fresh air filled her senses. She headed back to the hut, then washed her clothes. It took an hour for her to wash them. She placed them on the hanging tree branch. She sat on the soft green grass and stared at it while it was floating in the air a bit. Kagome, is that you? A familiar voice called out her name. When Kagome spun around, she saw a young girl with a demon fox. She knew it was Rin and Shippo. Rin, I'm so happy to see you again, Kagome exclaimed excitedly as she embraced her and Shippo. Mama, I found Rin all alone in the woods of Jokin. I suddenly took her with me and wanted to play with her, Shippo told his so-called foster mother. Kagome smiled. That's nice of you, Shippo. Well, Sashomerus doesn't mind at all. You and Rin can play together. I'm sure you and Rin will be great friends. But make sure you don't leave Jock in sight because he's watching you. We won't, Mama. We won't let you down, Shippo exclaimed. He and Rin held hands together as they headed to the field. Kirada went to follow them as she wanted to play as well. Kagome smiled at them watching them playing together. She thought one day she and Sashomerus could get married. They'll have Shippo and Rin as their children, but family. Kagome will be a great mother one day. Suddenly, she sensed a familiar presence from the other side of the forest. Kagome stood up as she spun around and sensed a strange aura. She knew it was an evil aura. Was it time for her to die? Was it someone here to kill her? Or was it not? What is that familiar sense? No way. Could it be? Kagome? Is everything okay? It was Sashomerus who questioned her. It scared her at first. Jumped and scared. Kagome spun around and saw Sashomerus was standing behind her. Sashomerus, you scared me. I'm sorry, but tell me what's wrong. It seems like you were sensing something, Sashomerus said. I can sense the familiar aura, but I thought I remembered something, Kagome said. Could it be Inuyasha? Kagome nodded. Yes, but he was with someone else. Sashomerus blinked in shock. Kikyo. That's right. I can sense Kikyo's presence, but why is her aura differently than the other demons? I don't know, but let's find out. Sashomerus said as he and Kagome headed towards the other side of the forest. Sashomerus flew in the path as he followed his younger brother's scent. Kagome held on to his long fluffy tail. When he landed on the hills, Kagome got off his long fluffy tail and found them kissing each other in front of the big sacred tree. They both knew what this evil presence was. It was Kikyo's. But why her? She's just a living dead priestess, not a demon or even a half-demon. How weird was that? Kagome knew Inuyasha still loves Kikyo as she watched them pressing their lips against each other's. She knew Inuyasha was a complete weirdo when he makes out with Kikyo. Kagome began to run towards them and interrupted their moment. Inuyasha! Inuyasha stopped kissing her when he heard his name being called out. He spun around and saw Kagome running towards them. Kagome? Little brother, Sashomerus shouted from the hill. Sashomerus? Inuyasha then left Kikyo alone in the woods without a word. Kikyo looked a bit sad when he and Kagome had their reunion time. He leaped towards Kagome and began to question her. Kagome, what in the world do you and that jerk Sashomerus think you're doing here? Me? I'm the one who should be asking that question, Kagome snapped. Sashomerus walked towards them and glared at them. What are you doing with Kikyo? You know she has an evil presence. Well, it's hard to explain. Their lecture was interrupted as they saw one of the soul collectors fly towards the undead priestess Kikyo, who completely looked a bit depressed. They turned around and saw Kikyo was standing in front of them. Tell me, does my reincarnation mean more to you than I do? Kikyo asked him sadly, but in a bit of anger. They noticed she was jealous of Kagome for their reunion. Inuyasha blinked. Kikyo, When he was interrupted, Kikyo raised her hand and pointed at Inuyasha with the tip of her finger. He felt being grabbed in the arms and legs by one of those tree branches. Sashomerus and Kagome were in shock by the actions. Inuyasha was pinned against the big sacred tree. Inuyasha! They yelled out his name. What the hell are you doing, Kikyo? Inuyasha yelled in anger. She chuckled evilly as she walked towards him slowly. Now, Inuyasha, there's no need to be mad at me. You know I love you. I hate you. Kikyo put the spell on Inuyasha with the electricity stroking him down that made him grunt in pain. Kagome ran towards the big tree as Sashomerus tried to stop her, but he couldn't. Inuyasha! Kagome yelled more. She felt being stroked by those lightning bolts, causing her to fall to the ground. Kagome! When he saw her being stroked down by those lightning bolts, Sashomerus spun around and growled at the evil undead priestess. Let my brother go, priestess! It would never happen, Kikyo said. She pulled out the sacred arrow and aimed at Inuyasha's chest as she was about to shoot him. Guys! Kagome! Sashomerus! Get out of here now! Inuyasha pleaded, struggling to break free from the giant roots. but there's no use. Kikyo's power is stronger than his strength. Inuyasha, you are the one who shall die, Kikyo shouted as she let go of the arrow, aiming at Inuyasha. Inuyasha! Kagome screamed as she climbed the roots and protected him from Kikyo. She felt the pain shoot through her back. Of course, poor Kagome was shot in the back by Kikyo. Sashomerus and Inuyasha were in shock as their golden eyes widened. Kagome became weak as she was about to fall off the sacred tree. Sashomerus catches her and watched her gone limp in pain. He couldn't believe his mate was killed by Kikyo. Kagome! No! No! Sashomerus cried out her name, embracing her and holding her so close into his strong chest. Kagome! Inuyasha cried out her name as well too. Kagome groaned in pain as she looked up at their faces with a weak smile. She glanced at Inuyasha, who was completely freaking out. I'm so glad you're all right, Inuyasha. Why did you do that? Why didn't you and Sashomerus run away? Inuyasha shouted. It's no big deal. And besides, you're always saving me, aren't you? I'm so glad I've saved your life. Kagome, please hang in there. You're gonna be okay. I'll take you to Kaede and treat your injury, Sashomerus pleaded as he added his tears flowing down his face. She gave Sashomerus a smile as her eyes are about to close slowly. I love you, Sashomerus. Please watch over Shippo and Rin. Tell my friends that I hope they'll have happy lives. I want to thank you for everything, Sashomerus. When she closed her icy blue eyes, her whole body went limp without responding. Her head rolled slowly, and her hand dropped in his lap. Sashomerus widened his golden eyes in surprise. He knew Kagome was dead. Kagome? Kagome! Sashomerus cried out her name as he embraced her tightly and leaned into the side of her neck. The boys heard Kikyo laugh evilly. Inuyasha growled furiously. How dare you! How could you kill Kagome? And why did you betray me for trying to kill me? Sashomerus blinked in shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The prophecy was true. If Kagome died in the hands of traitors, then that must be Kikyo. She was the only one who betrayed Inuyasha to use enchantment on him. She even put the spell on him as well to kill Kagome. He spun his head and glared at her while holding Kagome's body. You, Sashomerus growled furiously. It was you. You're the traitor who is responsible for this. So you figured it out, huh? Yes, I'm responsible. I'm the one who put the dark spell on Inuyasha to kill Kagome to get the half of my soul back, Kikyo said with a dark smirk. You've been using me? And you didn't love me? Inuyasha said, still struggling to break free. You put the spell on me to kill Kagome? Kikyo, how could you do this to me? Inuyasha, you are a dumb shit. You've been using me? And you didn't love me? She doesn't belong here. She's just a copy of me. I am stronger and more powerful than that stupid reincarnation of mine, Kikyo said in anger. They couldn't believe it. All this time, Kikyo put the spell on Inuyasha and ordered him to kill Kagome for her soul to be whole again. Kikyo was responsible for making Inuyasha a traitor. Kikyo was the true traitor here, who played his heart and pretended that she loved him. That's it. I'm done with your bullshit, Kikyo, Inuyasha yelled as he finally got himself free from her spell. When he finally broke free from the roots, he leapt towards Kikyo, then slashed into her chest and her left shoulder with his claws. Kikyo screams in pain as she fell to the bloody ground. Sashomerus was in shock to see how Inuyasha was pissed. Inuyasha, Sashomerus said in surprise. You shouldn't hurt the one I love, Kikyo, Inuyasha yelled as he pulled his sword. Inuyasha? Kikyo groaned, glancing her eyes at him who was about to slice her in half. Sorry, Kikyo, but I'll have to let you die for what you did to Kagome, as you're not worth saving. You don't even deserve to wear the robes of a priestess. And you don't deserve my attention, Kikyo. Now die! Without a warning, Sashomerus saw the blood spill all over the tree. He watched his own younger brother slice Kikyo in half that made her scream more. Her clay pot body was shattered in pieces. The numerous souls of dead maidens escaped from her clay prison. But one soul was just floating in front of them. It entered Kagome's body that made her gag for air. Sashomerus and Inuyasha blinked when they saw one soul was giving Kagome a second chance. She was fully alive. She got half of her soul back. Kagome was now whole again, and Kikyo was sent back to the dead, thanks to Inuyasha. Kagome groaned, opening her eyes, and saw Sashomerus with a worried look on his face. She began to smile a bit and started to say something. Sashomerus? Kagome, you're alive. I thought I'd lost you. Sashomerus cried out as he kissed her on her lips while embracing her tightly around her back. He can feel her back was fully healed and no longer bleeding out anymore. What happened? Kagome asked him curiously. Inuyasha walked towards them and gave Kagome a bright smile. Don't worry, Kagome. You don't want to know. We'll take you back to Kaede's village and put you to bed. Inuyasha? Sashomerus hushed her, rubbing her back softly. It's okay, Kagome. We'll explain later. Now let's go back to Kaede's village. All I can say is, fuck you, Kikyo. Chapter 17. Safe and Sound. Kagome groaned as she slowly opened her icy blue eyes and found herself laid in bed inside the hut. She glanced her eyes and saw Sashomerus and Inuyasha were sitting next to her. She groaned again, trying to say something to them. At first, she saw them talking. Kagome noticed he and his younger brother got along. Only a bit, though. She was happy that they both talked to each other like brothers should. That's what families did. Sashomerus? Inuyasha? Kagome moaned, feeling exhausted. Kagome? Sashomerus spun his head and saw Kagome was awakened. He scooted towards her and touched her cheek. How are you feeling? She smiled, but tiredly. Fine, thank you. Inuyasha began to exclaim happily. Kagome, you're awake! Thank God. Thank God you didn't have a coma yet. By the way, are you okay? Does your back feel sore? She nodded slowly. Yes, but I don't feel too much pain any longer. I'm glad I didn't have my tragic time. Sashomerus began to smile softly. It's a good thing Kikyo was sent back to hell where she belongs. She blinked in shock. You mean Kikyo was sent back to the dead? They both nodded. Kagome sighed in relief. I'm glad I got the other half of my soul back. Now I can't be bothered by Kikyo. Inuyasha chuckled, glancing his eyes away as he blushed. So, we ended up together after all, Kagome? Kagome and Sashomerus both blinked their eyes and then looked at each other's faces. She stood up and sighed sadly. Well, Inuyasha. When she was interrupted, Inuyasha caught a smell and it was coming from her. Inuyasha scooted closer to Kagome and took a whiff. He looked at the mark where Sashomerus had claimed to be his. His golden eyes widened. Hey, why the hell did Sashomerus mark you to be his mate? Why do you have Sashomerus scent on you? Inuyasha complained, pointing at Kagome. She sighed with a frown. Well, Inuyasha, I tried to tell you something. But to tell you the truth, Sashomerus and I are together now. What? Inuyasha shouted. Well, I'm sorry, Inuyasha. You missed your chance before you ran off with Kikyo. Kagome said as her eyes softened and glanced at him. Even though, Inuyasha, that's what you get for being a jerk who treated me like a jewel detector. Sashomerus nodded with agreement. He was smirking at Inuyasha, who won his victory after he claimed Kagome to be his mate. Inuyasha began to growl at his older brother. Why, you, Sashomerus? She doesn't belong to you. She belongs to me. Inuyasha, sit. Kagome said as Inuyasha went face first onto the floor. Inuyasha, Kagome doesn't belong to you. She never has, and she never will belong to you. You lost your chance a long time ago before you ran off with Kikyo and hurt her feelings. That's what you get, Sashomerus said with a stern voice.
Shut up, Sashomerus! You can't tell me what to do!
Inuyasha argued with his older brother. It's true, Inuyasha. You were being selfish and foolish to fall for Kikyo's enchantment. That's why you can't be with an evil and cold-blooded priestess, Kagome said. Inuyasha sighed sadly. His eyes dropped off at their statement. They were right. Falling in love with Kikyo was a huge mistake. It was hard for him to believe Kagome didn't love him anymore. She already loved Sashomerus. Not only had he lost Kikyo, but Kagome as well. But he doesn't forget Kikyo, who betrayed him and even put a spell on him to kill Kagome. Inuyasha, you'll find someone else someday. But don't worry, you and Kagome are still friends. Sashomerus said with a kind smile. Inuyasha began to smile back. So boys, what happened to Kikyo? What did you guys do to Kikyo while I was injured? Kagome asked him curiously. Sashomerus shook his head. I didn't do it. Inuyasha did it. You did? Inuyasha nodded. It's true. Then what happened, Inuyasha? Why do you even care? Why do you even care? Kikyo tried to kill me, but then she shot you through your back when you saved my life. Inuyasha snapped. He began to glance down, taking a breath. Kikyo put the spell on me to kill you, Inuyasha thought. But it's a good thing Sashomerus protected her. Otherwise, I would have lost you forever. Kagome smiled at him and said, Inuyasha, you can tell me what happened, you know. We're still friends. There's nothing to tell. All I did was get rid of Kikyo. What does it matter? Inuyasha argued. It matters to me, Inuyasha, Kagome snapped. I'd never knowingly hurt you, Kagome, Inuyasha snapped back. Well, that's not what I'm asking. What did you do to Kikyo? I only want to know. You know, Sashomerus was there for you, and he knows. He knows what you're doing. Inuyasha was in shock. Kagome? Don't worry, Kagome, Sashomerus said as he interrupted their conversation. He sat beside her and wrapped his left arm around her shoulders. Kikyo's gone. I've seen everything. Inuyasha killed Kikyo so you could get your soul back. Kagome blinked in surprise. Oh, I see. Inuyasha will never forget Kikyo. Well, it's a good thing I got the other half of my soul back after Kikyo was sent to the dead. Thank you, Inuyasha. He nodded as he smiled. You're welcome, Kagome. Chapter 18. A New Fresh Start. It's been a week since Kagome had her soul back and didn't die in her tragic times. It's been a while since her back was healed because of the other half of her soul. It didn't stay scarred forever. She was so lucky that she didn't get killed by Kikyo, who betrayed Inuyasha to put the spell on him and ordered him to kill her to get the other half of her soul back. But it didn't happen. Inuyasha finally had it. He killed Kikyo. He will never forgive Kikyo for what she did. Her friends are told by Sashomerus and Inuyasha about what happened. Moroku, Sango, and Shippo were in shock and didn't believe Kikyo would do such a thing. They apologized to Inuyasha for not believing him. Kaede also learned what happened. At first, Sashomerus told Kaede that her older sister has been using enchantment on Inuyasha to kill Kagome to get her soul back. The old priestess couldn't believe that her older sister would do such horrible things to Inuyasha and Kagome. Right now, Kagome was fully healed and ready to be outside again. She wore the priestess robe as Kikyo wore. Kagome tied her ponytail and made it look like Kikyo, but not all the time, because she never looked like Kikyo. She was different. Kagome stared at the blue sky, taking in a clear view. Kagome! Shippo's voice broke her out of her thoughts. She looked over her shoulder and saw Shippo, Rin, and Kirara running towards her. Shippo! Rin! Kirara! How are the three of you doing? Kagome exclaimed as she kneeled and hugged the three of them, who both jumped into her open arms. We heard about what happened, Shippo said. Yeah, and we were told by Lord Sashomerus and his younger brother Inuyasha that you were shot by the undead priestess, Rin said as Kirara nodded with agreement. How are you feeling? Shippo asked. Kagome smiled kindly. I'm fine. Thank you for asking, Shippo. Will you be able to use your strength, Kagome? Rin asked her curiously. She nodded. Yes, I can. I'm fully recovered from my back injury. So does anyone want to go pick some herbs for Kaede? She asked me to pick some herbs in the field. All three of them nodded. Yes! Kagome smiled at this. She loved teaching and playing with the two children. She was happy that she was spending time with them, and even spending more time with Sashomerus. Kagome began to bring Rin, Shippo, and Kilala with her to the field. She and the kids stood in front of the big field. There were flowers all around the big tree, and ivy vines that had wild roses growing in the grassy field. All three of them, except Kilala, started to pick some herbs one by one. They brought a basket to fill it up with some herbs. Hi, Kagome! A female voice shouted far away from the field of herbs. A female voice shouted far away from the field of herbs. Kagome and the others went on the other side of the hill and followed a small path where it was smashed. When they reached the end of it, they spotted a young demon wolf girl with ginger hair that was tied into long pigtails and leaf green eyes. They saw her picking some yellow flowers. Oh, hello, Ayame. Kagome greeted as Rin ran behind her terrified. She knew Rin was scared of the wolves. She heard what happened when the wolves attacked her. She ended up getting killed. But lucky for her, Rin got a second chance thanks to Sashomerus. Ayame glanced her eyes at Rin, who was hiding behind Kagome from her. Oh, who's this young little girl? This is Rin. She's an orphaned human girl who became a traveling companion of the demon dog Sashomerus. Kagome introduced her. Ayame knelt towards Rin and gave her a friendly smile. Hello, little one, she greeted kindly. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I promise no other wolves will hurt you. Rin gulped nervously. She began the nod. Kagome spun her head at her with a smile. It's okay, Rin. She's on Koga's side. She's the granddaughter of the Northern Wolf Tribe's leader. She's a princess as well. Rin blinked her eyes curiously. She began to walk towards her. Are you the princess? Does the princess wolf hurt children? Of course not, Rin. I would never hurt children. I've always been really kind to them. I also help them out as well, Ayame said. Yeah, Ayame isn't a bad demon. She would never hurt anybody, Shippo exclaimed happily. Ayame glanced her eyes at Kagome with a smile. So, Kagome, it's been a while, hasn't it? Yes, it has, Ayame, Kagome said, smiling softly. So you've come back, huh? Ayame said. Yep, but I'm with Sashomerus now. He and I are mates, which means we're together, Kagome said. Ayame blinked her eyes in shock. Really? She nodded. Yes. By the way, have you been mating with Koga yet? I just wanted to know if Koga decides to marry you. Ayame sighed sadly, shaking her head. No, Koga refuses to mate with me. So if he sees you again, he'll probably try to force you to become his wife. And so will Inuyasha. Kagome sighed in disappointment as she dropped a little sweat. Yep, him as well. Even though Inuyasha had killed Kikyo because she had put a spell on him to kill me to take the other half of my soul back, and she pretended that she loved him. I almost died. I was shot in the back by Kikyo. But turns out, I got the other half of my soul back. Oh my, Ayame said in shock. What happened then? What happened after he killed Kikyo? Kagome sighed. Well, Inuyasha wanted me to be his mate, but he found out I was with his older brother Sashomerus. Ayame began to smile. Well, I hope you and Sashomerus will be a great couple. But I was wondering, Kagome, does Inuyasha ever get lonely? I wanted to meet him. She knew exactly what she wanted. Ayame wanted to mate with Inuyasha after he lost his chance with Kagome. But turned out, Ayame was tired of Koga comparing her to Kagome all the time. So she decided to go see Inuyasha as friends, but in the back of her mind, hopefully they can become mates someday. She kind of has a crush on him. Kagome chuckled with a smirk. Sure, Ayame, but if you want to go talk to Inuyasha, you can tell your grandfather that you don't want to marry Koga. I'm sure he'll change his mind. Ayame smiled. Thank you, Kagome. Is it okay if I help you and the children pick some herbs? She nodded. Of course. Kagome and the others headed back to Kaede's village. She brought the basket of herbs for Kaede, then went to go see Sashomaru to spend time together. Ayame was walking in a pasture of flowers near the village. She had always liked flowers ever since she was a young cub. She knelt to smell the daisy near her side. Ayame spotted Kagome and Sashomaru's wards, Rin and Shippo. From what she heard from Sashomaru and Kagome, Rin was killed by Koga's wolves, and Sashomaru brought her back to life. Ayame and Koga felt sorry for the little girl. Although Kagome was very mad at Koga, who sent his wolves to kill Rin, she could not forgive him. Right now, Ayame walked over to the little ones in the pasture. You like flowers, Rin? She asked as she knelt in front of the little girl. Yes, please. Rin stuttered nervously, trembling a bit. These are some flowers that can be used for medicines and such. Would you like to learn about them? Ayame asked kindly. Really? Rin asked, blinking her eyes. Ayame nodded. Yeah. I would like to learn more about flowers, Rin said excitedly. Okay, Rin, let's do it right now, Ayame said as she winked her eyes at her. Sashomaru eyed the white wolf princess on a hill not too far away from Rin. He noticed that Rin was uncomfortable around wolves. He didn't want any harm towards his human companion. Don't worry, Sashomaru. Ayame won't harm Rin. She actually has a pure heart and she's very kind. Sashomaru spun around and saw it was Inuyasha who spoke to him. He knew Inuyasha was standing behind him as he crossed his arms around his long sleeves. How do you know, little brother? As I said, Sashomaru, she won't harm her because she's never hurt kids. I would say I'm impressed by her kindness. I don't know why Kagome wanted me to talk to Ayame, but Koga thinks she's done with him, which means he'll be happy to make Kagome his mate, Inuyasha said. Sashomaru scowled, rolling his eyes in jealousy. Like hell that's ever gonna happen. She's the reason I protect her and even love her. Well, I just wanted to say, thank you for protecting Kagome. It means a lot to me. I wanted to make sure Kagome was okay, Inuyasha said. Sashomaru chuckled with a smirk. I understand, little brother. I hope you'll protect someone like her over there with Rin. Inuyasha blinked as he spun his head at the white wolf princess who helped Rin out. Sashomaru knew Rin loved flowers as Ayame did. She would always put a necklace of flowers on Jokin whenever they stopped near a field of flowers. He was always laughing on the inside whenever he saw Jokin get chased by Rin whenever she tried to put the necklace on him. He didn't know when Rin started to like flowers, but he was glad that she liked something other than him. Hey, humboy! It was Ayame who shouted cheerily at Inuyasha, interrupting their conversation. Inuyasha was in shock, but blushed a bit. He knew this was the first time Ayame spoke to him. Did you just... Hey, listen up. You're going to need to hang out with us for a while. If you ever get lonely, just hang out with me and I'll always be here for you. Okay, Inuyasha? Ayame said, who sounded way friendly. Inuyasha blushed softly. Oh, sure. Thanks, Ayame. You know, you're kind of cute, Inuyasha. I would even say you're cuter than Koga, Ayame said, giggling. What? Hey, come on! I'm not that kind of cute. I mean, Inuyasha said in embarrassment as he looked away. Sashomaru couldn't stop but to laugh. Inuyasha, I think Ayame likes you. Shut up, Sashomaru! Inuyasha shouted at his face. It was dusk time. Everyone was hanging outside together while having more fun picking some flowers. Kagome went outside, carrying some more herbs outside in Kaede's village. When she was about to head towards Kaede's hut, she felt being touched in the left shoulder by Sashomaru. She spun around and saw Sashomaru was standing in front of her. Hey Sashomaru, is there something you want to speak to me about? Do you need anything? Kagome, I wanted to talk to you before you go to Kaede's hut, Sashomaru said. Sure, tell me. You can tell me whatever you want, Kagome smiled kindly. Sashomaru walked towards her and began to hold her hand, which made her blush. Kagome, I was thinking. At first, I hated humans when my father fell in love with Inuyasha's mother, Izayoi. I didn't want to kill the ones I loved. I wanted to continue to feel cold towards them. But I realized I was wrong. Someone changed me. You and Rin. Kagome, you were making me fall for you more and more ever since I rescued you from Inuyasha and Kikyo. Kagome touched his left cheek. Sashomerus, I understand, but... Kagome, I'm telling you how I feel. Sashomerus interrupted her, holding her hand tightly. After we became mates, I thought maybe we could have Rin and Shippo as our children. I want you, Rin, and Shippo to stay by my side and let me protect you both. Kagome began to smile. She then pressed her lips against his and embraced him. When she let go of his lips, she smiled again and said, Sashomerus, if we have Rin and Shippo as our kids, we could get married, then adopt them. So I was thinking if we could get married. When Kagome looked away with a blush nervously, she glanced her icy blue eyes at Sashomerus and saw him touching her right cheek to feel the heat. Whatever you decide, Kagome, if we want to be married and to be the parents of Rin and Shippo, we'll be married in cherry blossoms. Kagome smiled once again. I would love to, Sashomerus. The cherry blossoms are a perfect place to get married. By the way, Kagome, is it okay if I speak to my mother about our engagement? Sashomerus asked. Kagome nodded. Yes, but I never really met your mom. Does she hate humans? Sometimes, but don't worry. My mom won't harm you. She'll probably think I'm like my father, Sashomerus said. She chuckled. Well, you know, you're not like your father who falls in love with a human girl, Sashomerus. You're just someone. You're my hero, who protects us. Sashomerus chuckled back. I agree with you, Kagome. Let's go meet my mother. Chapter 19. The Western Land Castle. Sashomerus, Kagome, and the others were walking down the valley path in the morning until Kagome felt two jewel shards coming towards them. She knew who was coming towards them. It was Koga. Kagome knew this was going to happen eventually, when he'll find out she's with Sashomerus. Although she was happy to have Sashomerus beside her. She took a glance at him as they walked through the valley. Sashomerus glanced at her as well and smiled softly. Then they held each other's hands and interlocked their fingers together. They both had small blushes on their cheeks. Suddenly, they saw a whirlwind coming towards them. Sashomerus quickly got in front of Kagome. The whirlwind died down and a familiar figure appeared from them. Kagome knew it was Koga. Hey Kagome, long time no see. How is my woman? Koga asked with his cheekly grin with his arms crossed. Kagome sighed at this with a sweat drop rubbing her face. For the last time, Koga, I am not your woman. She shouted at Koga as an irk mark appeared on Kagome's forehead. Koga gleamed his eyes and caught the scent of the demon dog Sashomerus. Hey, who on earth marked you to become someone else's mate, Kagome? Koga exclaimed in shock. Lord Sashomerus of the Western Land, Kagome said. What? Why? Because I love him, Koga. If you go through marrying me, you'll never hear the end of it from Ayame and bring disgrace upon your tribe because you broke a promise, Kagome said in a declaration. She wasn't afraid to tell anyone that she loved Sashomerus. He was the only full-fledged demon dog who loved her with all his heart. Sashomerus stepped up beside Kagome and wrapped his arms around her waist as he pulled her close to him. Koga growled at him. Why, she's mine! I claimed her as mine a few months ago. Koga, I belong to no one, nor either Inuyasha. I chose Sashomerus. That doesn't mean I belong to him, it just means that I love him. You love him? Koga asked in shock. Kagome nodded with a frown. Yes, very much. But what about us? All this time you always protected me from Inuyasha and even helped me escape death. Kagome sighed again. I was just being nice to you, It's called being friendly, not relationships. It didn't mean I wanted to be with you.
But he's the mutt's older brother, isn't he? Koga asked, pointing at Sashomaru as he gazed at Kagome.
Yes, what of it?
Kagome asked him, crossing her arms across her chest.
Don't you know he hates humans that much? Koga argued.
Not anymore, Koga. Sashomaru has changed for who he is. You shouldn't talk about Sashomaru like that, Kagome said, narrowing her icy blue eyes at Koga.
He'll betray you once you let your guard down, Kagome. So why don't you come and join my pack so you'll be my woman?
Koga said, pointing to himself with his thumb. Sashomaru had enough of listening to Koga's lecture.
Kagome has nothing to do with you, Wolf. Now leave.
Koga glared at him.
You can't make me. She's my woman.
Kagome sighed at this. She began to smile at him. Koga, if you keep saying my woman again, I will purify you with my own bare hands. Got it? Koga gulped in shock. He slowly backed away from Kagome when he saw her bare hands are glowing and felt her aura was rising in anger.
Yes, ma'am.
Kagome then smiled lightly. Koga knew she was that creepy when she does that.
So what are you doing here?
Koga asked, changing the subject.
We're just passing through, Wolf,
Sashomaru said coldly.
I see,
Koga said, sounding jealous as he gazed at Kagome. He turned around and told Kagome,
if he hurts you, come and find me. I'll kill him.
He then disappeared in the whirlwind. After he was gone, Rin came out of nowhere and saw Koga was gone. She was still scared of the wolves. Is he gone? Rin asked them nervously, trembling in fear. Kagome turned around and smiled at Rin. Yes, Rin, he's gone. You can come out now. Rin ran towards her and hugged her tightly. He's so scary, Kagome. I'm not surprised, Sashomaru said as he patted her forehead. Come on, guys, let's continue our journey, Shippo exclaimed excitedly. They nodded in agreement and began to walk through the path. A small green demon came to inform the Lady of the Western Land, Inukimi, that her son, Sashomaru, was returning home with the human girl like Kagome and the two children, Shippo and Rin. Inukimi couldn't believe her son was returning to the castle. She wondered what kind of demon this maid of his is. Inukimi got out of the balcony one day and saw Sashomaru was coming. He was traveling with two human girls and a small demon fox. She knew he was with his human mate. She sighed at this. Oh, Sashomaru, you are so like your father, she thought. She then went to her bedroom and changed her clothes before going to the garden. Sashomaru saw his mother standing on her balcony. He felt a bit nervous due to his mother despising Kagome and their two pups of theirs. He always remembered that his father ran off with Inuyasha's mother, Izayoi, leaving his mother and Sashomaru. They walked towards the entrance of the castle. His mother, Inukimi, is in the garden waiting for them. Sashomaru, my son. So I've heard of your return, and I saw you coming. Who are they? Inukimi said. This is Kagome, my mate, and our pups, Shippo and Rin. Kagome walked towards her and bowed down to her. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. That's all that Inukimi says, before walking towards her and looking at Kagome. She can smell the scent of her, but she noticed Sashomaru had marked her to be his human mate. Inukimi turned around and said, So much like your father. So you chose a human girl instead of our own kind. Not just any human, mother. She's a priestess, Sashomaru said. I see. You would say something like that, Sashomaru. So a priestess like her captured my son's heart, Inukimi said, gazing at Kagome. Would you ever kill all the demons, priestess? Kagome shook her head. Nope, not all of them. We were hunting the jewel shards to restore them. Oh really, priestess? How many demons have you killed when you went hunting the shards with my son? Inukimi asked her, narrowing her eyes. Sashomaru decided to help Kagome from his mother's lecture. He stood beside his mate and told his mother, She has only killed those that have attacked her first. I see, Sashomaru. Inukimi nodded in approval. So self-defense is all you use against demons. Kagome nodded. Yes, my lady. I use the Reiki to purify those who tried to harm me. What powers do you have, priestess? I use a bow and arrow, and I can vanquish demons even if I miss my target, Kagome explained. Inukimi softened her eyes. Is that so, priestess? Kagome nodded again. Who are your pups? Inukimi asked, pointing at them. This is Shippo, a small demon fox, and Rin, an orphan human girl, Kagome told her. We decided to adopt them as our own when we planned to get married, Sashomerus told his mother. Inukimi blinked. Marry? Sashomerus, is this why you wanted to be with the priestess and wanted to adopt those pups of yours? Sashomerus nodded. Inukimi sighed with a sweat drop. Oh, Sashomerus, you're just like your father. You've changed a lot ever since you used to hate all humans like I do. Mother, you told me that everything, right? Do you remember when you told me I don't have to feel angry towards father? You told me I'll find someone to protect as my father does. Kagome and the pups are the reasons to protect, Sashomerus said. Inukimi sighed at this, glancing at it. I guess I'll always remember that. You're still my son after all. This priestess here has something to do with him, I presume. Yes, I do. Tell me more, priestess, Inukimi said. I came to this time from the Bone Eater's Well. I was being attacked by what the villagers called Mistress Centipede. There was a boy named Inuyasha struck to a tree by an arrow. I pulled out the arrow and traveled with him, Kagome explained. Inuyasha, huh? So that's how you met this girl, Sashomerus. You went to Inuyasha and found her, Inukimi said. Mother, Inuyasha attacked Kagome because he was being enchanted by the priestess Kikyo to kill Kagome and to take the other half of her soul for Kikyo. So I have to protect her from Inuyasha and Kikyo. But it turns out Inuyasha learned the truth about Kikyo, so he killed her to have Kagome's soul back. Sashomerus explained to his mother. Inukimi nodded in response. She turned her head at Kagome. Priestess, is there anything else you want to tell me? Yes. After traveling alone, the two of us came across Shippo. His father was killed. Chapter 20. The Dream of Inu Taisho, Sashomerus' father. When they finally returned to the village, Kagome has been asleep for 3 hours while resting up her strength after a long journey. It was now nighttime. Shippo and Rin were asleep in the futon bed together like siblings. Kagome woke up and found herself in the darkness. She looked around in confusion. She didn't know what was going on, but she heard a figure call out her name. Kagome saw a figure dressed like Sashomerus in that he wore a white kimono and hakama, armored boots, and a long flowing sash, with the latter two suggestive of Chinese influence. He has breastplates with a spiked rim, with the addition of Chinese vambraces and armored gauntlets, as well as a layered spike pauldron on each shoulder. He wears a parted pelt that extends from both shoulders and trails behind him as he walks, representing the 2 streaks of fur running down the back of his demon form. Kagome began to speak to him. Who are you? I am Inu Taisho, Sashomerus' father. She blinked her icy blue eyes in shock. So, you're Inuyasha's father too, right? He nodded with a smile. How did you get here? I'm a spirit from your dreams, young one. Every time you kept dreaming, you were calling me here, Inu Taisho said. Kagome was confused. Wait, did I call you? I didn't call out your name. Yes, you did, young one. You can call me Kagome, Inu Taisho. There's nothing to be afraid of, Kagome said, smiling. I wasn't afraid of your name, Kagome. You see, Sashomerus did the mating ritual with you. That's why I'm here for you, to help you with what it means to be with a demon, Inu Taisho told the young priestess. Is that why you brought me here? Kagome asked curiously. He nodded. Yes, but first, Kagome, I want to speak to you. It's more complicated than that. After Sashomerus had lost his ability and strength by your tragic love, your spiritual powers had given him more power than the other demons. He has his present aura back. It's because you were no longer being cursed by the dark priestess Tsubaki. So, does it mean Sashomerus and I are back together after the tragic time I had? Inu Taisho nodded again. Of course, Kagome.
Your curse has been broken after you and Sashomerus learned the truth of Kikyo, who put an enchantment on my other son Inuyasha to kill you, and to take the other half of your soul. To my point of view, Kikyo wasn't good for Inuyasha. I would say I don't like her at all, because she'll never give Inuyasha a chance by speaking to her.
I agree with you, Inuyasha. Kikyo is not the right person for Inuyasha, Kagome pointed out.
Ayame was the right one for Inuyasha. I hope he and Ayame will stick together and have pups. Inuyasha chuckled as he crossed his arms across his chest and he smirked at this.
Kagome chuckled back. They will one day, but I gotta admit it, Ayame has a crush on Inuyasha.
Yes, she does. So Kagome, after Kikyo was sent back to the dead, and your soul was brought back, you and Sashomerus are now together, and you are no longer under Tsubaki's control. He said as Kagome began to feel what he was saying.
Thank you, Inuyasha, for telling me this. Am I too powerful then for Tsubaki's curse?
Kagome questioned him. You are stronger than Tsubaki. You have your pure and kind heart, Kagome. Inuyasha said as he stood beside her with a kind smile. Listen well, Kagome. I want you to take care of Sashomerus and Inuyasha for me. I know that Sashomerus has changed. He had a dark heart covered by hatred. But, lucky for Rin, she also has changed him into who he is now. I just want to make sure Sashomerus is taken care of. By the way, Kagome, I thought Inuyasha and you were good together.
Kagome smiled at him, placing her hands on her hips. That's okay, Inuyasha. Inuyasha and I are still good friends, but he just didn't love me the way I loved him. As for Sashomerus, I'll take care of him and I will always love him. But I promise I'll take care of Inuyasha as well.
The demon dog chuckled with a smile. Thank you, Kagome. I'm glad to hear it. Now you can wake up. Kagome slowly opened her eyes and saw Sashomerus laid beside her while falling asleep on the futon bed. She smiled at this and went back to sleep, although she told herself in her thoughts that she will be a good wife for Lord Sashomerus. Chapter 21. The Young Lady of the Western Land. Sashomerus felt at peace while traveling in the country. He flies in the sky during the night towards the beautiful full moon. Although, he always likes standing on the cliff and staring at the full moon. He wasn't feeling too cold because he was a demon. He swiftly landed on the ground and stared at those bright stars and the moon. He felt the wind blow with the warmest breeze. He softened his golden eyes a bit. He stared at Kaede's village while the wind kept blowing away. Sashomerus! It was Kagome who called out his name. Sashomerus saw her running towards him, waving at him with her bare hand. Kagome? What are you doing here? Sashomerus asked her. It's Rin. She isn't very well, Kagome said in a panic that made his eyes go wide. What happened to her? Kagome glanced away and tipped her fingers with a sweat drop. Well, I checked Rin out, but she wasn't very well, so I took her to Kaede's, she told the full-fledged demon dog. Kaede told me that Rin has the flu. Sashomerus softened his eyes again with a worried look on his face. Rin. Will she be okay, Kagome? She will, I promise. Kagome promised to him as she embraced him softly. Sashomerus blinked as the scent hit his nose. He stopped embracing her and smelled the unfamiliar scent. Kagome noticed that Sashomerus was suddenly quiet and stiff. Sashomerus? What's wrong? Kagome asked, concerned. I smell blood. It must be from the Western Land, he said as he pointed towards the land of fields and even the big trees. Sashomerus began to follow the scent as Kagome quickly grabbed his tail. They flew in the field until they arrived near the mountains. I sense the Jill shard over there, Kagome said, pointing at it where the scent of blood came from. There's also a demonic aura as well, Sashomerus said, narrowing his eyes. Let's go see who it is, Kagome replied as she and Sashomerus led the way to the smell of the blood trail. They passed by all the bushes and the trees until they arrived near the edge of the clearing. They saw a group of 4 demons surrounding a female demon dog like Sashomerus' form. Give us the Jill shards, you worthless female dog, a demon said angrily. Curse you! I need it for my children! They're sick!
A female demon dog roared in a weak voice, swinging her bare claws at them. Sashomerus declared that the demon dog is a female. Kagome didn't know that the female has pups, but why did she need the shards for them? She knew the shards could cause something unfortunate to happen. Sashomerus suddenly flies towards them and is about to attack them with his demon form. When he transformed himself into a giant beast, he attacked them with his long claws and his giant fangs. He roared as he slashed the 4 demons into pieces to rescue the female dog. Kagome watched the 2 against 4 as she quickly ran towards them. She stopped where the 4 demons had been slaughtered, and the 2 demon dogs turned back into their human forms. Suddenly, Kagome met a beautiful pale-skinned demon with long white hair and golden eyes like Sashomerus. She wore a blue and white kimono and a dark blue outer wrap that had a fur pelt, which wrapped around her chest. Sashomerus widened his eyes in shock a bit. Isabo? Big brother Sashomerus, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Isabo said with a kind smile. He nodded. It has been. Kagome's icy blue eyes gone widened. Big brother Sashomerus? Sashomerus, I want to thank you for saving me from the demons, Isabo said. Sashomerus nodded in response. Wait, Kagome interrupted, walking towards them. She first looked at Sashomerus' face. Sashomerus, I didn't know you had a sister. Why didn't you tell me? He sighed at this. It's a very long story, Kagome. I'll tell you later. Isabo glanced at Kagome, who was standing beside her brother. So, Sashomerus, who is this young human girl? This is Kagome. She's my mate. Sashomerus introduced her, looking over his shoulder at Kagome. She blinks in a bit of shock. I see. So this one is your human mate, I presume? Sashomerus nodded. You can call me Kagome if you want, Miss Isabo. Kagome said with a kind smile. Very well, Kagome. Isabo replied with her eyes closed. Tell me, the jewel shards that you had in your hands, why do you need it for your pups? Sashomerus questioned her. I didn't know my sister had pups of her own. He thought in his head. Because these jewel shards will help my 2 pups to regain their strengths in order to get rid of the sicknesses they have, Isabo told her older brother. Kagome took a step forward. That's not good, Isabo. And why not? Because the jewel shards were tainted by evil. It will cause your children to be abducted by the shards. Perhaps I'll heal your pups. It's the only way to purify the shards, Kagome said. I see. So you're a priestess, are you not? Isabo questioned her. Kagome nodded. Yes, I am. I'm a priestess who can purify the jewel shards and even heal them with my own power. If the shards were tainted by pure evil, I'll have to purify them with my spiritual powers. Will you do that to my children? You're not going to hurt them, are you? Isabo asked her in a worried tone. Don't worry, I won't purify them in the dust. I can heal them from the pure evil shards, Kagome said, smiling. Isabo began to smile softly. I accept your help, but first things first, let's all go to my castle. I have hidden my 2 children inside. They nodded as they began to fly off. Kagome grabbed Sashomerus' big fluffy tail and held onto it tightly. From Isabo's point of view, she smiled at Kagome's offer. She seems interested and impressed with Kagome's spiritual power. Here it is, my very own castle, Isabo said as she and the other 2 walked towards the western castle. Kagome thought her castle looked so beautiful while staring at it. When they arrived in the throne room, they watched Isabo sit in the big throne chair as she looked down at her brother and his human mate. Isabo, where are your children now? Kagome asked as she hoped to find them. Isabo looked over her shoulder and saw the 2 pups of hers were playing together in the garden. They're outside playing in the garden, she told Kagome, pointing at them. Kagome and Sashomerus saw the 2 demon kids running around in the garden. Kagome spotted the young boy with black raven and golden eyes. It seemed like he was different from the other demons. Was he supposed to be a half-demon or something? Does Isabo's mate have black hair like his? Her son was a full-fledged demon after all. She also spotted the little girl around Rin's age with white hair and golden eyes. She has 2 blue marks on her cheeks like Isabo's. She must be the younger sister of her older brother. Kagome knew she was the same full-fledged demon dog. Kagome knew her children didn't look too sick at all. Isabo got off the throne chair and introduced them. Kagome, I want you to meet my pups. This is my son, Kazuki, and my younger daughter, Suki. What does your son look like? Was he a full-fledged demon dog too? Kagome asked, pointing at the young boy. Isabo sighed at this. Kazuki was different from the others. He has 2 species, and he was still a demon dog like one of our kind. To tell you the truth, he was the hell beast, and he was still different from her species. My daughter, Suki, is still a full-fledged demon dog, which means she's normal. Sashomerus walked towards them. Who's the father, Isabo? Who did you mate after you had those 2 pups of yours? She glanced down sadly. Their father died a long time ago after Suki was born. We're sorry for your loss, Sashomerus murmured. Kagome sighed at this. Well, Isabo, we need your jewel shards so I can help heal your children. It's the only way to restore the jewel to be completed again. Isabo sighed, pulling the shards out of her pocket, handing them to Kagome. Well, I tried to keep my pups safe from the illness they have, but I want to thank you all for your help. Kagome smiled at her kindly. No problem, Isabo. I'll do my best to help your children stay healthy. When she purified it with her hands, the shards were instantly purified. She took out her small bottle of the jewel shards underneath her pocket and placed them inside. Within an hour, Kagome healed the 2 pups of hers with her healing spiritual powers. After taking Suki's turn, it was Kazuki's turn. She placed her bare hand on his forehead and healed him quickly. Sashomerus watched Kagome healing him with the spiritual power. He felt his niece was sitting next to him as she gave him a friendly smile with laughter. Sashomerus smiled back at her. He thought he would be a great uncle to Suki and Kazuki. Isabo was very happy to see her own older brother spending time with her children. Sashomerus, after Kazuki is healed, I'll let you look after my pups. It's been a while since we last saw each other, Isabo said with a kind smile. He nodded in response, turning his head and watching over his mate. Suki suddenly pulled Sashomerus' hair. He looked at her as she was playing with his hair and his big tail. Isabo glanced at her daughter. Suki, be careful of pulling Uncle Sashomerus' hair. Don't pull his hair too hard, she told her as she softened her golden eyes. I won't, mother, Suki said, still playing with it. 5 minutes later, Kazuki was instantly healed by Kagome's spiritual power. One of the demon dogs noticed something strange about Kazuki. His heart was purified by Kagome's purity and kindness. Kazuki seemed to notice as well. Lady Kagome? Did I die? Kazuki asked her worryingly. Kagome shook her head with a kind smile. Of course not, Kazuki. You're fully healed. So you and your sister won't be using the shards again. Kazuki began to smile at her. After this, he ran towards his mother and hugged her waist. Isabo giggled as she hugged back. When they stopped hugging for a second, Isabo gave her a kind smile. Kagome, thank you for healing them. I'm glad to have someone to help me take care of them, Isabo said. Kagome bowed down to her. It's my pleasure, Isabo. Isabo spun around and looked at Sashomerus. Sashomerus, I'm impressed of your human mate. I'm happy that you've chosen her. Father would be very proud of you for protecting this young priestess. I hope you and Kagome will be fine mates. We will, and thank you, Isabo, Sashomerus said with a small smile. We were planning to get married over the sakura tree. Would you like to come to our wedding? Kagome asked her with a smile. Isabo nodded. I would love to, Kagome. I'll bring my children with me as well. I hope you'll be the best aunt in the whole wide world. Kagome chuckled with a blush. Thanks, Izzy. Izzy? Isabo blinked in shock. I thought Izzy would suit you. It's your nickname. I hope you like it, Kagome said. Isabo gave her a soft smile. All right. Well, stay safe and take care of Sashomerus for me. Kagome nodded. I will. Chapter 22. To heal the sickness. After they returned to the village, they heard a sudden cough. They entered Kaede's village and found Rin laid on the futon with the blush across her face. Kaede sat beside her, taking care of this young girl. They saw Rin giving them a weak smile. Lord Sashomerus, Kagome, you guys came back, Rin said weakly. Hi, Rin. I just brought Sashomerus back to the village to see how you're doing, Kagome said with a kind smile. Rin coughed, covering her mouth with her bare hands. Kaede placed her hand on her forehead to feel the temperature she has. Kaede knew that Rin was extremely hot, and she even had a cold. Rin has a cold, Kaede told them. Oh no, that's not good. That means she has a fever, Kagome said in a worried tone voice. I never would have guessed Rin was sick, Sashomerus said. Oh, I have something in my yellow supplies backpack, Kagome exclaimed, pointing it out. Sashomerus blinked. Really? What do you have? I'll show you, Sashomerus. Kagome said as she and Sashomerus got up and walked out of the hut. They went to the other hut, where she has put her yellow backpack in the corner of the wall. Sashomerus watched her, searching for the supplies in this bag. She pulled out the bag of tea and the mug cup. Ayame appeared out of nowhere when she saw her making the tea. She walked in and asked them, Hey guys, what are you making? She asked him curiously. I'm making the tea because Rin has a fever, Kagome said, smiling. Sashomerus nodded with agreement. Oh no, does she have a fever? Poor Rin. But can I join you? I wanted to make the tea as well, Ayame said. Kagome nodded. Of course you can. I'll go watch over Rin, Sashomerus said as he headed back to Kaede's hut. Okay, Kagome said. Ayame smiled as she joined helping her make some tea for Rin. Within 10 minutes, Ayame began to grab a bowl from Kagome's yellow backpack and put water in it. The tea was finally done, but Ayame had put something in it. It was a lavender flower that will help Rin feel better. The girls walked back to Kaede's hut, where Rin continued to lay there. What's this, Kagome? Rin asked, pointing at the mug that Kagome was carrying. It's a tea. It will help you with that fever, Kagome told her. Yeah, those herbs and lavender flower will help make your fever go away, Ayame said, smiling. Besides, you do love flowers after all. Rin smiled at them. Kagome passed it to Rin carefully. She took a sip of the tea and started to smile at them. Kagome knew she was enjoying it as she continued to sip the tea. She gave Kagome the empty mug, then Ayame placed the towel on Rin's forehead. Thank you, Kagome and Ayame, Rin said, smiling. You're welcome, Rin, Kagome said. After this, Rin began to fall into a deep slumber. Sashomerus smiled at this when he was glad Kagome was helping her. Kaede was surprised. Kagome must be a great helper who helps take care of this child. Sashomerus walked towards Kagome. Kagome, thank you for healing Rin. Kagome smiled kindly. You're welcome, she said as she kissed him on his left cheek. Ayame blushed as she looked away, exclaiming quietly. Kaede chuckled as she noticed Ayame wanted them to have some space alone. 1 week later, and Rin's fever was finally gone. Kagome and Ayame had taken care of Rin's fever within a week. Kaede always looked after Rin as well. She thought Kagome was such a great healer, and so was Ayame. Although Ayame was just a white demon wolf princess. It doesn't bother her. She was just the old priestess who always looked after the villagers, even Kagome and her friends. Kaede saw Rin getting up from the futon and feeling better from a fever. How are you feeling, Rin? She asked her, smiling at her kindly. Did your fever disappear? Rin nodded happily. Yes, Kaede, I'm feeling better. Now I'm gonna go outside and play with Shippo and Master Jokin. Kaede chuckled. That's good to hear, Rin. I hope Kagome and Lord Sashomerus will be happy to see you as well. Chapter 23. Happiness and Taboo. Kagome was hanging the laundry with her best friend Sango. It's been a month since she met Sashomerus' mother, and even his sister Isabo. And ever since Rin got sick with the fever, Kagome and Sashomerus were happy to see Rin feeling better. After they finished the laundry over the river, the two girls hang them on the tree branches. A figure flew through the sky and landed into the grassy field in front of Kagome and Sango. She knew it was Sashomerus' younger sister, Isabo. Izzy, you're here! I didn't know you came to visit. How are you? Kagome exclaimed happily as Sango blinked her brown eyes in confusion. Isabo smiled at Kagome kindly. I'm doing fine, Kagome. I only wanted to come here to visit you and my brother. Brother? Sango blinked in shock. Kagome chuckled. Well, that's great. By the way, Sashomerus has left the village because he has business to do, she told the female demon dog. Kagome glanced her eyes at Sango, who stood beside her. Isabo, this is Sango, the demon slayer. Sango, this is Isabo, Sashomerus' younger sister. Nice to meet you, Sango, Isabo greeted the young demon slayer. Sango began to smile. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Lady Isabo. You don't have to call me Lady Isabo, Sango. Just Isabo. Whatever you want to call me, Isabo said. Okay, Isabo, Sango said. She turned over to Kagome. Kagome, how did you meet this person? Kagome began to explain how she and Sashomaru met Isabo during the battle against 4 demons. She also explained to Sango about helping her 2 pups, Kazuki and Suki, with her spiritual powers to purify the jewel shards. Sango was curious by using the spiritual hearings. I see. Well, you must be a great helper, Kagome, Sango said with a smile. Thank you, Sango, Kagome said. Speaking of which, Isabo, would you like to have dinner with us? I know you don't like human food, but I can make you some demon food if you'd like. Isabo nodded. Of course, Kagome. A few minutes later, Kagome has cooked the ohagi for everyone and some demon food for Isabo. After she was done cooking it, they began to eat the ohagi. Isabo tried the ohagi, but when she took a bite, the ohagi tasted delicious. Isabo knew Kagome was a great cook. Kagome invited Ayame to the dinner and wanted her to try it as well. When Ayame took a bite of the ohagi, she widened her green eyes and was amazed by Kagome's cooking. Kagome introduced Isabo to her friends. She explained to her friends about how she helped Isabo's 2 pups with her spiritual powers, and how she purified the shards. She also told them that Isabo was Sashomaru's younger sister. Everyone is interested. At that moment, Inuyasha arrived back at Kaede's village. What the heck is going on here? Inuyasha questioned in confusion. Well, Inuyasha, we invited them to the dinner. Although we just finished, Moroku answered with a smirk. What? How come you guys didn't leave any for me? Inuyasha shouted at them. Oh please, Inuyasha, we saved you a meal. We wouldn't steal from you, Kagome said, rolling her icy blue eyes. Besides, I invited Ayame and Sashomaru's younger sister to our dinner. Inuyasha widened his golden eyes as he heard what Kagome was saying. Ayame and Sashomaru's younger sister? Wait, if this one is Sashomaru's younger sister, then that means she's my older sister too. Isabo nodded her head. Of course, Inuyasha, I'm your older sister. It seems like you don't remember me at all. I used to watch over you and your mother from a long time ago. He blinked. What? Then how come you never saved my mother's life? Isabo sighed sadly. I'm sorry, Inuyasha. There's nothing I can do about it. After I left you and your mother in the human world, I found out that Princess Izayoi had died shortly after. Isabo sighed sadly, glancing at the ground. Ayame confronted him and cheered him up. Don't be sad, Inuyasha. Be happy. Besides, you're with us, and we saved you a meal. He blushed softly as he smiled at her. Inuyasha began to sit beside her as he started to have dinner with Ayame. Kagome was happy to see Inuyasha and Ayame sitting together. Kagome, Isabo said. I was wondering, would you like to come over to my castle and watch over the pups? They'd be happy to see you again, Isabo said. Why do you want me to watch over them? Kagome asked her curiously. Because I have business to do. I can't just leave my pups alone in the castle. I thought maybe you can watch over them, Isabo replied. Kagome smiled at her. I will, Izzy. Isabo smiled back. Thank you, Kagome. Suddenly, Kagome felt something strange. She felt ill from eating the ohagi. Isabo looked worried, and so did the others when Kagome felt ill. Kagome, what's wrong? Isabo asked her worryingly. Kagome tried to speak to her, but felt something come out of her body. She covered her mouth, feeling like she was about to vomit. So she ran outside and vomited into the bushes. Everyone was watching her vomiting in private. Kagome! Ayame yelled at her name. Hey, what the hell's wrong with her? Inuyasha asked. Kagome, are you all right? Isabo asked her, coming towards the young priestess. She then rubbed Kagome's back while watching over her. Kagome groaned in a bit of pain. What's happening to me? I don't know, Kagome, but it appears you're probably pregnant, Isabo said. Kagome widened her eyes in shock. What? I'm pregnant? Sango walked towards them and helped Kagome up. Kagome, you need to see Lady Kaede. She'll figure out what's wrong. Okay, Kagome said, nodding. Sango took her to Kaede's hut. Kagome was walking too slow because she was in pain. She was holding onto her lower parts and her stomach. Sango knew Kagome was in horrible pain. She wrapped Kagome's arms around her shoulders and slowly walked towards Kaede's hut. Everyone watched except Inuyasha, who just frowned in confusion. I don't know what the hell is wrong with her. She might be pregnant, Inuyasha said in a frown. I think she is, Inuyasha. But Sashomerus is not going to be happy when he realizes that Kagome is feeling sick, Moroku said in a worried tone. But Sashomerus will return when we tell him what's wrong with her. It's been almost 2 hours. Kagome laid on the futon feeling too ill. Kaede had tested her to see what was wrong. Isaba was here for her while comforting her. Although she told Kaede that she was the younger sister of Sashomerus, Kaede was a bit shocked in hearing this. Kaede sat beside Kagome and asked her, Kagome, how long do you have your period? About 4 weeks. Kagome, when was the last time you and Sashomerus did it? Kaede asked her again. Maybe 2 months. The news is, Kagome, you're pregnant with Sashomerus' child, Kaede told her with a kind smile. What? Kagome said in shock. Isaba widened her golden eyes in shock. Oh my, I can't believe this. My brother is having a half-demon baby. Kagome looked afraid when she knew Isaba wouldn't like this. Is it bad? Isaba smiled excitedly. No, of course not, Kagome. Why is that bad? I'm very excited that you and Sashomerus are going to be parents. She sighed in relief. I'm glad, but what about Sashomerus? Is he going to be mad if he finds out that I'm pregnant? He won't, I promise, Isaba said, patting her forehead. Kagome? They heard a voice calling out her name. Kagome slowly turned her head around and saw it was Sashomerus who called out her name. They watched him coming into Kaede's hut. When Sashomerus came in, Isaba and Kaede left them alone in private. Sashomerus, Kagome said with a weak smile. Sashomerus kneeled towards Kagome and looked her into her face. Are you all right? Moroku told me you were feeling ill. Is everything all right? She nodded with a soft smile. Sashomerus, there's something I want to tell you. I'm pregnant, Kagome answered. Sashomerus widened his golden eyes in shock. Kagome knew this is going to be happening when Sashomerus won't accept to be her baby's father because he despises the weakness like some half-demons. She looked away sadly. Sashomerus, I know you won't accept to be the baby's father. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'll find a way to... When Kagome was interrupted, she was pulled into a hug by Sashomerus. She felt his strong arms wrap around her waist tightly. Kagome was in shock by his actions. Kagome, that's fantastic news. Of course I'll accept to be the baby's father. I couldn't be happier, Sashomerus said happily. Kagome blinked. Really? When Sashomerus finally accepted this, Kagome began to relax and started to embrace him. You're gonna make a wonderful father, Sashomerus. Thank you for accepting this. Sashomerus smiled at this, embracing her back. Kagome, I love you and our unborn child. It took me a while to see that, but now that I have that, I don't want to ever lose you again, Kagome. I know I have asked you this before, but Kagome Higurashi, I want to marry you right now. Kagome widened her eyes in shock. What? Are you sure, Sashomerus? But what about my family from my era? I need to go see them because I don't want them to be upset about our marriage. Sashomerus smirked. He placed his hand on her left cheek, then pressed his lips against hers. He then let go of a kiss. I know this is sudden, Kagome, but I refuse to spend another day knowing you're not my wife, he said. I want you to be my wife, my mate for life, and the mother of our unborn child. She smiled and embraced Sashomerus again. All right, I will. I love you, Sashomerus. Sashomerus kissed her on the forehead. I love you too, Kagome. Chapter 24. Marrying Through the Sakura Trees. I'll see you later, Sashomerus. I'll be back whenever I'm ready to get married, Kagome said as she sat on the rim of the Bone Eater's well. Okay, Kagome, please take your time, Sashomerus said before he quickly placed his lips over Kagome's. The two of them blushed at the same time. I'll be back, Kagome said with a smile, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Have a great time with your family, Kagome, Sashomerus said, smiling softly as Kagome was too. Kagome then jumped into the well, leaving a blue light in her wake. Sashomerus was amazed that his human mate travels through time. No one can do that. Then he heard footsteps coming his way. Sashomerus turned around and saw it was Inuyasha who approached him. Hey, Sashomerus, Inuyasha said. Yes, Inuyasha, he asked. What is it that you love about Kagome? I thought you despised all humans, he said. Sashomerus softened his golden eyes. Why do you want to know, little brother? I just want to know, Sashomerus. Okay, Inuyasha said in a grumpy tone. Sashomerus took a breath and looked above at the sky. Her kindness towards, whether they are demons, half-demons, or humans. Kagome would always put everyone before herself. She never gives up when the situation looks bad. Kagome and Rin had changed me because I no longer despised humans with their weakness. Inuyasha looked at him in the face. Do you love her? He looked back. Yes, I do love her. Her purity and kindness is what I love about her. Inuyasha sighed at that. It was true about Kagome's kindness. She had a golden heart. She would care about others before herself. Even when Inuyasha kept hurting her feelings, it will be caused by breaking Kagome's heart. He wished he had seen it sooner, but it was too late now. Sashomerus has her heart. But he had to make sure that his older half-brother wouldn't take advantage of her. Why do you ask, Inuyasha? Sashomerus asked. Well, I just wanted to make sure Kagome was okay. I don't want you to hurt Kagome, Inuyasha said, turning away from his brother. Sashomerus smirked at this. Don't worry about her, Inuyasha. I still love her, and I wanted to accept to be the baby's father. Inuyasha sighed again, as he remembered how Kagome became ill, but turned out she became pregnant with Sashomerus' child. To his point of view, he was furious with Sashomerus for getting Kagome pregnant. But turned out, he's becoming a half-uncle. He was glad that Kagome was with someone like Sashomerus who truly loved her. I'm glad, Inuyasha said with a small smile. Guys, I'm home! Kagome called as she entered the house. Somehow, it felt good to be home again. It had been about 2 months since the last time she was home. She wondered how her family was doing. Then, she heard footsteps coming towards the front entrance from where she now stood. Her mother, Harumi Higurashi, approached her with a joyful smile. Kagome, you're back, she explained happily. Running and embracing her daughter, Kagome embraced back tightly. Mom, is Kagome back? It was Sota who questioned Harumi. Hi. Kagome! Sota and Grandpa Higurashi shouted at the same time, joining together in a group hug. It's great to see all you guys, Kagome said as she smiled happily with added tears flowing down her face. It's great to see you again, sis, Sota said happily. Hey, thanks, Sota, Kagome said with a smirk. So how long are you gonna stay here for? Grandpa asked curiously. Well, there's something I want to tell you, Kagome said, glancing around. What is it, dear? Tell us everything, Harumi said with a smile. Kagome began to tell them everything that happened when she returned to the feudal era, meeting Sashomerus again after driving her away and even trying to kill her. Kikyo used a spell on Inuyasha to take half of Kagome's soul, defeating and killing Kikyo by Inuyasha, spending time with Sashomerus, meeting Sashomerus' family, his mother Inukumi, and his younger sister Isabo, along with her 2 pups, Kazuki and Suki, healing Rin from the sickness, and finding out she's pregnant with Sashomerus' baby, and planning to get married for tonight. Also, Ayame's broken engagement to Koga. Oh. So you're with Sashomerus' child? Harumi asked in shock. Kagome nodded in disappointment and sadness. I'm sorry, Mom. I know you're mad at me, but I understand, Kagome. When she was interrupted by Harumi, she felt worried if Harumi won't ever allow marrying Sashomerus. It would have caused heartbreak, but her mother suddenly smiled at her. Kagome, I understand of wanting to get married by Lord Sashomerus, and I also understand that you're pregnant with his baby. If you want to marry Sashomerus right now, we'll support you, dear, Harumi said, smiling. Kagome began to smile back. She was glad Harumi accepted her and Sashomerus to be together. Harumi embraced her again as Kagome embraced her back. Good luck, Kagome. Be safe. Take care of yourself and your unborn baby. Come back and visit us, Harumi said, hugging her daughter close to her. I will, Mom, Kagome said. Then she released her mother and went to hug her grandfather. I hope you will be a fine wife for Lord Sashomerus, Grandpa said, hugging her. Thank you, Grandpa, she said as she released her grandfather and hugged her little brother. I'm gonna miss you, sis, Sota said, wrapping his arms around her upper back and her neck. I'm gonna miss you too, Sota, but I'll come back and visit you guys, Kagome said as she released him. She entered the sacred well and climbed the rim and sat there. She looked over her shoulder to gaze at her family. Goodbye, Kagome. Good luck with your wedding, Sota said. I wish you and Sashomerus eternal happiness, Kagome, Harumi said. Farewell, Kagome, Grandpa said. Thank you. Thank you all. I'll come back and visit you, Kagome said with a close-eyed smile. She then jumped off the rim and into the well, where she was surrounded by the blue and white lights. Sashomerus stood by the Bone Eater's well and waited for Kagome's arrival. He knew she was telling her family about wanting to marry him and having a life with him and their unborn child. Then he smelled Kagome's scent from the well. He looked through the well and reached out his hand towards her. He felt being grabbed in the hand by Kagome, then pulled her out of the well. Kagome, are you ready? Sashomerus asked her, hoping if she's ready. To his point of view, he noticed Kagome looked a bit sad and nervous about missing her family, although they were supposed to restore the jewel and defeat Naraku. After the wedding, they'll defeat Naraku to take the jewel back and even bring Kohaku back to his sister Sango. Kagome, is everything alright? Oh, it's nothing. But I was happy that my family supported us about our marriage, Kagome said, smiling. In return, Kagome wrapped her arms around Sashomerus' waist. Even if you want to see your family again, we have to continue finding the jewel shards to defeat Naraku. Never forget that, okay? Sashomerus asked. Kagome nodded. Yes, we can't forget about Naraku and the jewel shards. Soon after Kagome's arrival, everyone joined the wedding party where they were at the sakura trees. It was nighttime, and the moon looked beautiful when the petals fell off from the tree branches. Kagome knew the wedding party looked beautiful because of the white wedding. Kagome leaned her head beside Sashomerus' left shoulder and began to feel relaxed. Suddenly, Moroku approached them with a smirk, crossing his arms across his chest. I hope I'm not interrupting your moment days, he said with a smile. Kagome smiled back. Nah, you're fine, Moroku. Is there something you want to tell me? Ayame, Isabo, and Sango brought you a wedding dress. This dress was made by Isabo. I gotta admit, she must be pretty good at knitting some clothes, Moroku said. Okay, thank you, Moroku, Kagome said happily. After this, she kissed Sashomerus on his lips, then went to the hut where her friends were waiting for her. Sashomerus went to go see his brother Inuyasha and Moroku. Within a few minutes, Kagome was wearing her new kimono wedding dress. She thanked Isabo for making the dress, and Sango and Ayame exclaimed that they both loved it. They both talked for a while until Kaede entered the hut and interrupted their girls' night. Kagome, it's time, Kaede said with a smile. Kagome nodded in response. She walked towards the elder priestess, then wrapped her arms around Kaede's left arm. I will help you get ready for your wedding if you need anything from me, Kaede said. Thank you, Lady Kaede, Kagome said with a kind smile. Until then, 1 hour later, everyone gathered around at the wedding. Inukimi was here while standing around and watching them getting married over the sakura trees. Although Inuyasha never really met his stepmother, he only frowned at her. Inukimi was just smirking as she noticed Inuyasha didn't like her at all. Ayame sat beside Inuyasha and held onto his hand gently that made him blush heavily. Isabu and her children stood beside Inukimi as a family group. Moroku and Sango sat with each other as couples. Rin and Shippo sat on the tree branches while watching Kagome walking towards Sashomerus, who stood beside the priest. Within a few minutes, they got married after being announced as husband and wife. They both kissed each other on the lips to make everyone clap their hands. Kagome was now Sashomerus' human wife, and she loved him very much. She loved him for who he is, and she loved the fact that she is his mate and wife. Kagome was brought out of her reminiscence by Sashomerus' gentle kiss on her soft hand and his lingering questions. Kagome said that she was happy to be with Sashomerus. Chapter 25. Lady Inuyumi of the Northern Land. Okay, so half this chapter is just Sashomerus and Kagome making love. So I'm gonna skip all the graphic details. Meanwhile, in the Western Castle, Inukimi was busy doing some of her paperwork, until the butler interrupted her. She put her glasses away and her smoke pipe away. "My lady." She softened her golden eyes and commanded him. "What is it, Sebastian?" "Lady Inuyumi of the Northern Land has returned to the Western Land to see your son Sashomerus," Sebastian told her, bowing down to her. "She was willing to take him as her new mate." Inukimi sighed in annoyance, rubbing her face. "Bring her in," she demanded him. "I just want to speak to her. Alone." "Yes, my lady." When Sebastian bowed down to her again, he left the study room and went to go fetch Inukimi's worst enemy of the Northern Land. "Inuyumi, what do you want this time? I thought I told you that you'll never marry my son." Inukimi sighed in disbelief in her thoughts. "Welcome, Inuyumi." Sebastian greeted her, bowing down to the young demon dog princess with silver long hair and dark golden eyes. She has yellow marks on her cheeks and her red lipstick. "I take it that you would return to the Western Land." "Thank you, Sebastian," Inuyumi said with a smile. "Lady Inukimi wants to speak to you alone in the study room," Sebastian said, leading her to the giant hallway. "Thanks again, Sebastian. I can't wait to see my sweet Sashomerus." Inuyumi giggled excitedly as she kept following Sebastian. "Mother, how nice to see you again!" Inuyumi screeched excitedly as she hugged Inukimi tightly. When she released her from a huge hug, Inukimi began to sigh in annoyance and proceeded to tell her, "Look, first of all, I'm not your mother, Yumi. Second of all, call me Lady Inukimi, Inukimi, or Kimi, whatever you decide." Inuyumi giggled happily, blushing softly. She looked into Inukimi's golden gaze. "I'm sorry, Kimi, but I was willing to see my dear Lord Sashomerus again. I hope he and I will be mates again." Inukimi began to glare at her sharply, but with a smirk on her face. Inuyumi watched her crossing her arms across her chest. "I'm sorry, Yumi, but that's never going to happen." Inuyumi blinked in confusion. "What do you mean, Kimi?" Inukimi smirked more. "What I mean, Yumi, is that my son is already married." "What?" Inuyumi screamed, widening her eyes in shock. "Then who married her? Who is she?" Without a warning, Inukimi saw her teeth getting sharper with anger. Inukimi knew Inuyumi was jealous of another woman. To her point of view, Inuyumi was quite annoying ever since she was obsessed with marrying her son Sashomerus. But it was too late. Inukimi was glad that Kagome was now her new daughter-in-law. "Mayumi, you look like you're boiling in anger and jealousy. Sashomerus has married a human priestess named Kagome Higurashi. I would say I'm impressed by her purity and kindness. She even has a golden heart. I would say Kagome is like a daughter to me, but now my daughter-in-law." "You missed your chance, Yumi," Inukimi said, smirking. Inuyumi began to snarl towards the lady of the Western Land in an angry toned voice. "Sashomerus would never fall in love with a human bitch. He despises humans because he blamed his half-brother and his human mother for Inu Taisho's death. All the humans are weak, and so are the half-demons. I despise them as well." Inukimi narrowed her eyes. She got up from the chair and walked towards her. Inuyumi knew she was threatening her. "Yumi, it seems like you forgot your replacement," she said with a smirk. Without warning, Inukimi wrapped her hand around Inuyumi's neck as her eyes began to glow red. Inuyumi struggled to break free from her strong hand and struggled for breath. But Inukimi was stronger than her. "Listen well, Yumi. If you ever raise your tone like that again, I will break your neck and turn you into dust. Got it?" Inuyumi nodded in fear. Inukimi then let her neck go and watched her struggle for breath, coughing for air. She took a step forward and stared at her. "Yumi, remember that you are not welcome here, and you shall leave this place for good. If you ever try to claim to be my son's mate, I will have the guards slaughter you in pieces, and I will send you away from my son and even my kingdom. Stay out of my son's way. Understood?" Inuyumi growled at her, gritting her teeth. Her eyes emitted a red glow. She then flies away from Inukimi's demands. Inukimi smirked smoothly. "As I said before, Yumi, stay out of my son's way." She then heads back to her study room and continues working on her paperwork. Inuyumi was flying off in anger. She couldn't believe that her Sashomerus was with another woman, a human at that. She thought he despised humans for their weaknesses, but turned out he ended up falling for a human priestess. She let out a growl in anger. "Who the hell does she think she is?" she complained to herself. "How dare she steal my Sashomerus away from me? I will make her pay for this. I will slaughter this bitch with my claws." As a matter of fact, Inuyumi was boiling with anger on the inside. She couldn't understand why Sashomerus would ever fall in love with a human girl. Her fist clenched in rage, as she despised a human girl that she never really met. She would get rid of her. That was a promise. Chapter 26. The Blood Moon Rises. Tsubaki stood at the desk with the Shikon jewel completely tainted by evil. She gazed at the two figures who were now together, but finding out she was pregnant with a half-breed child. She was angry at the moment. She didn't know their plan failed because of Naraku's plot. After all, she tried to get this young priestess Kagome Higurashi killed by the hands of the traitors, but turned out the curse had been broken. "Naraku, your plan didn't work. Kikyo was killed by Inuyasha, and Kagome is fully alive again because of the other half of her soul," Tsubaki said in anger. Naraku, the man dressed in purple with long wavy black hair and dark scarlet eyes, appeared out of nowhere where he stood behind her without a word. He had a calm expression on his face, yet with an evil smirk. "Of course, Kikyo is such a fool. Although, Kikyo has failed her mission to kill Kagome with her tragic death time," Naraku said with softened eyes. "Naraku, Kagome is pregnant with a half-breed child. We cannot stand around and do nothing. There must be another way to steal their precious jewel shards," Tsubaki argued, glaring at him. Naraku smirked with an idea. "What if we wait until Lord Sashomerus' child is born? There must be a brilliant idea about how to steal the child." "And what is your idea, Naraku?" Tsubaki asked in a tone of voice. He chuckles, smirking more. "You shall see, Tsubaki. I know someone who has been replaced by Kagome." It was in the middle of the day when Kagome and Sashomerus had finally returned to Kaede's village. Rin and Shippo were happy to see their so-called parents again. Although after their wedding day, they adopted them to be their two pups. Kagome was happy to become their adoptive mother. When they adopted the small demon fox and the human girl, Kagome decided to tell them that she was pregnant with their youngest sibling. Sashomerus doesn't mind at all. He couldn't help but smile softly. "Hey guys, I have some great news for you two that you're never gonna believe," Kagome said as she kneeled down towards them. "What is it, Kagome?" Rin asked her curiously. She took a breath and said, "After we've adopted you both, you two are gonna be the oldest siblings of this baby." "You mean you're having a baby, Mama?" Shippo asked as Kagome nodded in response. "That's great news, Mommy!" Rin exclaimed excitedly, hugging Kagome as she's wrapping her arms around her neck. "We can't wait to meet our baby brother or sister." "Yeah, we're gonna be the best siblings ever!" Shippo exclaimed too. Kagome giggled with a smile. I'm glad you two are looking forward to meeting your baby brother and sister, she said. You two are going to be wonderful siblings. Sashomerus saw a familiar figure landing towards him slowly. He knew it was his younger sister, Isabo, and her two pups, Kazuki and Suki. Brother, how's my new sister-in-law doing? Isabo asked with a kind smile. Sashomerus smiled at her. Kagome is doing well. I'm looking forward to meeting my child, he told Isabo. Kagome and I adopted Shippo and Rin after our wedding. She smiled more. That's great to hear. I bet my two pups will make friends of Shippo and Rin. I'm sure they'll be great cousins. And congrats for adopting the pups and being a father to your guys' unborn baby. He bowed down to her with his head. Thank you, Isabo. After this conversation, Isabo let Kazuki and Suki play with them for a while and went to go talk to Kagome as she walked towards her. Kagome, may I speak to you for a moment? Isabo asked. Kagome nodded. Of course. The two women sat on the big rock and watched over their children. They watched them running around in the field while playing tag. Isabo gazed at Rin, who was running around with her wide arms flying like an eagle. She smiled at this, thinking how lovely the young girl is. As for Shippo, Isabo thought that he has always been an adorable one. To her point of view, she heard what happened to Shippo's father, who was killed by the Thunder Brothers, and Rin's family, who were slaughtered by bandits. She felt bad for the two children, who were completely orphaned, but turned out they had new parents like Kagome and Sashomaru. Kagome, there's something I want to give you, Isabo said as she pulled something out of her pocket. Kagome stared at it. What is it? Isabo showed it to her. It was a beautiful necklace. It has a green diamond with yellow chains around the necklace. It's a necklace. This is a gift for your wedding, she told Kagome. My father gave me this necklace right before Inuyasha was born. Kagome took the necklace and looked at it. But why the necklace? You know it's yours, right? No. I want you to keep it, Kagome. This necklace tells you that you had already loved someone else as I do. Father told me, once you found someone you loved, you will wear this necklace and never take it off. It's because this necklace was important to you. Now you have Sashomaru, and you will wear this necklace. You will always keep this necklace around your neck and will always be near Sashomaru's side. This is the necklace I want to give you. Isabo explained as she passed the necklace to her left hand, then closed it with her bare hands. Kagome smiled, holding on to the necklace. Thank you, Isabo, she said as she hugged her gently. After I give you this necklace, I must return to the castle due to business, but I want you to watch over my pups while I'm busy working. Tell my children that I'll be there to pick them up after I'm done working, Isabo said, standing up straight and walking away. She nodded in response. I will, Isabo. With a smile on Isabo's face, she began to float in the air while flying towards the sky, returning to her castle. Within a few minutes after she returned to the western castle, Isabo landed on the floor and walked towards the door. When she was about to have a meeting with the lords, she heard a complaint from the other room. Isabo checked in the room and saw who it was. She realized that familiar voice. Isabo knew it was the last person she wanted to see. She was from the northern land. It was Inuyumi. Isabo smirked at this as she heard her complaining about this human girl. She noticed she was talking about Kagome, but not in her castle. She then came out of nowhere and stood behind Inuyumi. Plotting, are we, Inuyumi? She asked with a dark smirk and raised her brows, crossing her arms across her chest. Inuyumi shrieked in surprise, turning around, seeing it was Isabo who first spoke to her. Oh, Isabo, you scared me, she said with nervous laughter. Isabo smirked again. Why would you be so jumpy, Yumi? Unless she's up to something. I don't know what she's doing in my castle. She began to walk towards Inuyumi with a threatening look. You know, if you leave the castle peacefully without any kind of problem, you and my dear brother Sashomaru can remain friends. Inuyumi glared at her. And what's that supposed to mean, Isabo? Isabo narrowed her golden eyes in her authority. It means, Yumi, if you do anything to interfere with Sashomaru's happiness, I will personally make sure your ashes return to the northern land and your parents. Inuyumi gave her a dirty look. Was that a threat, Isabo? Isabo began the chuckle with a smile and insanity. Why no, Inuyumi. That was a promise. If you haven't noticed, she said in a dark tone, I truly don't like you for my brother. You only like him for status and wealth. You shall never compare his mate to my sister-in-law Kagome. To my point of view, I'm very impressed with her spiritual powers. I would say she's like a sister to me, and I would also consider her a better mate for my brother. Without a warning, she saw an angry look on her face. Inuyumi began to snarl at her with red glowing eyes and big fangs. Isabo could see that on her face, she was about to transform herself into the giant demon dog. She is not his mate. She is just a human priestess. She's nothing but a wench. Isabo raised her eyebrows as she walked towards Inuyumi. You seem to forget your place, Yumi, she said with a smile. When Inuyumi was about to say something, she felt being grabbed in the neck by Isabo's hand. She felt being squeezed tightly. Isabo faced Inuyumi in a frown. Yumi, I can snap your neck easily if I choose to. Just remember that you decided to raise your tone at me. My lady, what's going on here? When they were interrupted, Isabo spun around and saw it was the servant who appeared out of nowhere. She can see his eyes gone widened when he saw her doing that. Isabo let go of Inuyumi's neck and said, Oh, don't worry about it. It was a conversation. That's all. When the servant nodded in response and left her alone in the room with Inuyumi, Isabo turned her head and gave Inuyumi a death glare. Stay out of Sashomeru's way. This is my last warning. When she left Inuyumi all alone in the room, she began to growl in frustration and anger. Once again, her eyes went red as she gritted her teeth sharply. Who the hell does that Isabo think she is? She shrieked in anger. Oh, I will show you who I am. No one takes what is mine. No one. Chapter 27. Inuyumi's Bad Advice. It's been 2 weeks since the day they became mates and family. Kagome's group grew bigger as a family in Kaede's village. She was glad Rin and Shippo got along with the White Wolf Princess Ayame. This wolf princess treated them with purity and kindness like she always does. She found it hilarious when she saw her 2 kids were chasing Jockin around in the flower field, trying to get him to wear the necklace of flowers that Rin had made him. She's also glad Inuyasha and Ayame got along together while watching over her 2 pups. She smiled to that happily, marrying to Sashomeru, adopting 2 pups of her own, and having his half-breed baby. Kagome? It was Sashomeru who spoke to her. Yes? Kagome spun around. Do you think Koga will know that Ayame is with Inuyasha? Sashomeru asked. Well, when they go to his territory, he'll notice that Ayame and Inuyasha are together, Kagome said. He softened his golden eyes. Why do you look like you don't want to see him? He asked Kagome. She sighed with a sweat drop. Well, that wolf won't stop calling me his woman whenever I meet up with him. I used to like him a lot since I was 15 years old. I see. As a matter of fact, she used to like Koga, but turned out she turned 16 or 17 years old when she changed a lot. She didn't like when Koga calls her my woman. She always knew that he wouldn't stop. She also knew that he only called her that because she could sense the 2 jewel shards around his 2 ankles, and to get out of his engagement with Ayame. Koga will never stop calling her that. Kagome was glad she was with Sashomeru as her so-called mate, or even her husband. That wolf better not ever lay his hands on you, Sashomeru growled, showing his love for his mate. With that, she couldn't help but giggle. Don't worry, Sashomeru, he won't. Remember, he found out about it. Kagome replied with a kind smile. He chuckled at this. Well, I'm glad. When he finds out what's going on between her and my brother, he's going to have to deal with it. Kagome nodded in agreement. Well, I have to go pick up Isabo's pups. She's having a meeting with the lords, Sashomeru said right before he kissed her on her left cheek. Okay, be careful, Sashomeru, Kagome said loudly, watching him fly away. When Sashomeru left to pick his sister's pups up, Kagome continued to watch over her 2 pups, but she was picking one of the herbs and putting it in the basket. Suddenly, a figure approached her when she didn't know who was coming. Kagome didn't hear her footsteps. It was Inuyumi. "Well, isn't that something?" Inuyumi said with a dark smile, staring at Kagome who was picking the flowers. She had watched over them before Sashomerus took off. She narrows her amber eyes and says, "So, this is Sashomerus' mate that they were talking about. Let's see what you have to say now, bitch." When she was about to approach her closely, she heard a voice was calling out. It was Jokin, who was keeping an eye on Kagome all along. "Inuyumi, what are you doing here?" Jokin asked, holding onto his staff and pointing at her. Rin and Shippo saw what was going on. They noticed there was another demon dog like Sashomerus and his family. Inuyasha and Ayame spun their head around and saw a figure standing in front of Kagome. "Who the hell is she?" Inuyasha asked in a stern voice. "I don't know, Inuyasha. Let's find out," Ayame said as she and Inuyasha approached them quickly. Inuyasha didn't trust this female demon who was about to do something to her. Kagome didn't know what was going on. She spun around and saw another female dog who stood in front of her. "Oh, hi there. You must be Inuyumi, right? I'm Kagome. Nice to meet you." Inuyumi chuckled. "Nice to meet you as well, priestess," she said with a fake smile. "I've heard from Sashomerus' family saying that you and Sashomerus got married. I just wanted to congratulate your marriage. I'm sure Sashomerus was thrilled." Kagome smiled back. "Thank you, Inuyumi." "Why the hell are you here, woman?" Inuyasha shouted. "Inuyasha!" Ayame interrupted him. "Inuyumi, why did you come here to approach Sashomerus' mate?" Inuyumi frowned as she hated to hear them saying Sashomerus' mate. Kagome was only a human after all. She despised humans and half-breeds like Inuyasha. "I'm not here to approach her. I'm here to visit her. That is all that matters. I would say I'm in shock," Inuyumi said. Kagome smiled again with a sweat drop, although she can sense her jealousy aura. She forced herself a smile. She felt a bit nervous about what Inuyumi was about to do to her, but one of her hands was here to protect her, as Sashomerus does. As a matter of fact, she forgot to get her sacred arrow to protect herself. "Well, you're welcome here anytime you want. Sashomerus came by once, but he has pulled away on his journey. You know how busy he can be," Kagome said. Inuyumi looked away. "Well, that's how it starts. That's how when I and Sashomerus used to be together when I was his fiancé." Everyone widened their eyes in shock. "You're Sashomerus' fiancé?" "Ex-fiancé. He refused to mate with me," Inuyumi said in a stern voice. Kagome blinked. "You're his mate?" "Yes, we used to be together. He surely told you about me, didn't he?" Inuyumi said with a frown. Kagome looked away. No." She then chuckled as Inuyasha kept a watch on Inuyumi. "What's so funny, Inuyumi?" Jokin shouted in anger. "Well, that's because he's ashamed of me, like he would ever be with you," Inuyumi said as she leaned close to her. She gave her an evil smirk and told her this. "Listen well, priestess. If you know what's good for you, you know that Sashomerus will leave your side as he did for me." "Inuyumi?" Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice who stood in front of them, along with Kazuki and Suki. They spun around and saw it was Sashomerus who overheard his ex-mate. Inuyumi gasped in shock. She gave him a fake sweat drop. "Oh, Sashomerus, I didn't see you there. I was just..." "I know what you're doing. How dare you talk to her like that?" Sashomerus growled at her furiously as his red eyes went red. He ran close to Kagome and their two pups. "I don't want you to come near my mate, my pups, or my unborn child. Now get out!" Inuyumi was in shock by hearing him saying that Kagome was pregnant with his half-breed baby. She glared at him in frustration without a word, leaving them be. She looks over Kagome and tells her, "Remember what I said, priestess." When Inuyumi left, Kagome looked away in a sweat drop and disappointment. She didn't know Inuyumi was his ex-mate. "What the hell is she doing here?" Sashomerus snapped in anger. Inuyasha sighed at this. "I don't know, but she must be a jealous dog. Sashomerus, is this true? Is it true that you and Inuyumi were mates? Kagome asked in concern. He sighed in disbelief. We used to be mates, but I don't love her. Why? Because I caught her with another man. So I decided not to mate with her, since she was foolish enough to mate with the other males, Sashomerus explained to her. I'm sorry to hear this. You know I still love you. Kagome said as she embraced Sashomerus tightly. He embraced back as well. Well guys, when this bitch is gone, let's go back to Kaede's village. We're wasting our time. Inuyasha said as everyone nodded in agreement. They then headed back to Kaede's village and continued to move on with their lives. Meanwhile, with Inuyumi, who was completely angry, she couldn't believe that this human girl Kagome was pregnant with a half-demon child. She growled in frustration when she walked towards the dark path, mumbling to herself. I can't believe this. This bitch is pregnant with a half-breed? I will never allow this to happen. Inuyumi complained as she stormed off in anger with frustration. When she does, she heard a voice was calling out to her. She spun around and saw a man with the baboon cloak appear from the dark shadows. Hello there, Inuyumi. Who the hell are you, wicked demon? He smirked darkly, walking towards her slowly. It hurts, doesn't it? Having your heartache by your mate? You're not going to let them get away with that now, are you? I said, who the hell are you, and what do you want? He chuckled evilly. My name is Naraku, and I'm here to help you. It's okay to hate them both, and I'm also here to give you an offer. And what offer do you have, Naraku? Inuyumi asked with narrow eyes. Naraku chuckled evilly with a smirk. You shall see. Chapter 28. Captured Kagome. It was morning time. It was time for Kagome and Sashomerus to go to their appointment with the doctor that Kaede had hired for them. As for Kagome and Sashomerus, they both had been waiting for the doctor to arrive. The young priestess laid on the futon, feeling relaxed. Sashomerus held on to her hand, never wanting to let go. Kagome knew her husband was very overprotective. Finally, the doctor arrived and approached them. Hello there. Have I interrupted? No, sir, you didn't. We were just waiting for you, Kagome said with a great smile. The doctor smiled back. I see. That's good to hear. I'm Dr. Suikotsu, and I'm here to take you to your medical exam. I've been taking very good care of the children and all the people. Sashomerus softened his eyes. He noticed there was something suspicious about this man that he didn't like. Was he lying, or was he telling them the truth? I don't recall Kaede and Ayame saying anything about Kagome needing an examination. Kagome chuckled with a smile. Relax, Sashomerus, she said. I'm sure Dr. Suikotsu will look after our child. Besides, he seems like a kind-hearted person. Suikotsu chuckled with a blush. Thank you, Priestess Kagome. Call me Kagome, sir. It won't take that long, right? Kagome asked. Why, of course not, Kagome. It won't be that long. But it will take around 10 to 15 minutes. So you should be... Sashomerus sighed at this. Very well, I'll leave you two alone. But if I don't see my wife within 30 minutes, you'll be slashed by my claws. Suikotsu gulped in shock. Oh, Sashomerus, calm down. We'll be fine, I promise, Kagome said, scolding him. Sashomerus gently leaned in and pressed onto her lips with a soft kiss. All right, I'll leave you and Suikotsu alone until your medical exam is done. She chuckled again with a smile. I'm sure you will. When Sashomerus left the hut, Kagome looked over the belly and rubbed it softly. She couldn't believe it's only been 2 weeks since she's been pregnant. She and Sashomerus couldn't wait to meet their unborn child. You hear that, sweetie? She asked happily. Your daddy's always overprotective and possessive over us. He'll always be there to protect us. Suikotsu couldn't help but chuckle. He knew Kagome would be a great mother one day, and Sashomerus would be a great father. Right now, he was busy taking her medical exam for the next few minutes. A few minutes later, Kagome had laid on the futon for over 25 minutes, until something was going on here. She wondered if Suikotsu had taken a very long time. She noticed there was something suspicious of him. Kagome began to get off the bed and checked on the doctor. When she was about to enter his room, she began to call out for him. "Hey, Dr. Suikotsu, is something..." Suddenly, she saw a man who wears armor that consists of a blue chest plate with 3 kuzaris that run down his legs and a green sash around his waist. He also has large black shoulder pads, blue arm guards over his kasode, and a pair of matching kan and tabi on his legs. She saw him spinning his head around and saw her standing in front of him. Kagome started to scream before he knocked her out. When she was about to fall to the ground, he caught her and carried her in a bridal style. As a matter of fact, it was Suikotsu who did this all along. This poor man had been suffering from the symptoms of dissociative identity disorder. He has 2 definite split personalities. One, a gentle philanthropist doctor who looks after orphans. The other, a psychopathic and sadistic thrill killer that earns him his place. While the doctor is in control, he has a severe case of hemophobia that causes him to hallucinate blood on his hands and can trigger his evil personality. When the mercenary takes hold, he seems to possess a dry sense of humor and an insatiable desire for blood. Suikotsu cited this. You owe me big time for this, Inuyumi," he said in disbelief, glancing at Kagome, who was completely unconscious. "I hope you, my brothers, and the others know what you're doing, because I don't want to be anywhere near when Sashomerus and his friends find out what you've done." He then quickly ran towards the dark forest, where the 2 have been faded away, as he kept carrying her around in a bridal style. "Who's Suikotsu? We've never brought him in my village," Kaede said, as she sat beside the fireplace, pointing it out sharply. Of course, Ayame and Sashomerus had told her everything about this Dr. Suikotsu. Turns out, they didn't know who he is. In fact, none of the villagers did. "What do you mean, Kaede?" Sashomerus asked in confusion. "You're the one who brought him here." Kaede blinked in shock. She began to scoot closer with a frown. "Sashomerus, when did you see this man?" she questioned him. "Well, we were told by Ayame that you brought him here in the village and told me to check Kagome's medical exam test. Have you not?" Sashomerus explained. Kaede widened her eyes in shock. "I told you before, I never brought him here. I've never even met this man." "Wait!" Ayame interrupted their conversation. Inuyasha just stood in front of her with his arms crossed around his long sleeves. "If you didn't tell me that you brought him here, then that means..." "Kagome was captured!" Inuyasha shouted as he interrupted as well. "What?" Sashomerus yelled in fury. He and the others quickly ran outside and headed towards the other hut where Kagome and Suikotsu were missing. He now realized this doctor was a liar. "Oh no, Kagome!" Ayame wailed in shock. "Ayame, when did you meet this man?" Kaede asked her. "Well, I met him an hour ago when he arrived in your village. He told me that you had welcomed him to look after the others and even the children. I'm so sorry, I didn't know what happened," Ayame said in a panic. Sashomerus growled furiously. "That bastard! I knew I didn't trust him! We have to bring her back!" Inuyasha walked towards his older brother. "Sashomerus, I know this guy has been working with someone. Take a guess." He growled again as his red and blue eyes went to glow. "Naraku." "Yeah, Naraku was responsible for this. You sent Suikotsu to capture Kagome. We have to rescue her," Inuyasha shouted. "I'll go with you, Inuyasha," Ayame said as she stepped closer to him. Inuyasha couldn't help but blush slightly. "Don't you forget about Shippo, Sango, and Moroku. They'll always be there to help you all as well," Kaede said. All 3 of them smirked. As for Sashomerus, he couldn't help but want to slaughter the man who captured his mate. "He shall pay," he growled with a smirk. "Sashomerus, calm down. We'll get her back. But we need to get Sango, Moroku, and Shippo teamed up against Naraku," Ayame said. Inuyasha nodded in agreement, who completely likes her. "Right, let's go." Meanwhile, with Kagome, she laid on the ground floor. She slowly opened her eyes and found herself tied up around her waists and her ankles with the rope. Kagome looked around with a sweat drop. At first, she was groaning in a bit of pain. "Where am I?" Kagome moaned, gleaming her icy blue eyes. "Well, well, well. I see you're finally awake, priestess. a female voice said as she revealed herself with a frown and smirk. She widened her eyes. Inuyumi? What the hell are you doing here? Release me! Inuyumi chuckled darkly. Now why would I do that, priestess? There is no way I shall release you until your unborn half-breed will die. She gasped in panic. When Inuyumi was about to slash her with her long claws, she heard a footstep coming in, until Kagome saw the young man with the tattoo of a 4-star mark on his forehead and black hair with a braided ponytail. His eyes are dark blue, and he's handsome. He has a very big blade called Banryu that he carries around his left shoulder. Am I interrupting, Yumi? I don't see why this is a good idea. Who's carrying Sashomerus' half-breed child? The man said with a smooth smirk. Inuyumi glared at him. Bonkotsu. There was another man who appeared out of nowhere and stood behind Bonkotsu. Forgive me for interrupting, but I don't think this is a good idea, the boy said in nervousness. Hello, Jikotsu. Bonkotsu greeted him kindly, pounding him on his back. This is a good idea. We have to collect all the jewel shards for Master Naraku. Kagome blinked. Naraku? Yup. We serve Naraku. We have to collect all the shards to restore them for Naraku's orders, Bonkotsu said with a smirk. Where did you all come from? Well, it's a long story. Naraku brought us back to life using the jewel shards. He wanted us to battle against Inuyasha and Sashomerus. That's why we brought you, priestess, Bonkotsu explained. Are you here to kill me? Kagome asked with a frown. We're not here to kill you. We're here to bring you to Naraku's castle, Jikotsu said. Naraku's castle? The boys nodded in response. To my point of view, we all know how powerful Sashomerus and Inuyasha are. Inuyumi wouldn't lead herself in trouble by stealing you from your mate, Sashomerus. Shut up, Jikotsu! How the hell would he know, unless you and Bonkotsu let Suikotsu capture this girl? Now why don't you go guard the door so nobody comes in, and let me know when they're here? Inuyumi shouted in anger. Jikotsu gulped in fear, nodding his head. Yes, ma'am. When Jikotsu left, Bonkotsu looked over his shoulder at Inuyumi. He crossed his arms around his chest. Well, that's your funeral, Yumi, he replied. Naraku would laugh his ass off when he hears about this. Fuck off, Bonkotsu. Inuyumi growled at him with eyes that glowed red. When she looked back at Kagome, she noticed that she began to speak to her. What do you want, Inuyumi? She asked in a growling voice. Didn't they tell you that Sashomerus doesn't love you anymore because you were with another man? Inuyumi smirked evilly, chuckling. So you can trap my Sashomerus with your disgusting half-breed child? Think again, bitch, she said in a loud voice. I will make sure that you never have that or ever be of Sashomerus again. Once again, when Inuyumi was about to slash her, they heard a door suddenly open, and there 2 figures approached them. Kagome widened as she noticed who they were. I hope no one's interrupted, a low male voice said, walking towards the demon dog and the pregnant priestess. Naraku! Tsubaki! Kagome growled in anger, struggling to break free from the ropes. But it didn't work at all. The rope was stronger and painful. Kagome, long time no see. I'm glad we meet again. You left your beloved Inuyasha with Lord Sashomerus. That sounds a lot like betrayal, Naraku said with an evil grin. Kagome glared. Even though Inuyasha was enchanted by Kikyo to kill me and to take the other half of her soul for her, I was able to find someone I love, and I was able to be with Sashomerus to have our unborn child, not as someone who doesn't care about me. Tsubaki walked towards her. You may be right, but you didn't know Kikyo had worked for Naraku to enchant Inuyasha and take all of your jewel shards. She gasped in shock. Wait, you mean Kikyo has... Yes, Kikyo had loyalty to us. We ordered her to kill you and all your friends, but our plan had failed. So we decided to do something to you, Tsubaki said. Like what? We were going to entertain you and your unborn child. But we don't want to kill your child. We want your child to be Naraku's successor, Tsubaki told her. What? Are you saying that you guys want to take my baby away? Kagome yelled and sweat dropped as she frowned. Truly, Naraku replied with a nod. He spun his head around towards his two incarnations, Kagura and Kana. Kagura, I want you to bring out the tainted jewel shard for me. I want you to test Kagome and see how it goes. You won't taint me by evil. I'm stronger than you, Kagome shouted. Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. We want you and your baby alive, Kagura said as she approached her with the dark glowing shard in her hand. That's why we brought you here. We want the baby to be a successor. Don't do anything funny. If you do, then we'll have no choice but to put you in the cold cell. Tsubaki smirked, circling at Kagome. Kagome spun around and looked over the shoulder at Naraku, who was staring at her. I will keep your child safe, and he or she will belong to me. When the child is born, my plan will be successful, and your child's soul will be tainted by hatred. You should know how this works by now. You've seen what happens, Kagome. She growled at him loudly. Never! My child will never join you! Kana slowly approached when she carried the infant around her arms. Kagome saw the infant spin his head and stare at her gaze. It's simple, he said. We are making your child one of us. Over my dead body! Kagome yelled once more, struggling to break free. Bonkotsu laughed out. Well, she must be a rough one, boss. Inuyumi was just glaring at him. She turned her head at Naraku. Naraku, why didn't you let me kill this disgusting half-breed baby? Naraku softened his crimson eyes. We don't want the child to be killed by your hands. We want it alone, he told her in a stern voice. She scoffed, looking away. Some fucking attitude she has, Bonkotsu said, smirking around. Silence, Tsubaki commanded, glaring at him. Let him finish. The infant glanced at Kagura. Kagura, if you please untie her. He commanded her as Kagura nodded in response. They watched Kagura swing her fan towards Kagome, untying her. Kana, if you would, please pass it to Kagome. When he commanded her, Kana slowly passed it to her. But Kagome flinched in fear. Kagura grabbed her in the shoulders and demanded her to stop moving around. Kana slowly passes it to the pregnant priestess until the infant made her body glow. Kagome couldn't move a muscle. She felt her body go numb. What's going on? My body isn't responding to me, Kagome thought, glancing down at the infant who was laying onto her chest. She was about to give in until she couldn't stop thinking of Sashomerus. She closed her eyes and trembled a bit. Sashomerus, please save us. Save me and our child. Don't give up, Kagome! Who's there? Kagome heard a voice until she saw the ghost of Sashomerus' father, Inuyasha, who was standing there and watching over her. Do not give in, Kagome. You have the strength within you. Use your spiritual power. Fight back. Don't let your child become one of them. Inuyasha shouted with echo until he faded away. Kagome frowned as she grunted in pain. She remained in her strength to become stronger again. She pushed herself as the light pink glow purified the evil spell. Everyone is in shock seeing this. Kagome became stronger than the powerful pure evil. As a matter of fact, she saw a figure priestess who stood beside Inuyasha. It was Midoriko who watched over her. Lady Midoriko, Kagome breathed out heavily. She gave her a kind smile. You did very well, Kagome. When she and Inuyasha disappeared, Kagome began to collapse and drop the infant. Everyone, except Naraku, is in shock. Impossible! Inuyumi shrieked in anger. How the hell did she do that? She purified the evil, Naraku responded. Kagura picked the infant up and gave it back to her sister Kana. He slowly walked towards her and lifted Kagome's chin. I'm impressed by your purifying spell. But if you just obeyed me once, I wouldn't have done this to you and your unborn baby. Don't worry, Naraku. We'll let her go until Sashomerus and the others come here to save her, Tsubaki said. Kagura, dear, take Kagome to the cell. We'll find another plan for her. Kagura nodded. Yes, ma'am, she said with a frown. When she was about to take Kagome to the cell, Naraku stopped them until he wanted to say something. Oh, and one more thing, Kagome, Naraku said with an evil smirk. Kagome glared at him weakly. He touched her belly and rubbed it as he heard a heartbeat. I know something else before you. Naraku leans into her ear and whispers. It's a girl. Kagome widened in shock and sweat dropped before she faded away. Naraku must be joking. But she didn't know who this child's gender is. Kagura then sent her to the cell and brought her some warm blankets and pillows to keep Kagome's baby safe. Chapter 29. To the Rescue and Defeating the Enemies. "Come on, let's go find Kagome!" Sango shouted as she, Sashomerus, and the others were heading towards the secret barrier where Naraku had hidden his castle. As a matter of fact, they know how to get through the barrier. It was Inuyasha's idea who made it through the barrier back then when he tried to defeat Naraku. Inuyasha pulled out his Tetsaiga sword and the blade turned red. When it turned red, he swung the sword and shattered the barrier into pieces. "Well done, Inuyasha! Now let's go save Kagome!" Ayame shouted excitedly as they ran towards the castle. Meanwhile, with Naraku, who stood in front of the window, he widened his crimson eyes and saw the barrier was shattered. He noticed it was Inuyasha, Sashomerus, and their friends. He sighted this calmly. He spun around and faced the red-eyed woman Kagura. "Kagura, I want you to bring the band of 7. Take care of Inuyasha and Sashomerus. I have things to do to Kagome and the unborn baby," Naraku said with a frown. Kagura nodded in response. She then headed out to find their enemies. When Kagura was out searching for Bankotsu and his brothers, Naraku decided what to do with Kagome and the Shikon Jewel Shard. He headed towards the hall. Kagome was in the cold cell and doing nothing to escape from Naraku and his fellow friends. There was nothing she could do but sit around in the cell. That was not a safe place for the baby. But she remembered how Naraku told her it was a girl. She was in shock by that. He must be smarter than the doctors. She looked over the 2 guards who stood behind the door. Kagome felt the sudden pain when she groaned. She knew it was the baby who kicked her inside her stomach hard. "Not now, little one. Mommy's been trying to find a way to escape this place," Kagome said, rubbing her stomach. Suddenly, she saw something was a pink blur. She saw the 2 guards were knocked out unconscious. There was a figure with pink hair with priestess robes and armors. Around her shoulders and her chest. "There's enough for both of you when you wake up. We'll be long gone," a figure said as she unlocked the door to help Kagome escape. "Who are you?" Kagome asked in shock. "Don't worry, kid. I'll get you out of here," a pink-haired woman said, grabbing her hand and teleporting into a different place. Why are you helping me?" Kagome asked again. "I'm not a villain. I'm only here to help you escape because I don't want you to get hurt," the pink-haired woman said. "What's your name?" "My name is Lightning. I'm here to rescue you from Naraku. Besides, he's gone too far this time, so I decided to save you from his madness," Lightning said. "Thank you, Lightning, but I need to find Sashomerus and my friends. They must be coming to rescue me," Kagome said with a worried look on her face. "I'll take you to them when we have to help them defeat Naraku," Lightning said. "Thank you." Within a few minutes, they had defeated Kagura, and Sashomerus has to go after Naraku to kill him. Sashomerus dashed towards the room where Naraku was hiding the whole time. He kicked the door down and found Naraku with the white baboon cloak and mask who sat on the stage. "Naraku, where's Kagome?" Sashomerus snarled furiously. Naraku chuckled evilly. "I won't tell you where she is, Lord Sashomerus. It sounds like you stole her from Inuyasha, who deeply loves her." He scoffed with a glaring look. "I would never steal her away from my brother Naraku," he said in an angered voice. "I have someone to protect. This time, I'll make sure to kill you." He chuckled again before Sashomerus unleashed his Tokujin sword. When they began to battle against each other, they heard a servant was calling out for Naraku. "My lord, Mistress Kagome is escaping. Someone has taken her," a servant cried out loudly. The 2 of them widened their eyes in shock. "What?" Naraku frowned at the servant. "Never mind. Leave us at once." The servant nodded in response, then took off running. Finally, they started to fight. At first, he pulled out his katana and clashed with Sashomerus' Tokujin sword. Clashing and swinging at each other, Naraku's cloak was slashed by Sashomerus' claws and sealed away, leaving his cloak off to reveal himself. "Trying to hide with your reveal, Naraku?" Sashomerus asked. "Not all the time, Sashomerus," Naraku said. Sashomerus dashed towards Naraku and swung his Tokijin sword at him, but it was being clashed by Naraku's sword. Naraku swings his sword back and forth until he shattered Sashomerus' right armor. There was a sudden pain, and Sashomerus could feel it. Of course, Naraku slashed him in his right shoulder. It was bleeding out badly. Sashomerus frowned at this, ignoring the pain he has. When they were about to battle each other more, they heard the window was shattered. It was Inuyasha who joined the battle. "Naraku, prepare to die, you bastard!" Inuyasha. Naraku snarled at him, as he hated the way Inuyasha had ended their battle. "You're dead to me!" Inuyasha yelled as he swung his Tetsaiga sword towards Naraku. "You know that doesn't work," Naraku shouted as he clashed Inuyasha's sword quickly. "Wind Scar!" Inuyasha yelled again, swinging the sword, causing the whole room to be destroyed. Naraku, of course, his whole body was destroyed in pieces. Sashomerus was in a bit of shock by seeing his brother slicing him into pieces. "Inuyasha!" Sashomerus shouted out his name. Inuyasha smirked at Naraku, winning his victory. "Today's the day, Naraku. I won't let you get away this time." "How did he do that? He destroyed my body," Naraku thought in shock. One of his skins was floating in the air, and so was Naraku's head. "Inuyasha, together we can defeat Naraku," Sashomerus shouted, pointing the Tokijin at Naraku, who was glaring at them. "Well, get in line then, big bastard!" Inuyasha shouted back, using his strength to remain the Tetsaiga and regain its power. The two brothers were ready to defeat Naraku as they held their swords with power. Within a minute, they both ran towards Naraku and ready to swing their swords. "Wind Scar!" Inuyasha yelled. "Behold, Dragon Strike!" Sashomerus yelled in an echoing voice. Suddenly, they saw a glowing arrow was shot with the filled amount of powerful Reiki in it. They knew it was Kagome who finally escaped the castle, and there was also someone who helped with her escape. All of the attacks went straight towards Naraku, whose red eyes widened when he saw all of the attacks heading towards him. "It's over, Naraku!" Kagome shouted. Naraku screamed out in pain as his body quickly turned into tiny pieces that were soon purified into ashes by Kagome's spiritual power. Inuyasha quickly caught the tainted jewel piece before it fell. "Kagome, you're okay," Sashomerus cried out as he ran towards Kagome and embraced her tightly. He kissed her on the lips, with Kagome happily kissing back. "Here you go, Kags," Inuyasha said as he handed the tainted jewel to Kagome. He and Sashomerus watched in wonder as Kagome purified the tainted jewel. "It's finally purified," Kagome said with a smile. "And Naraku is finally gone. Moroku's wind tunnel finally disappeared, and Kohaku is finally free from his control," Inuyasha said with a smirk. "Lady Kagome?" It was Kohaku who approached them in surprise. "Is that you?" Kagome nodded. "Yes, it's me, Kohaku. Let me help you." She walked towards the boy quickly. "Lady Kagome, when you pull off the shard, am I gonna die?" Kohaku asked in a worried voice. She shook her head. "No, you won't die. I will pull it off until it's over." Kohaku nodded, turning around, with Kagome taking the shard out of his back. The shard was purified. But they noticed there was something strange about Kohaku. He was still alive. I'm still alive?" Kohaku asked in disbelief. "Yes, you are. Now you can go see your sister again," Kagome said. "Thank you, Lady Kagome," Kohaku exclaimed happily. "Kagome! Sashomerus! Inuyasha!" They saw Moroku, Sango, Ayame, and Shippo all running towards them as they were heading outside. Ayame embraced Inuyasha happily. One of Kagome's friends was giving them a group hug. After this, Sango gasped in shock when she saw Kohaku was coming in. Kohaku? Sango asked, with tears forming in her eyes. "Sis," Kohaku said with a smile, as Sango ran and embraced her brother tightly. Kohaku returned the hug. Sango looks over to Kagome and tells her, "Thank you, Kagome. Thank you." "You're welcome, Sango," Kagome said with a smile. Within a minute, they noticed there was the same woman who rescued Kagome early ago before the Battle of Naraku. "So, you're Lightning, right?" Sashomerus asked. Lightning nodded in response. "Thank you for saving my wife," Sashomerus said kindly. "It was an honor. But I wanted to take her to meet her father." Lightning said. Kagome widened her icy blue eyes. My father? Everyone else was in shock as well. Lightning nodded. Yes, your father is still alive. He just wanted to see you again right after he faked his death. Kagome couldn't help but cry. She was smiling at that. Lightning, please take me to my father. I want to see him as well. Chapter 30. Dakota Higurashi, Kagome's father. Sashomerus and the others were traveling to find Kagome's father, who is still alive. As a matter of fact, Kagome was in shock by hearing how her father had survived the car crash. The question is, how did he end up here in the feudal era? Kagome was still in shock. After the battle of Naraku and his fellow friends, the girl named Lightning was bringing her to meet her father. Sashomerus and the others are very much in shock. They didn't know Kagome had a father in the feudal era. Despite their thoughts, when they headed towards the path where Lightning led them, Sashomerus got feelings for this. He thought this isn't right by meeting this man, but he won't stand in his mate's way. Hey guys, Kagome said. How did you guys end up defeating the Band of Seven in Kagura? Moroku sighed at that. Well, they got away before you guys had defeated Naraku. Besides, I saw the other demon dog who managed to help them escape. Sashomerus widened his golden eyes. You mean Inuyumi was there? She helped them escape? He nodded with a sweat drop. Yes, she did. I think Inuyumi has worked for Naraku. Why would Inuyumi do that? Kagome asked. I don't know, but I think Naraku is using her to steal your baby away from you, Moroku said. Sashomerus growled in fury. If I ever see Inuyumi again, I will make sure she'll die by my claws. Calm down, Sashomerus. Maybe at this time, this is for the best, Ayame said. Plus, she got away with it while she was hiding from us before we finally defeated Naraku, Inuyasha said, rolling his eyes. Well, at least one of his incarnations is now free from Naraku's control, except for Kagura and Kana, who still work for Tsubaki, Kagome pointed out. Inuyasha scoffed. If I see those two again, and even Tsubaki, I'll make sure they'll turn into ashes. No, there's no time for this, Inuyasha. Lightning was taking us to meet my father, Kagome said, gazing at the path where Lightning was leading them. Suddenly, Kagome sensed the shards and the familiar demonic aura. She knew what was going to happen next. They saw a whirlwind coming towards them. Sashomerus quickly got in front of Kagome, being overprotective of her and the unborn baby. The whirlwind died down, and they knew it was Koga. Koga? Kagome blinked surprisingly. Hey, Kagome. Koga greeted her happily. How's it going? She was very surprised that he didn't call her my woman. Fine, but now's not the time, she said. Yeah, why don't you go bother someone else, Koga? Inuyasha snarked. Shut up, mutt! Koga snapped as he kicked him in the stomach that made Inuyasha grunt in pain. So, what are you all doing? We finally defeated Naraku, so we have to go meet Kagome's father who is still alive, Shippo said. Koga blinked. Kagome's father? They nodded. Wasn't her father supposed to be dead? Koga asked. Of course not, idiot! Kagome told us everything. Lightning was taking us to meet her dad. By the way, you weren't there hearing the story about what happened to Higurashi, Inuyasha shouted. Koga growled at him. He had enough with Inuyasha's attitude. He couldn't help but face him. Shut up, mutt! I overheard what happened. Then how the hell do you know? Inuyasha argued. Kagome told me everything. Koga smirked as he crossed his arms against his chest. Kagome sighed in embarrassment, rubbing her face. No, she didn't. She never told you everything, wolf boy, Inuyasha shouted. Oh yeah? Then who's gonna believe me, mutt? Koga shouted. Nobody! Boys, stop it. It was Ayame who interrupted their argument. Inuyasha and Koga spun their head and saw her walking towards them with a frown. Koga was in shock at seeing the white wolf who showed up with the groups. He didn't know she was with them. Ayame? Why are you here? Koga asked. Because Kagome is my best friend since we got along, and she told me everything about what happened to her father. I was the one who told you for 2 years ago. When you overheard our conversations, then I explained it to you, Ayame said. Koga was confused. So Kagome didn't tell me? She shook her head. Nope, just me. No, wait a minute, Ayame. I thought you and Kagome are both enemies. Koga pointed it out. Not anymore, Koga. Since you broke a promise to marry me, I decided to be with Inuyasha, Ayame said, leaning close to Inuyasha, who was blushing. Koga widened his eyes. What? So you chose Inuyasha because you... Ayame smiled, blushing softly. Yes, Koga. Yes, I do. It's because I fell in love with Inuyasha. And I love him with all my heart. Inuyasha smiled, blushing. He leaned close to her, embracing her softly. He couldn't help but kiss her on a cheek that made Ayame giggle. Kagome, Sashomerus, and the others are very happy for them. Kagome was glad Inuyasha found someone that he loved. Koga's sweat dropped with an expressive look. Mutt, I can't believe you fell in love with my ex-fiancé. Inuyasha smirked. Yep, sure am, wolf boy. Lightning began to interrupt them, clearing her throat. Forgive me for interrupting everyone, but shall we head over to meet Kagome's father? Everyone nodded, and so did Kagome. Yes. What the hell? I'm in, Koga said. Wait, Lightning interrupted again. Koga, you have 2 shards, right? Koga glanced down at his 2 ankles that shined brightly. He glanced back at the young woman. Yeah? Why? Because we need them to complete the Shikon jewel, Koga. We need your 2 jewel shards from your ankles to make the jewel whole again, Lightning said. Koga sighed at that. All right, here you go, he said as he took the 2 shards out of his ankles, then passed them to Lightning. When she has the shards, she gave them to Kagome, then placed them in the jar. Lightning smiled. Thank you. Aren't you going to merge the jewel shards? Sashomerus asked. Kagome softened her icy blue eyes, staring at them. I will. But I want to see my father and then my family as well. Why? Ayame asked. Because I don't know if I'll be sent back to my time or stay in the feudal era with Sashomerus after the jewel disappears, Kagome said. I hope not, Kagome, because I don't want to lose you and the baby, Sashomerus said. Koga widened his eyes by overhearing him say the word baby. What? You and Kagome are gonna have a baby? Sashomerus and Kagome nodded in response with sweat drops. Inuyasha couldn't help but laugh, but he tried to stay quiet. Koga could hear him laughing. What are you laughing at, mutt? Koga shouted. You didn't know Kagome was having a baby? Inuyasha mocked him. Shut up, mutt! Koga shouted, facing him again. They then started to fight, and everyone sighed in disbelief with sweat drops. Shall we move on? Lightning asked. Kagome nodded. Yes, please. They then passed the 2 fighting dogs and walked into the different paths. The others headed their way to meet Kagome's father. Kagome knew it was her second chance to meet him again, but she felt a bit nervous about meeting him. She wondered what her father looked like, as it's been quite a long time since she last saw him. She remembered she last saw her father as a young man in his mid-30s. She felt her stomach twisted, but it wasn't her baby. Lightning noticed she was a bit nervous about meeting her father. Kagome, it's all right. Your father Dakota will be happy to see you, Lightning said with a kind smile. Kagome glanced down at the ground. I want to meet my dad again and talk to him, but I'm scared of the answer. What kind of answer, Kagome? Kohaku asked curiously. Well, I'm scared of speaking to him, which means I wasn't looking forward, Kagome murmured. Relax, Kagome. We're here for you, and you need not to be afraid. Your father will definitely be happy to see you, Moroku said kindly. Yeah, and he noticed you're still alive, Shippo said. Kagome smiled at everyone. Thank you all. Dad? When they finally arrived at the Higurashi shrine, they all approached the man who wore his black kimono. His hair is black and his eyes are green. Kagome knew her father looked way different than the other men. She couldn't help but cry. Her father looked handsome. She couldn't wait to tell her family about this. Her father blinked in shock. Kagome? Daddy, you're alive! Kagome cried out, running towards him, then pulled him into a hug. Her father could feel her trembling a bit and noticed she started to cry. He then wrapped his arms around her upper back. Dakota couldn't believe he was with his daughter again. "Kagome, my sweet girl, I missed you," Dakota cried out in joy. "Dad, tell me, why did you leave us? What was wrong with us? You left me all alone with Mom and Sota. How could you fake your death like that?" Kagome asked as she sat beside him. Everyone is sitting on the pillow, watching over Kagome and her father who faked his death. He sighed deeply. "Oh, Kagome, there's something I should tell you. The truth." "Then what is it, Dad? What happened to you?" Kagome asked. "Your grandmother, Hana, was born in the feudal era," Dakota explained to his daughter. Kagome widened her eyes in shock. "And so are her friends and even Sashomerus," he continued. "Your grandmother is a sorcerer. She was sent into the modern era until she met your grandfather. They both loved each other, and they ended up having me. I was born in your time instead of the feudal era. I was a sorcerer too. When I grew into a young man, I met your mother Harumi when we were at college. Harumi and I ended up falling in love with each other until you were born. 5 years later, when Harumi was pregnant with your brother, the evil half-demon spider Naraku came after me when I was sent into the feudal era. He knocked me out unconscious and set after to kill me, but I survived. I decided to fake my death so Naraku and the others wouldn't think I'm still alive. Kagome, I would never leave you and your family behind. I'm sorry that I didn't come back home." They couldn't believe that Naraku had chased him down and tried to kill him. Kagome was furious with Naraku, but she was glad that Naraku was dead and Dakota was still alive. "Harumi, Sota, and Grandpa will be very happy to see him again. I understand, Dad. I forgive you," Kagome said as she embraced him. "We're glad that bastard Naraku is dead." "Gladly, you'll be able to go back to Kagome's time," Inuyasha said, crossing his arms. "But Inuyasha, we can't do that. Kagome needed to wish for the jewel to disappear forever right after she needed to see her family," Ayame said. Dakota blinked. "The Shikon jewel? You mean all of you completed it?" They nodded. "Yes, we did, Lord Dakota," Moroku said with a kind smile. "And Kagome will send you back to see your family again," Sango said. "Besides, whatever you decide, we won't force you." Dakota chuckled. "Thank you, Demon Slayer. Speaking of which, how did you all complete the jewel?" Kagome smiled. "Well, it's a long story, Dad, but you'll never believe this." She began to explain to him about how she first arrived in the feudal era around her 15th birthday, meeting Inuyasha and all the others, searching for the jewel shards, getting attacked by Inuyasha who was being enchanted by Kikyo, traveling with Sashomerus, Jockin, and Rin, rescuing Rin from the monks, Kagome and Sashomerus being together, getting kidnapped by the demon dog Drago, being rescued by Sashomerus, leaving Sashomerus and the others after being separated, reuniting with her friends, returning to the era, seeing Sashomerus again, sending Kikyo back to the dead, becoming pregnant with Sashomerus' child, getting married in the cherry blossoms, and defeating Naraku. Also, Ayame's broken engagement to Koga and confessing her love to Inuyasha. "Wow, Kagome. I didn't know you and Sashomerus were having a baby. I can't wait to meet it," Dakota exclaimed excitedly. Kagome smiled with joy. "I'm glad you're happy, Dad. Is your baby going to be a half-demon like Inuyasha?" Dakota asked. Kagome nodded. "Yep." Inuyasha narrowed his golden eyes. "I beg your pardon. Inuyasha, sit." Kagome whispered as Inuyasha slammed his face onto the ground. "What the hell, Kagome?" Inuyasha shouted as he stood up. "What does that have to do with anything, Dad?" Dakota sighed with a smile. "Well, it's not like I'm in shock of meeting a half-breed child. I was happy that you and Sashomerus have eternal happiness." Kagome smiled. "Thank you so much, Dad." "Kagome," Sango interrupted. "Do you plan to get rid of the jewel?" "Unfortunately, no. Not yet. I have to take Dad back to my time to meet Sota, Grandpa, and Mom. They'll be happy to see him again," Kagome said. "Why, sweetheart?" Dakota asked curiously. because I don't know what will happen when I get rid of the jewel. I might be sent back to my time or stay in the feudal era. So Dad and I are going to go see our family, Kagome said. I see, Dakota said. It made sense to Dakota. He knew he hadn't seen his family for a few years since Kagome had first arrived in the feudal era since her 15th birthday. He wondered how Harumi, Sota, and his father are doing, maybe missing him. Sota never really met his father before, but Dakota wanted to meet his son again. Kagome would want to see them before it's all over. I'll escort you and Kota to the well, Kagome, Lightning said as she stood up. Sashomerus stood up as well. I'll go with them as well. I'll make sure Kagome and the baby are all right. Thank you, Sashomerus and Lightning, Kagome said before they left to the Higurashi shrine. Dakota looked over his shoulder at the pink-haired woman. Lightning, I want to thank you for bringing my daughter here. I want to make sure she's all right. It would be an honor, Dakota, Lightning said, bowing her head down towards Dakota. Chapter 31. Moments with Friends and Family. As for Koga, who watched over them, he couldn't help but exhale deeply. He smiled at that. He was glad Ayame had found someone else. She loved Inuyasha. He headed back to his pack. It had been 2 weeks since Kagome and Dakota went to visit their family. The festival has been started, and everyone is celebrating it. Sashomerus walked in the street, feeling a bit alone. He watched families and couples checking out the stalls that held games, food, and different kinds of merchandise. Humans, as noisy as ever, Sashomerus thought as he continued walking through the street. Daddy! It was Rin who called out his name. Sashomerus spun around and saw Rin was running towards him with an excited look on her face. Daddy, guess what? Moroku and Sanga are getting married! Sashomerus smiled softly. Really? Right after Naraku was defeated? Yeah, and do you know why? Sanga's having a baby! Rin exclaimed excitedly. That's great news, Rin. I hope the Demon Slayer and Monk will live together as a family, Sashomerus said with a smile, walking beside his adoptive daughter. I can't wait to become a healer, and I also can't wait to deliver Sango's baby. It'll take 9 months until the baby will arrive. He chuckled. I'm happy for my little Rin. I'm sure you'll be the best healer. Rin blushed a bit, smiling. Thank you, Daddy. When they passed through the villagers, they saw Inuyasha and Ayame are walking together holding hands. Sashomerus knew they were officially together. He was happy for Inuyasha. Inuyasha noticed Sashomerus and Rin are here. He couldn't help but smile. Hey, Sashomerus! He greeted his older half-brother, walking towards him. You're looking well today. Have you been thinking of Kagome? He smiled as he nodded his head. Yes, I miss her and the baby. I've been missing her and the baby for 2 weeks now. I don't know if Kota will stay in the feudal era. I'm sure Kota will spend time with his family before Kagome will return to our time, Inuyasha said. I guess so. But I was afraid to lose her again. I hope that she won't stay stuck in her own time, Sashomerus muttered sadly. Inuyasha patted his shoulder, cheering him up. Don't worry, Sashomerus. Kagome will be fine. She'll be back. After the brotherly conversations, Sashomerus then went back to the street with Rin, and Inuyasha went back to Ayame. Sashomerus wished that Kagome could come to the festival. The month had quickly gone by for Kagome and Dakota. Today was the last day of Kagome's visit. Kota had decided on staying in the modern era with their family. She was glad. Her parents, her brother, and her grandfather were very emotional about her departure. But the jewel had to disappear from the world. Goodbye, Mom and Dad, Kagome said as she hugged Harumi and Dakota. Goodbye, Sota. She hugged her brother. Goodbye, Grandpa. She hugged her grandfather. We'll miss you, Kagome, and don't ever forget about us, Dakota said. I won't, Dad. I promise, Kagome said. I wish you and Sashomerus eternal happiness. Live together forever with the baby, Harumi said. Farewell, Kagome, Grandpa said. I'll miss you, sis, Sota said. Thank you all forever, Kagome said with eyes closed and a smile as her icy blue eyes filled with tears. Then she jumped into the well where she was surrounded by the blue light for the last time. Sashomerus waited for Kagome to return. He could smell the scent from the Bone Eater's well. He stood there and stared down. He promised Kagome and the baby that he would give them their eternal happiness. He saw her reaching for the light, but he took her hand and helped her climb up the wall. He could smell the scent of sadness. Kagome, do you miss them? Sashomerus asked. She nodded. Yes, very much. I had to say goodbye to my family. Dad decided to stay with them forever. I didn't think it would be so hard. Sashomerus embraced her, rubbing her back. Kagome couldn't help but cry. She missed her family, but she needed to get rid of the jewel. She wanted to be with her husband and raise their child together in the Edo village. Even if you can no longer see them, Kagome, they'll always be close to your heart. Never forget that, Sashomerus said. She nodded in response. Kagome took a breath, not crying anymore. She began to smile towards him. Well, let's get rid of the jewel, shall we? Sashomerus nodded as they headed back to the village. He didn't want to hurry Kagome. He knew she needed a little time to grasp the reality that she'll never see Kota and her family again. When they arrived in the Edo village, everyone is glad Kagome was back. Rin explained to Kagome that everyone is happy during the festival. She also explained that Moroku and Sango got married and are having a baby. Kagome was happy for them. Right now, Kagome took the small bottom of the jewel shards underneath her clothes and placed all the pieces into the palm of her hand. She clasped her hands together and used her spiritual power ki to merge the pieces. Her hands glowed a pink light for a moment, and then it disappeared. She let out her palms to complete the Shikon jewel of 4 souls. She clasped her hands once more and closed her eyes. I wish for the jewel to disappear forever, Kagome said. Then, a small chime of a bell ringed with filled of echoes around them, and the jewel faded from the world. It was now gone forever. After everything they've been through, after everything, Kagome had traveled through time between the feudal era and in the modern era. All the battles, the hardship, the pain, the bloodshed they faced, and the bonds they created, the object that had caused so much misfortune, was finally gone. The jewel is finally gone, Ayame exclaimed happily. It's finally over. After everything we've been through, it was a great epic adventure, Inuyasha said, scooting close to his mate. It sure is, Inuyasha. Moroku smiled as he leaned close to his pregnant wife Sango. I'm glad it's finally gone, Sashomerus said with a soft smile. Me too, Kagome breathed out. So, does it mean Mama is staying here forever? Shippo asked joyfully. Sashomerus looked at the young fox. He nodded. Yes, Shippo. Kagome is staying here forever and will be a part of our family. Rin and Shippo exclaiming happily. The 2 kids ran towards the young priestess and hugged her tightly. Everyone is so happy that Kagome was staying in the feudal era forever. They were all happy the jewel is finally gone. They can now live their lives peacefully. Eventually, those that were used in Naraku's scheme are now finally free. Everyone is now living their happy lives, together and forever. Chapter 32. The happy ending for all of us. It's been 3 years since the end of Naraku and the disappearance of the Shikon Jewel of 4 Souls. The new Edo village was built in a peaceful part of happiness. Kagome got to admit that this place was called home. If you all want to know how they were doing, well, here's the thing I want to explain to you. Shippo went to train with some of the demon foxes to learn more about fox training, but he always makes time to visit his parents, Sashomerus and Kagome. Also, Moroku and Sango's family as well. Sometimes he would also visit Inuyasha and Ayame and join Kohaku in Kidada's journey. Kohaku traveled with Kilala, slaying demons for those in need. Totosai gave him a new weapon, although he says it's heavier than his old one. Kohaku was thankful regardless. The old swordsman then asked Kohaku if he still visits his sister Sango from time to time. With a smile, Kohaku laughs, saying, "No, their home is kind of crowded." Sango and Moroku had gotten married, and they had 2 beautiful twin daughters named Haruka and Sakura. 3 years later, they had a son named Hisui. Sango certainly kept her promise to her husband Moroku about bearing his children. Kaede took on the duty of training Rin to become a healer in the Edo village, to get her reaccustomed to living with Sashomerus and Kagome. She assisted Kaede with everyday tasks, as well as with special occasions, such as the birth of Hisui, whom she helped clean after his birth. Sashomerus normally brought gifts for her new kimono outfit. As for Isabo, she was able to convince the other Lord Demons that Inukimi was ruling in the Western Land. Inukimi retired and ordered Isabo to take her place as a ruler. Isabo gladly accepted it. Isabo ordered the guards to find Inuyumi, Tsubaki, and the Band of Seven. She promised herself that she will teach Inuyumi a lesson. As for her children, Kazuki and Suki are always visiting the Edo village to see Sashomerus and Kagome. Surely they wanted to see Rin and Shippo as well. Certainly, Inuyasha was mated to Ayame. They became Sashomerus and Kagome's most trusted family. Inuyasha and Ayame traveled together fighting demons across the country. When they both mated, Ayame had given birth to a baby boy named Makoto. He was a full-fledged demon wolf because his blood was different from Inuyasha's. Inuyasha vowed to be very strong like his father. Lastly, after what Sashomerus and Kagome had been through together, it was a great thing. After they mated and had a baby, Kagome had given birth to their beautiful daughter named Ayane. Their daughter has no dog ears like Inuyasha's. She was like a human being, but a half-demon dog. Ayame's hair is black raven, with tinted icy blue eyes like her mother Kagome's. Sashomerus and Kagome made their promise to travel toward tomorrow with Ayane and their whole family. As time flew by, the family started to grow even bigger. The end. This was a really, really cute story, you guys. I really enjoyed it. Shoutouts to Heaven of Nirvana. She did a really solid job on this story. I'm gonna say a critique though. Please work on your grammar and spelling. At times, it was very hard to read what you were saying, and I had to reiterate a lot of my phasing and my work. You did a great job writing it though. I really enjoyed it. You're a very good writer if you're listening to this. But yeah, I really enjoyed this series. This was really solid. I definitely love Sashomerus and Kagome fanfics. If you guys have any Sashomerus and Kagura fanfics, I would love to read those. You guys can go ahead and leave those in the comment section below if you have them. I know that there are going to be a couple of Inuyasha fans out there. I know my channel isn't like, all dedicated to Inuyasha stuff. We're more of like, it's more like a Naruto based thing. But regardless, if you are an Inuyasha fan, I'm definitely going to be doing more Inuyasha readings because I love doing them. But yeah, leave me some of your guys' fanfics in the comment section below. I definitely would love to go read them. But anyways, you guys, if you guys enjoyed the series, please leave a like, subscribe, do all that other really cool stuff for the YouTube algorithm. You guys are awesome. Thanks so much for listening. And with that said, I'll see you guys with another fanfic really soon.